Hello and welcome to week 3 of the Oceanic Pro League. I'm Jake Spawn-Tiberi. Joining me on the desk today is the Chiefs' Samuel Spooks Broadley, as well as the LPL's Indiana Frosker and Black. How are you guys going today?
I am doing fantastically. It's a pleasure to be here.
Always ready for another night of OPL, so same thing. Good day.
Spooks, great start to the OPL Split. Reason being, the Chiefs are up 2-0 right now and have been having a pretty good start to the season. How are you guys feeling?
Yes, we're feeling pretty happy with our performances lately. The reason being is we've learned how to move around the map quite well. So yeah, again, just very happy with our play.
As we take a look at this week's games, tonight, of course, we are going to kick it off with Tainted Minds taking to the Rift versus Sin Gaming. Abyss Esports are taking on Legacy. Tomorrow night, Hellions will search for their first victory versus the Direwolves before Avant-Garde take on Spooks' Chiefs. For any more information, guys, head over to that website. It's actually new and improved, oce.lolesports.com. Of course, throughout the regular split, we are checking in with some of our shoutcasters' predictions. And right now, looks like Froskurin is in the lead. Still perfect, 8 out of 8. Fish and Atlas somehow are beating out Rusty. Frosk winning this one. What's going on down the bottom of the shade there?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think Rusty took a gamble on, I think it was the Direwolves at some point. No, it was Avant-Garde and Sin. That's where everything went wrong for him. Sorry, Rusty.
Yeah, apologies, Rusty. That one's going a little bit pear-shaped for you. But on our way into game number 1 of the night, let's kick it off. It is going to be Tainted Minds versus Sin. On the blue side of the rift, Tainted Minds, Zazahu in the top lane, Zahi, their jungler, Omni in the mid lane, Lost and Rosie are a pretty damn good bottom lane. And of course, they will be going up against Sin Gaming first off. It is Squiggle in the top lane, Juice back in the jungle, Rymeister in the mid lane, Raps and Rogue are their AD carry and support. And I want to kick this one off because, this is the return of Juice, Frost. Jungler back onto the lineup. We have a pretty good jungler sitting on the desk with us as well. What does this mean for Sin?
Pretty good jungler sitting on the desk with us. I'm just going to straight up say Juice is going to be an upgrade over Dan, not only with team synergy, but also I think with what he's going to bring to the team individually. Going forward, I actually bet against Sin for the Avant simply because they did not have Juice with them, and tonight I'm actually betting for Sin. So Sin, Fido all the way, all chips, all cards in on that.
Of course, no chippies on that, but, some Fido still. What do you think of these junglers?
Well, I've been lucky enough to have been able to play both these teams so far. I think having Juice back is an upgrade for sure, but when we were playing them, he honestly didn't seem to have much direction, and I think Sin as a team, because of that, don't have much direction. They had a very strong identity last split, especially when they beat us, which was a little bit unfortunate, but... I feel like they've lost that identity, and maybe that's because they haven't been able to get right on the hyper carry champions.
So what does that mean? So we're talking about, right, lost identity. To me, they kind of had one identity, which was camp the heck out of Rymeister's lane, get him on an assassin, make sure he was winning lane. We spoke about it a little bit, but that was just some assassins in the champion pool. Of course, you have 2 of the 80 carries up on your screen right now that we'll get to in a second, but that's Lost and Raps champion pool. But going back to Ry, is it a champion pool issue?
For Rymeister?
Yeah.
It seems to be so far. I don't necessarily think that's what's determining Sin's identity. I think it's the fact that they have 2 new players in their roster right now. A new top laner, new AD carry. Obviously, you can't retain the lane swap as smoothly because those are 2 roles that are actually heavily, not necessarily the AD carry, but the top lane for sure is heavily impacted by a lane swap. It's usually dictated by your top laner, your jungler, and your support, whereas the AD carry and the mid lane just get to sit there and farm. So technically, if Sin can still play that macro-oriented, because I always used to call them like the smart team, like Chiefs. I know you're like biting your tongue. Chiefs and Sin, to me, last split were the smart teams. They had a lot of macro play, head and shoulders kind of above the rest of the OPL. But changing out the roster, the question is, can Sin still retain that identity, and will things go as smoothly? All
right, you play this team. You've already played them once in the OPL. Are they the smart team? What did you make of their lane swap? I know that you're the shot caller for the Chiefs. We'll say it right now. It's not Swiffer, guys, apparently. It is Samuel.
It is indeed.
Are they a smart team?
Okay, well, I guess I kind of agree with Frost in that having 2 new players kind of just makes a big change to the whole dynamic of the team. I think based on our one game against them, and it's hard to comment just based on one game, but they were very lost. It felt like they were always on the wrong side of the map. So as of right now, I would not classify them as a smart team.
Okay, but is that the way to beat Tainted Minds, however? Because I am going to now move into the bottom lane. In this matchup, Raps versus Lost, 2 new AD carries. I will say one has looked significantly better than the other, and that is Lost, and he looks like an absolute machine. Do you have to get away from standard lanes? You guys even dodged them in the 2v2, and you have Radier and Ejim down there. Is it the lane swap that you have to implement against Tainted Mind and your org right now?
I would agree. Based on my experiences with Lost, I've played with him quite a bit. He is a monstrous AD carry, especially when he gets going. He can really carry his team on his back when he gets fed. I think, yeah, it is probably a good idea to make sure he doesn't get fed in the early game so he can't carry his team and avoid the 2v2 lane. Yeah, that's probably their best option.
But what's also most important about lane swapping is not only do you get to dodge Rosie and Lost, but you also get to isolate the mid lane matchup. And if we're talking about where Tainted Minds are actually weak, I think it's in their solo laners, in particular Omni, and that's where Sin are strong. So isolate Rymaster and Omni, make sure that Ry gets a good counter matchup, and just let him go at it.
And I mean, you would have to know Zahi very well because obviously previous sister teams, but Zahi's been around for a long time, used to play on other organizations. What have you made of Zahi's jungling so far? We spoke a lot about it, about Juves. It's only fair to give Zahi a little bit of a microscope attention as well.
Yeah, okay. Kind of similar in that I feel like Zahi's lacked a bit of direction so far. He tries a bit too hard to not be a sheep and an innovator. I hate the Warrior XI build. But I think he kind of had the identity in the OCS of just camping bot lane and getting 0 going, and I feel like he's gone away from that, and I feel like that's not their best option as a team.
Well, it's also not the best option on the patch.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big fan of like hard carry 80 carries in the current patch. I think you need to start bringing more utility, more Ashe, more Sivir even onto your 80 carry position, and unfortunately that hurts Lost.
Yeah.
So what do you mean? All right, cool. So we've said it about 2 junglers now. Like, they look a little bit lost. Is it their jungle pathing? Is it where they're prioritizing ganks? Is it their neutral control? What, as a jungler, is your current role on the patch?
Okay, well, it's obviously you talked about pathing. You need to be in the right place at the right time. And when I versed both these junglers, they were just on the wrong side of the map. I remember having Zahi at top lane when there was like a 4v5 bot lane, and I'm like, why are you up there? I think for both these junglers, they really need to focus on making sure they're planning ahead and being in the right place at the right time.
All right, cool. So with all of that in mind, I guess we have to have a look at and maybe get some predictions for this game. So Frost, you already said that you're going with Sin, betting against Tainted Mind. Is that where you're going to stick for now?
Yes. So again, this is what actually gave me the lead initially because Rusty went out on Sin and Avant initially took that one, but they didn't have Juves. I'm going to go in on Sin, but under the very strict win conditions that they lane swap. I think that's Sin's road to victory here, simply because that 2v2 on the bottom side of the map is absolutely terrifying, and I don't even think that the 1v1, because Squiggle is a new player, would be beneficial for them in the top lane either.
Sam?
Yeah, I would agree. But I think I'm actually going with Tainted Minds. I think if they can get the standard lanes, they 100% win, and I'm not convinced by either team's lane swap, so I think it's 50-50 there.
All right, cool. So we will be able to see that, of course, guys. Both teams are going to be heading towards the OPL final in Queensland, August 13 in Brisbane. Tickets are now on sale, so make sure that you get across there and pick it up. However, if you can't make it over to Queensland, our good friends over at Hoyts are going to be putting the OPL final up on the big screen. Tickets are also on sale now, so head out there, pick up some tickets, watch the OPL finals with your friends. But we have spoken for long enough on this desk. It is time to head over for game number 1 with Rogie and Rusty.
Thanks, Spawn. I'm Max Rogie for Foglia. Joining me tonight, of course, is Zach Rusty Pie. And tonight we got Tainted Minds looking to establish themselves as one of the top 3 orgs in the OPL. But Sin, they're looking for their first win here tonight.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say. Sin, they started to step up in the last split we saw them compete in, but now they've started off 0-2, and it's not something we expect to say. But still definitely a lot of growth to be seen from these guys, and it comes down to a lot of roster swaps, I think it's safe to say. But on the flip side, Tainted Minds, new roster, essentially doing what we expected of Sin when they first came into the OPL themselves. Now they've got this superstar bottom lane to carry them through, and the rest of the team just to kind of work around them.
Yeah, things always go good when you got a superstar on the roster. Loss has been impressing us week after week. You saw his stats just before, nearly 30 kills within just a few games already. That is impressing the heck out of me. But you got to talk again, once again, Sin have Juves back, so that's kind of what went wrong for them a little bit last game. You think of that disaster Avant game where Paradise just got fed out of his mind.
Yeah, where I tipped Sin and am now losing in the dunk contest because of that. Thank you very much. No, I will say that Sin, while they have Juves back and everyone can look at this and say it's an immediate upgrade, I don't think it is on paper. I actually do not compare both of the junglers and say Juves is leaps and bounds above Dande, and I think they're both honestly at a lackluster level in comparison to that of the other junglers in the OPL. But Juves being there is such an emotional and stable rock for the team that he will make them all feel better as long as Juves is being positive about the game. So his outlook, regardless of performance, seems to make Sin more comfortable. And when Sin's comfortable, and Rymeister in particular is comfortable, they perform better.
It's just some of those other contributing factors when you're in such a high-octane environment. To have just a little bit of extra comfort on your side can mean all the world of
It's
difference.
mental and physical, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Sure, there's not a lot of physical in League of Legends, but the mental game is very important, and Juve aids towards that.
And then, of course, you look at the side of Tainted Minds. It's really just been the Lost and Rosie show, but I really want to see Sazahu and Zahi step up a bit. We mentioned Spooks, rather, on the desk that he is not a fan at all of the Warrior Rek'Sai, so could he please change that for this game, Rusty?
Yeah, look, if he goes Warrior Rek'Sai, we're going to have some issues. And then we're going to have to message him after this and just ask what his actual idea behind it is. Yeah, I do think he needs to change to the patch, adapt, even change to the meta. But the problem with that is we said how essentially non-impactful the bottom lane can be. If he wants to camp his strongest lane, he's camping what is the non-impactful lane.
It's always a tricky thing adjusting to new patches, and especially when the AD carry at the moment can just get bullied out by tanks any stage of the game. Maybe 40 minutes in, they finally can show a breath of fresh air. Lost, he's kind of been doing that earlier on. Some of those early game Lucian builds enabling him to fight back.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of strength still in that bottom lane. While we say it's not the sole contributor to a game being won, we know that Lost and Rosie have the capabilities to do it all themselves, if that's what it takes. And up against Sin's young bottom lane, a lot of potential there. It's really hard to actually utilize that potential though.
So Raps and Rogue, of course, going to be the ones on Sin to try and take it to Lost and Rosie. A very big feat, to say the least. But to start off the bands, we got Victor and Lucian going to be taking a hiatus from the Rift on this game. No surprise on the Victor or the Lucian, though.
No, just the respective champions going to be hitting the bench. As you would imagine, game number 1 of a series, you don't need to prepare too many target bans against each other. Maybe the Lucian, I'd still say, is targeted from Lost. If it comes down to it, there might be the Bard perhaps from Rosie, but all things considered, just get rid of the strongest champions on the map and just set yourself up with a strong draft.
That's exactly right. So Nidalee and Ryze, the ones to follow. We've seen Omni likes to default back to that Ryze when feeling a little bit pressured. So not going to have that in his arsenal tonight. Nidalee, though, one of the top junglers, not surprised as well to see that. Still Kindred. We know Zahi loves his Warrior Rek'Sai, that hopefully we won't be seeing that tonight. But speaking of the Kindred, there she goes away, banned by Tainted Minds.
Yeah, and with Kindred and Nidalee banned, that is the 2 S-tier junglers. There are lots of strong jungle options always going to be there on the board. Gragas and Rek'Sai are the 2 that always come to mind, but now it comes down to a personal preference.
We've always got Graves to throw in the mix, but yeah, you predicted it. There is the Bard ban, taking that one away from Rosie. We saw his Tempered Fates just setting up kill after kill, team fight after team fight. Not going to happen this game, though.
Curiously, I predicted it. I said it was a possibility. I didn't actually know that they were going to go that deep into it. Given all of the top lane options that are still there, I'm not sure if it's going to be the outright first pick, but I was going to say, if it's not jungle preference, you'd be something like an Echo.
All right, well, let's hope that this Rek'Sai is going to be maybe a Cinderhulk Rek'Sai here. Let's see if Zahi has taken the hint, but taking that one away, so not any value on the Echo for this Tainted Minds squad. But we've seen Echo time and time again be such a crucial part in a team's victory coming from that top lane.
Yeah, and one of the cool strategies was usually that Bard Tempered Fate with an Echo setup, something that can actually provide crowd control. But we can't forego the obvious fact that Swain and Vladimir are definitely still champions on Summoner's Rift, and now we just have to question how well the Oceanic region has adapted to these picks being prevalent throughout the LCS.
It's a great point. We know that Sazahu can play the Swain to various effects. Of course, he was up against Chief's top laner, who just bullied the heck out of him with that Trundle, but locking in Ezreal, the go-to champion when that Lucian is banned. So some of the other AD carries, like you mentioned, Ashe, still very viable right now. A lot of CC to be offered rather than just that raw damage output.
Also just the Caitlyn for Lost. He has had that one in his match history, but Sivir, Ashe, both very viable options to work around your team comp.
He plays a heck of an Ezreal as well, so sad to see that get taken away from him, but it will be on board of Raps here. Curious what Tainted Minds will answer.
Also Karma, just a very good support option that you would hope these teams have started to adapt towards. Seems to be above and beyond. It's almost like the Sivir of the support role, which lets you play something like a Caitlyn or an Ezreal if you like.
It makes a lot of sense, but looks like Sazahu taking a leaf out of Swiper's book and picking the Trundle into Swain. We saw Spawn very adamant that this is a terrible matchup for the Trundle.
Yeah, and I was about to like question if that's where it was going to go, but with the Morgana being put in there in this early draft with it, it does mean that Rosie will be looking at a support Morgana, which is also just outright curious. Braum wasn't even locked in from Rogue. It's good into Braum, it's okay into Thresh, so there's some kind of merits to the Morgana there. And knowing what Rogue's champion pool is, usually offensive, some kind of engage tools, it really does just speak to the strategy, however, of the Tainted Minds roster, saying keep Lost alive and everything will be fine.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to really keep your hand concealed when you're running that one-trick strat here when you know where your best player lies, but gotta hedge your bets here. But we see Sin Gaming, they have locked in that Elise and the Nami to follow it up. All right.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Nami pick, actually.
Cool.
They have the knowledge that it is going to be a Morgana, and whilst the Spell Shield will be quite effective, it's actually a sustained support that does have the counter option of being offensive in some way. The Elise being locked in with it means that they start to develop more and more pick in their back pocket. It's a half engage option for the team between Nami, Elise, Swain. They can one person catch, everyone can crowd onto that single person. And with their mid/top yet to be seen, they can round it out. They can pick a split pusher. Still got options.
Yeah, I'd hate to be on the receiving end of any of those single target CC straight after that Nether move, bubble, cocoon. It's all just going to be flying right in your face. But Tainted Minds hovering over that Azir and Kalista. I don't think we've seen Kalista yet, have we?
Not in the OPL. We definitely have seen a Kalista played in an international region. Definitely a favorite of Lost, though, given his history in the OCS with it.
Going to be locking in that Kalista. You mentioned he loved playing that throughout the OCS and just dominating results here. But that's going to be an Azir, of course, for Omni. We really want to see Omni do a little bit more because we know he's capable of it. And Azir champion to facilitate that. So really excited to have him lock that one in.
And the curious part for me now that Sin are yet to have their last option is the amount of magic damage that they really just do have everywhere on their team.
Yes.
And does Rhymeister revert to something like that Zed? He knows it's Azir. It's not a horrible matchup for a Zed. It's just at level 6 you kind of bounce each other around endlessly. The question kind of at this point is where is he going to go? Yeah.
Oh, there it is. The Zed locking in, seeing an abundance of magic damage on the side of Sin. Has to round that out somehow. So Rhymeister has his Zed against the Azir.
And it was kind of sculpted already given the picks beforehand. We already mentioned the magic damage, but having Elise Nami as that rotation, knowing that Sin will always last rotate their mid laner on red side as well, it was kind of expected. Omni picking that Azir, whether it was blind or not, Azir is just a strong champion. Victor not being on the board means besides LeBlanc, that's 2 of the top 3 covered. And I do always endlessly just question Zed's capabilities. We know he's got a like 85% ban rate in solo queue.
Yeah.
But we have not seen too many successful Zeds, if at all, in competitive play.
He's going up against 2 exhausts, the Emperor's Divide spell shield, Trundle ulti. He's got a lot of things he has to overcome here just to be able to get in and do the damage. Not to mention, getting on top of a Kalista. He's going to have to kill us straight away, or the damage is just going to continually stack on that rend.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the Kalista with 2 exhausts to keep him alive will help, but we have to look at the contrast that there is no Ignite, and it's a Swain as the top laner from Squiggle here. So how are they going to kill this man is the question.
Maybe an Executioner's calling early on for that Kalista. So just remember, guys, get on over to Twitter to show your love for either of these teams. Hashtag TMWin or hashtag SINWin to show your support to either of these squads. Like we said earlier, Tainted Minds want to establish themselves in the OPL, while Sin, they're fighting for their first win of the entire OPL. Very hard thing to say, actually, Rusty.
Yeah, Sin, they do have to step up to the plate here against Tainted Minds. My first question is always going to be, do they just pull the experience card? They have been in the OPL for an extended amount of time now, Sin. Put that lane swap into effect, run Tainted Minds around the map until they're just confused, and then take the victory.
Excited to see which direction this game goes. Everyone just coming out onto the Rift, ready to play. Raps, of course, going to be trying to get a little bit of poke down straight away onto the Omni, as we can see the Keystone Masteries. Nothing really surprising here. Everyone taking what is preferred on the champion. Nothing annoys me more than Morgana with the Thunderlords and the bloody puddle just hitting you every 30 seconds. Ugh,
it's one of the best money generators as well.
It's infuriating. Bird Laser, doing a little bit of
out.
Yeah, he's in no trouble.
He should dance. Yeah,
he got the laugh.
I'll pay it. You're right. I will say Morgana Having that Thunderlords can be a pest. It doesn't do a lot of damage though, remembering the base damage of a Thunderlords is more complementary damage. And because the pool does essentially nothing itself.
It's just one of those things that's so hard to avoid. You know it's going to come down at any minute. And just annoying. Look at Sazahu just doing a little bit of a dance here, feeling good about how this lane should go. He watched Swiper do it last week, so maybe he's went on Twitter and saw, hey man, once you get 5,000 gold worth of items, you're good to go.
Well, that was the conversation that we had with Swiper, and that's actually a valid point that you raised. We didn't completely cover that during the champion select, but Swain into Trundle, Swain's meant to win. Squiggle hasn't been performing too exceptionally in the OPL, but now that we've found ourselves in the matchup that he should be doing well in, it's a good test for him because we are in standard lanes.
Yeah, something we thought a lot of teams might be doing against this Lost and Rosie combo. Lane swapping here to avoid just kind of getting that snowball effect that Lost can do oh so well.
Yeah, and already lane control is being established, remembering the start spell of the Morgana means their kill threat is non-existent until level 2, and not going to have that spell shield at level 2 unless they sacrifice the binding capability. And you can see the pressure though that Sin should be able to start mounting mostly through the poke that Rogue and Raps have got. See how they actually execute on this, because level 2 100% not going to them first.
Yeah, they have to back off out of this one. One Morg binding could spell disaster, but no ignite for Rosie in the bot lane. Forced to take that extra exhaust to deal with the Zed. So kill pressure's there should the binding land. It's always helpful to have that extra bit of damage that Ignite provides.
Yeah, well, I just expected in a Lost Rosie lane to see Ignite. I'd see 2 of them if it were possible, knowing these guys, but they don't want that. Juves is mid.
Oh, Omni gets hit by the binding. Here comes Rhymeister going in a lot of damage, not forcing any summoners, but lane control over to the Zed.
Yeah, and remembering that the Azir is against a Zed, not a standard control mage, so the exhaust is there instead of cleanse. Gets himself into an awkward position because Juves, right place, right time, hits that target with the cocoon.
Doing a good job of maintaining the ideology that Rhymeister is always got Juves in his back pocket. But Omni, he's out of potions now, did use them to get back up to a nice sustainable health level. Has those soldiers to help him wave clear. Shouldn't be too difficult. Rhymeister can land some poke though. Might start to get worse from here on out.
No, it's already bad in this middle lane. He will have to recall probably by level 4 or 5 at best. Given that he has no health potions and is already missing a bit of health buff.
Yep.
Rhymeister, as long as there's vision, which there is on both sides of the middle lane, you'll see potential hyper-aggression dependent on Zahi, who is currently spotted.
Yep, does get spotted out by that ward, so...
Look at the way Rhymeister is still playing this. The rule of thumb with a Zed is if he uses the Shadow, you gank him.
Yeah.
If the Shadow's not available, that's when you go in. But because Rhymeister saw him, he can still be aggressive and play around his Shadow still being available just to disengage. Sometimes it keeps Zahi keen.
Juves plays very aggressive on this map over at those Raptor camp. Might just be taking that one away. Nothing really else happening here. Omni just feeling the pain, gets a nice chunk of damage back on top, but Rhymeister, he's still got those potions in his back pocket, so...
Yeah. The occasional not fair trade will still work out for Rhymeister in the end. He's actually just, yeah.
Oh. Hits the damage.
Look at that. See you later, around that level 4, almost level 5 mark. It's almost like I was a mid laner.
Forced to recall right away, so Rhymeister with full control over this mid lane, doing a great job off the back of users' pressure. So, see if Sazahu can maybe make something happen to kind of equalize this before it snowballs out of control.
Yeah, but we've still found ourselves in these standard lane situations that at first glance are a little bit perplexing that Sin went for it. Knowing that Juves is going to pressure the middle lane whoever can change their opinion.
Bubble onto Lost, but the binding onto Raps. The spears are stacking. One more should do it. Forces the flash. The teleport coming through from Squiggle. Just a defensive one to keep his bot lane safe.
But they also actually win out the health battle here from the side of Sin because the sustain of Nami is there. Rosie was looking for an all-in, and whilst they do still get the flash, sorry, the heal out of the Ezreal and the exhaust out of Rogue, they don't get the kill.
Get the teleport out of Squiggle as well.
Yeah, they get a lot of
But
summoners.
Sazahu did use teleport to get back to lane.
It is important that they got those summoners.
Yeah.
They are going to up against the tier Ezreal whenever he does get that item, as in when they decide that he wants to recall. And there'll be less power in this lane where they'll get more of it out of Kalista. So all things considered, still definitely a win. But Rosie used that exhaust to get a kill. He'll be a little bit sad about it.
Zahi getting spotted out by the Wolf Spirit, just meandering his way around the red side of the jungle. Not too much going on, but in the mid lane, he is level 6. Omni in a world of hurt. Beautiful ulti out of Rymeister. Flashes in for the kill. First blood going over to Sin's mid lane.
And well executed once again from Rymeister. Juve's even in the back pocket if it came down to it. But the timing on that death mark, actually impeccable with the dash of the Azir. And there was no escape for Omni.
Yep. Dash, flash, and exhaust still results in death. That early pressure from Jude's really paying dividends as Rymeister starting to spiral out of control. Good pressure from Jude's maintaining it throughout the laning phase.
Yeah, this is just that level 6 pop. So in terms of timing, every single aspect of this was immaculate from Rymeister. All of the spells connected. As he killed a minion, he followed the shadow through. And that minion he killed got him 6. Props to that.
Back up in the top lane, though, we see Squiggle going for that blasting one straight away. Well, of course, Zazu forced to go that magic resistance path. Just going to last hit under tower here. Neither of these top laners have their teleport available to them just yet. Zahi feeling the pain. All of his jungle are now belong to
They want Azir right now.
Yeah.
This isn't about the blue buff. This is about the Azir that wants the blue buff.
Oh, Juice, he does miss the cocoon, though. Omni looking
Oh,
to go.
no.
Knocks him over the wall. Zahi is there. Juice forced to flash, so a botched gank attempt actually results in the blue buff for Omni.
Juves was very cute. He was in the right place where he needed to be as well to put some damage down. Kind of just gets knocked towards the Rek'Sai and poops himself. So I better get out of this situation. So it's a Summoner Spell burn. It's also the Azir ultimate used though, which means Zed has presence when his ult's up, which is soon.
Zazu feeling a little bit of boredom in this top lane, decides to trade ultimates, but Squiggle's ult is on such a low cooldown right now.
It's 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's insane.
Every single time the ultimate is up, a fight is the only way for Zazu because you need to use that Grassy Undying, use that Trundle passive, and out-trade him. Easier said than done, as Swain is winning this matchup, at least with health bars right now.
Doing a great job. We see Zahi back in the mid lane, looking to help out Omni, who's just having a very rough time. Down on the bot, though, Lost and Rosie not making anything happen yet. As I say that, good chunk of damage, no Ren just yet.
Yeah, he dashed out of range. Zahi also nearby, forcing Sin to kind of respect that one and pushes him off. Recall, remember, it is a tier Ezreal, so in terms of lane strength, there's no chance that they can outright trade unless Nami comes up huge. Morgana usually matches that one anyway. This is still the problem place for Tainted Minds. It's been called a weak point time and again by Frostgurn on the analyst desk. Really, Rymeister is just a good laner. He's having a great time.
Got himself that Caulfield's Warhammer back to lane, going up against the double Dorans of Omni. So Omni just in a world of hurt right now, has to respect the damage output and kill pressure that Rymeister brings to the table at the moment.
And it's the lack of summoner spells as well as the lack of ultimate that the Azir has makes it impossible for him to lane outright.
Such a greedy build by Raps, getting the tier and the cull. He's doing a great job of surviving and not taking a lot of damage, but I guess that's where the Nami comes into play, being able to sustain up any of that tormented soil poke.
Yeah, I don't think there was any way for Raps to alter his build. I just think the Lost and Rosie are currently outlaning them in a just raw mechanical battle. Morgana are actually quite valuable, and they picked the Nami into it knowing that they would look to sustain and poke their way through. They didn't want to lose that lane, which is why they picked it. Yet here we are.
Lost and Rosie doing a great job right now, but Zahi might get spotted out here. Bubble doesn't connect, has a tunnel available. Not in any real danger after the CC does whiff.
No, just call it window shopping. Has to push himself away. Tremor sensors are always going to be handy for that, and he was probably just hoping he could get the recall in. Bubble thankfully missing. No Drake scene,
Yeah, these guys really haven't put any pressure onto into the top lane. Saza, who pops his ulti, never move, not gonna land. These guys just trading blows, using their sustain in their kits to keep them up in this lane.
Yeah, the major thing with that trade is that Squiggle can pop his ultimate again and put himself closer to full health, whereas Saza, who is very much melee reliant, as bottom lane's currently the focus. This is the big first move from Sin if they execute on this. Rymeister's avoiding the pink wards, now they're going.
Yep, the bubble does miss. Minion's not there just yet, but it seems like they still want to make this play. Lost has the ultimate available for Rosie. Just a chunk of damage coming down, but to get out of it with their lives.
It was a fair chunk, though. It's noteworthy from Rymeister. Suddenly, that level 9 Zed just needs to hit shurikens and everyone hurts.
Black Shield doesn't do too much against the shurikens, that's for sure.
That's right. Magic damage shields, physical damage, etc.
Oh, look at Omni. He's feeling something going on here.
So they've got no Trundle ultimate, but they do have a Rek'Sai sitting in this top lane.
So they want to go for Squiggle, who does have Flash available. Just going to throw down the Chilling Smite. A little bit of damage on top of that, but Zahi takes some for his own troubles.
Yeah, more zoning away. They want to give Sazahu the recall. I believe that Zahi was looking for it himself anyway. What they have done, though, is given Sin the ability to move towards this Cloud Drake needlessly, simply because Rek'Sai shows his hand. I will say, however, it is a Rek'Sai in the tunnel nearby.
Sentinel not going to spot that one out either. Just goes a little bit wide of the Dragon Pit. Rogue's positioning very nice on top of that one. Also going to get himself a Sentinel gold to boot. So first Dragon of the game going across to Sin.
Yeah, and once again, that Dragon goes down on pointless attempt towards a gank in the top lane. Trundle with no ultimate means that there was no kill threat anyway. And it was more of a fair trade type of recall situation for Sazahu. Zahi kind of willingly put himself there. You don't need to do that, is the point that I am making. Just exist invisibly on the map. It's the biggest presence that a Rek'Sai can have.
Omni, of course, again, Zed forced to go for that early Seeker's Arm Guard just to be able to lessen the impact that Zed is really putting on right now. But at this stage, with the completed Ghostblade, I don't know just how well even that is going to do to keep him alive until it's a fully completed Hourglass.
Kind of negates it a little bit, doesn't it?
A little bit.
The armor will still be present. The question is, how present will it be? Rymeister maybe even starting to hit a point of power. He might even look at Sazahu as a kill threat, given that there is magic resistance stacked on the Trundle.
Omni just trying to find farm wherever he can. Every time he's in that lane, he is consistently under threat from either gank of Juves or all in by Rymeister. And speaking of Juves, he has been playing so aggressive this game. Every time I look over, he's in the enemy jungle. The farm alarm goes off for the Rek'Sai. Zahi actually spotting him out with that Tremor Sense. Does ping him, I do believe.
Rymeister is also here, though. Now, he does know he's there. The question was how they were going to execute on this. But because the Zed rotates, does have to show respect. Juves was looking somewhat aggressively for a dive in the middle lane if it came down to it. Between a Zed and an Elise, they can dive. They can dive the heck out of you and get out for it with full health if it came down to it. Very executable.
Good timing on the ulti by Zahi to ensure that Omni doesn't go down to any more of these ganks. Sort of Rogue playing a little bit aggressive before up in the lane, especially against Rosie and Lost. Bit of a dangerous thing to be doing, but CZ making his way down. Sentinel might be able to spot him out here, does back off.
We're hitting the first iteration of our item spikes also. This could be a dangerous time for both of these teams, depending on who comes out ahead better for it. With these two, it's just never going to end.
Sazahu didn't use his ulti that time, so we'll have that up available for the next time these two Titans decide to trade blows, but looks like Rymeister has made his way back to the mid lane. Just a little bit of pressure put on every time he enters the fog of war. Omni can't follow that right now.
And completely unpredictably, Juves is near the middle lane. Now going to work towards his blue buff and most likely come back to the middle lane. I've missed you, Juves. I actually have missed Juves. It's just that it sometimes becomes like painfully predictable, and it often perplexes me as to how these teams don't beat Sin when you know where Juves is going to be. Very strong mechanical players always compensate, though, for any problems.
Oh, here comes Rymeister. He's committed to the gank. Lost is able to pick up Rosie, but gets hit up by the Tsunami. It's not going to matter, though, as here comes Rymeister. Takes out Lost, makes it look easy.
Yeah, Rymeister actually flashing the Morgana binding. So well done from Rosie to force that flash. There was no saving Lost. There was absolutely no way.
Maybe a well-timed Black Shield.
No,
but
no way. That was a level 11 Zed with his Ignite still available that just popped his Ghostblade and destroyed his health bar.
Omni trying to answer back with what he can, getting sizable amount of damage on that mid lane tower. Zahi there to assist with that one. Rogue also made his way over to ensure that the damage isn't too bad.
Yeah, one of the strengths of the Azir naturally is if somebody leaves his lane, he can start to melt down these structures only for this patch.
Yep, I was just thinking that.
And with the Seeker's Arm Guard, it's not as doable. They're diving the
Squiggle is in trouble right now. The Emperor's Divide just bouncing him back. He's still alive. Their health is ticking up. Not going to matter as Sazu, who chomps him down and gets the kill.
And Zahi thankfully has that Cinder Hulk because he survives with a little bit of health to his name. I know. Fairy claps for Zahi, but a very good dive executed on mechanically from all of the members of Tainted Mind. And they get Sazahu that first kill. And still, the Trundle works towards that point of power that we mentioned. The two big items to let him fight successfully in the 1v1. There's a lot of hope still remaining for the Tainted Minds team.
17 minutes about in the game. Gold practically even, actually dead even for a split second there. The only differentiating factors would be that Sin have a tower and a dragon, so gotta give props to Tainted Mind's laning phase right now.
That's a shop about to happen also.
Ooh. Yeah, he's got a lot of gold in his back pocket.
Spend it. There's a minute till dragon. There we go. I bet she gets greedy for them. Well, just one more wave, man.
That's it. There he is.
That'll be fine. Just one more wave. There's one more wave.
And it never ends, Rusty.
And then they just took dragon. Why did I die?
Had all this gold. Could have been spending, but in the top lane, Raps might be in trouble. Does get knocked up. The Chilling Smite down. Forced to heal. Flash still available. Nice. Tsunami coming through. Well-placed Rogue. Very aggressive positioning, but here is the backup. Squiggle and Juice are there. Zahi, the main focus point, does get exhausted. Has to flash. He's low. Where is the damage? Rogue, he cannot finish it off. Blinking health bars.
Rek'Sai's passive giving him just enough health to survive. Sin turn back around what was a gank from Zahi. Don't get the kill, but they do get the turret. We spoke to that dragon being available. Well, Rymeister got his shop in. And now he's feeling quite strong. And it means that Sin, with enough time to actually work from top to bottom, should be there in time for at least a contest.
Ooh. Zaz, who might be in a bit of trouble here, does smartly back off. But I'm sure Zahi feeling good about that Cinder Hulk perk just right about now. 2 times he survived on very low amount of health. That should have been a warrior.
Him.
Oh, Juice does get blinded. Might be in a bit of trouble here. Lost stacking up those spears, but here is Squiggle and Rymeister looking for Lost. He's got no hope after the ulti goes down. He gets taken out. Rosie straight to follow the 3 members of Tainted Minds in full retreat.
Juves is the best bait in the OPL.
Yep.
He saw them with the sweeping lens and stood still and took the binding. But because Elise can repel the rest of Sin, that cavalry arrived and should get them this Infernal Drake, as Juves is now being abandoned for it. Eventually, it'll die.
Lost and Rosie felt very good about the little spider they had caught, but little did they know they were the ones who were actually in its web. Feeling the pressure now are Tainted Minds. 4 kills to 1 after the last chain of events. Sin really getting a strong footing in this game.
Now, you could actually see that Juves saw them and he was looking to engage. But what Juves didn't know is that they saw him and had the exact same idea. Once again, we're seeing the Callista unable to really get anything done, even with the spell shield of Rosie.
Oh no. Once again, Lost just in the bot lane. Rymeister making it look easy.
There's one thing that Sin can do, it's time their swaps. Rymeister, good luck.
Yeah, here comes Zahi looking to get something out. There goes the Shadow. Zahi going to give up on the chase.
Yeah, he had nothing further to really secure that one. Also, the assumption that Rymeister was going to get out when he might have been a threat of dying. That self-belief not there for Zahi. And still Lost is dead. This is that point in the game where the Zed, the mid laner for Sin, will always just decide he wants to side lane push now. That split pushing is now a thing, and Lost can no longer sit by himself.
And it's gotten to that stage of the game. Of course, 20 minutes in. Zed finishes Black Cleaver, finishes Boots of Swiftness. While on the other side, Omni only sitting on the Hourglass right now, and that's doesn't really matter because Zed's just going to be going straight for Lost. So, very awkward position to be in for this Tainted Mind squad.
Well, he does need the Zonias, because if he didn't, then Rymeister would just only go for Lost, or could actually kill him instead, right?
Raps does get hit by the binding off the back of that one. 3 members of Sin forced to defend this tower, still surviving on a low amount of health. Tainted Minds just haven't been able to find a chink in the armor just yet to get some of these structures down, get some of that global gold for their team.
Yeah, it's even the Titanic Hydra pick by Sazahu, not doing the same build that we saw Swiper from the Chiefs commit towards in the Swain matchup, which was the Ravenous Hydra.
Looks like the squad of Tainted Minds, they really want to get on this tower, but Sin, very formidable defense here. not allowing anyone through.
Yeah, the one big talking point is that Zed doesn't even have the Ignite, but isn't running Teleport as he is sitting towards the bottom lane. So Tainted Minds with a sheer number advantage. We're looking for something. But 3 members of Sin able to hold the fort and actually push in on them. Doing well.
Lost still working towards his Runan, so not going to have some of the best wave clear that Callista is known for. Squiggle and Saza, who once again just butting heads in that top lane. But Rosie gets caught out by Juice. Lost is there to back him up should anything happen. Does have the ultimate available.
Yeah, Juves is feeling confident. Almost got that Rylai's. And he'll be doing a lot of damage even from the jungle role as the vision duties must commence. It's a lot of vision duty, honestly. They don't want to get flanked.
There's a good hold on this mid lane. Tainted Minds now on the back foot. Every time that Rhymeister goes into the fog of war, they're forced to play defensive. Looks like he wants to make his way on that mid lane.
Yeah, they're right up Struggle Street. This is not a great position, and guess what's about to happen?
Oh, Omni feeling the pain, already forced to dash out. Ghostblade being used, but it's worth it.
What's like a 50-second cooldown? He can just do it again if it forces a recall every single time.
Zahi flashes on top of Raps. There is a Fate's Call to knock him up. Sazu off in the wings. They want this Ezreal. They're going all in for him. The point blank Blinding Lions. The teleport does get cancelled though at a Squiggle.
Yeah, so they're not even going to get the middle lane turret for this until the next wave arrives. And that's on the assumption that these 3 are able to deter the defense. It's going to come out of Rogue and Juves. Meanwhile, top and bottom lane, still a lot of power there. Yeah, they get nothing. They get a single kill and a teleport force.
Rhymeister making his way over. Sees a lot of low health targets. Field day for this Zed right now, should he feel aggressive. Squiggle also making his way down to this mid, just interrupting the recall of Zahi. Both teams putting a lot of attention and effort into trying to get these mid lanes.
Well, they're breaking the most important turret in the game if they can get it. And still, Sin are controlling more than the middle lane, and that's what's getting me so far. It's only about 2,500 gold, so in terms of what actually separates these guys, not a whole lot. They can look towards the mid to late game team fights. They've got those 2 items in place mostly. Whenever Lost decides that he can purchase it, which is not too far away, then they'll be okay. But the relative strength that Sin feel right now, simply from that momentum and that control they have of the map, is just putting them so far ahead.
Speaking of items, Squiggle, his Rod of Ages is now fully stacked along with Raps. He has finished that Iceborne Gauntlet, so does have that kiting potential available, keeping him a little bit more safe. We saw a lot of resources expended last time just to take out Raps and nothing to come from it after that, as Tainted Minds did suffer quite a bit of damage.
And still my first question that we set in Champion Select is an issue for Tainted Minds. Where is your Ignite? Where is your Healed Diffusal spell? No Executioner's Calling affordable just yet. And until such a point, I feel like if Squiggle's involved in a fight, he just won't die. And he's working towards a Spirit Visage. It'll be less killable.
Yeah, he's just getting stronger and stronger by the minute. 4 members of Tainted Mind poised around this Dragon. Sazu doing what he can against Squiggle, which isn't that much right now, Rusty.
No. It's a belly rub.
Yep.
Or a tickle.
Once again, Tainted Minds in this mid lane looking to get some more damage on the tower, but really it's been like this for the last 5 or so minutes. Rhymeister picking himself up a nice wave in this bot lane.
It's like, you know those Hulk gloves that
Yeah.
you could buy at like kids sections of like Target and stuff? That's
Yeah.
what it's like. It's like Squiggle and Salza who just bought 2 of those each and started like hitting each other in the head.
The big foam ones that make
Yeah.
the Hulk screaming noise.
Yeah. That's what it
Sazu.
looks like. And
Actually-
that club is inflatable.
It's
Absolutely.
like where's the Trundle skin? Like the inflatable
Mundo
cleavers.
Mundo?
Yeah, the inflatable
Yeah.
cleavers.
That one's great.
Yeah, it looks like Sin will be trading away the dragon for the tower, though, getting themselves that Infernal Drake. So 2 dragons for them. About 1,000 and a bit gold in the lead. Tower helping Tainted Minds catch back up, though. But he might be in trouble.
Yeah, but that's 2 Infernals, so they're definitely doing a lot of damage, and they're scaling strength as well. Zed Not only does he have a W, he has 16% bonus AD.
Little Squiggle might have been caught out here, but you mentioned just how much he can heal, but Lost does get hit by the Nether Move, gets hit by the bubble, and gets taken straight to the graveyard. The fight isn't over yet. The binding goes wide. Squiggle gets a double. Nether Move, never mind, just one. Zahi, though, still going to get taken down. That's a double kill for Juves. The bubble not missing. The Bird Laser should be enough to keep him slowed. There's the point-blank Cocoon. Sazu just stands his ground, dies for his troubles. 3 kills for 0, going over to Sin.
And like clockwork, Sin arrive on time to save their top laner, but I'm not sure that he was even necessary of a save. Swain just has too much healing, pops that Zonia's and was back up to full health the second the fight re-engaged. Sin with that pick, with Rymeister currently putting work on Omni and potentially just about to kill him whilst we watch the Baron go down. It's almost too predictable at this point. Tainted Minds, every single move that they make feels desperate.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get any form of footing in this game right now. As we see, look at them. They just go all into Squiggle.
Yeah, but like, watch his health bar.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Oh, back at full. Very nice bubble, though, from Rogue. Time to get rid of that spell shield from Morgana. One of the things that the Elise and Nami can do between each other, even Swain, is magic damage. So they can take down that shield and ensure the crowd control connects. And they kill that premier carry of the Tainted Minds roster immediately. He doesn't look like a premier carry given how this game has progressed. 0-4.
A bit of a non-factor in this game despite having great lane control throughout it, but he's still a Callista. When she does get those items, she can become a little bit obnoxious to deal with, as we see for.
Yeah, that was the exhaust used but cleansed out of. Alright, so the pop is getting unreal. He did just tick 16 before that.
Ouch.
It's the kind of thing that is unavoidable now. Even with his own
should be able to take out that turret with the Baron-empowered minions. Omni too late, but does have a tower of his own should he feel threatened.
Yeah, I don't think it'll help.
No, it won't. It damn well won't.
Take my turret, Shurima. I'm dead.
Yeah, that's it. Before it even spawns, he'll be walking back to lane. Squiggle, though, just getting further and further ahead as Rymeister. Oh, Omni's going to have a real difficult time dealing with that.
Making things even worse, though, is because Rogue bought that item. Place it in the side lane when Rymeister is. Even if he's in the lane that he's not in, he can rotate because it will push and will force the push. A lot of strength currently established by Sin. They're not always going to be a team-fighting team. The Jews ensures with Raps and Rogue that the 3-man they have got is doing its part, all facilitating at the moment. This 5-0 Zed is putting in work.
Really making up for a shaky performance last week. But here comes Rymeister. A good flash out of Rosie to avoid potential death. Raps takes a bit of a big chunk of damage, actually.
Yeah, more than a bit. Omni's always going to put in work on Raps. It's just that Rymeister has forced Omni towards these side lanes. No teleport from either mid laner has kind of segregated them from the pack. And all of the team fights have broken out around Sazahu and Squiggle, hitting each other with those inflatable clubs.
Here comes the play onto Rymeister. Teleport from Squiggle. He is going to be matched by Sazahu, but even Zahi can't stand the might of this Zed. He does get taken down. Shut down gold. Going across to Zazahu. There is Omni being able to keep himself safe for Squiggle. He has no fear right now, just absorbing all the minions around him. Rosie gets burnt out to death. Now Lost going to be the next target. If this cocoon lands, he might be dead. Sazu doing what a tank does best, blocking any potential CC, but here comes the push out of Sin.
Swain is just disgusting.
It's so bad.
What a disaster. Like, the base is going to be so easily controlled. They get the mid lane turret, if nothing else. Another one fight from Sin.
Yep, Juves feeling a little bit of pressure from Saza, who here Lost narrowly avoids the bubble. Flashes on the spot. Heartbreaking, to say the least. Here comes Squiggle. He's got that ultimate going. Flashes on top of Omni. The Bird Laser doing what it can. A triple kill. As I say that, Juves takes it away, of course.
Wow.
This Swain is a monster.
Yeah, and we spoke about the middle lane being broken. Well, Raps is still putting in work over there. This is all without their AD carry. 0, 1, and 5. And Sin in the driver's seat in game number 1. They just make sure that whatever I predict in their series, it's always the opposite that wins.
Yep.
Very well performed.
Despite Rymeister going down, the rest of his squad is strong enough to make their presence known and well heard throughout the Rift. 14 kills to 3, only 30 minutes in the game, a 10,000 gold lead, 7 turrets to 1 and 3 dragons to 0. Sin This is their game to lose, Rusty.
Yeah, we came into this game looking at who was actually the point of power. We knew Rymeister in that middle lane was going to be a big deal. Now that he's got Juves back in his back pocket, should be able to keep him happy and healthy there. On the flip side, we said Lost and Rosie, probably the only two real saving grace options for this team, especially in this matchup, taking on the rookies of Raps and Rogue. Yet, they didn't die. Raps and Rogue did their job. Only one death between the two of them. And you can see Sin winning reflected through that fact.
They picked a very safe lane. They knew that the rest of their players throughout the map had the ability to facilitate them to win this game. So all they needed was the Nami heals, the Nami CC combined with the...
Well, Juves also had a very good presence early as well. Right place, right time
of course.
Was the most important thing. Something that Spook spoke towards in saying that Sin had no presence, no direction on the map. And it seems like they have a little bit more at the moment, tunneling on these dragons. Always going to be the right move. That and Squiggle is just Swain. I don't think we'll ever see Swain again.
Yeah, Swain is just... He's busted right now, doing so much damage whilst being near unkillable. I say near unkillable, may as well... The only reason I say it is he has one death. Otherwise...
At this stage, I think he's unkillable.
Yeah.
There's no grievous wounds able to be inflicted by anybody.
Still?
Yeah.
Yeah, across the board, no one.
Boss can't afford a thing.
Yeah, he's feeling really bad right now. 0 and 5. Got a lot of CS to his name, but that doesn't matter as he's never going to get the opportunity to get onto anyone other than Squiggle, and that won't matter because he's never going to kill him. Squiggle does get caught by the binding, instantly clans Zahi in the midst of the fight. Look at the damage already. He's going to fall. Zazahu doing what he can, gets bubbled up in the back there as Rymeister does get exhausted, cleanses it away, gets the kill onto Lost, but now it's a 4v5 and Sin are barreling down. They catch Zazahu with the CC, is able to get the health back, trying to keep himself alive. He does, but that's going to be the third out inhib turret and the third inhib going down for Sin.
Yeah, Zazahu had the subjugate, so he's going to be perfectly fine, but the rest of Sin are rampaging through the base. Juves isn't done.
Oh, the flash onto Omni does able to get the hourglass out. Zazahu now with no ulti available, just melts like butter. Squiggle still full health, basically full mana. A never move does connect the Black Shield, keeping him safe. Force the hourglass to get rid of that aggro, but look at the damage to these towers. That's going to be game. Sin showing us they want this first win.
Omni and Rosie are left to watch as their base is destroyed.
Oh, wow.
And a game 1 victory for Sin, but a definitely convincing victory from them from start to finish. Pretty much coverage from minute 1.
Yeah, every single one of their lanes doing work across the board. We mentioned Juves. Getting Rymeister ahead allowed that to spill over to the other lanes. Anytime he was in Fog of War, everyone had to play back and respect the Zed.
And an eerily predictable thing as well, by seeing Juves in the middle lane for like 15 minutes out of the game is kind of a non-surprising factor in League of Legends at the moment, but still, they get that victory.
All right, we're going to send it back to the analysts to break down that game.
Thanks so much, guys. And in the end, it is going to be Sin in a pretty one-sided affair, picking up game number 1 over Tainted Minds. I'm joined by Spooks as well as Frosker and Still to break down the rest of this game. And where do we kick this one off? Because I think that we said, standard lanes, Tainted Minds should be able to win this with a superior duo, but it just didn't go that direction.
Yeah, I'd like to start it with, I feel they put them, Sin put themselves in an unfavorable mid lane matchup, and they kind of just didn't do anything about it. So obviously Zed, once he hit that level 6 spike, he had the favorable over his ear, and I feel like Zahi didn't offer enough support to Omni, and then they just lost mid lane control, and that kind of snowballed into bot lane.
All right, so let's actually take a look at the whole draft, because I feel like this was actually not just mid lane, but you can see that kind of they picked themselves into all kinds of counter matchups here.
Okay, so let's break this down one at a time. So there's a priority pick on Rek'Sai, and then immediately you have the Swain Ezreal go out. I really like this. I think Swain you can completely blind pick. I think he's probably the most OP champion of the patch right now. And then the second rotation coming out of Tainted Minds is they take Trundle into Swain. And I'm going to say it, Spawn has said it on the desk previously, that is a counter matchup. You picked yourself into a counter matchup. And the thing is Squiggle actually didn't even play it really correctly. You could have harassed so much farther underneath tower and really punished Trundle further, but didn't. And then it just gets worse. Then he picks the Azir blind, and then we get the last pick on red side into the Zed into the Azir, which is the matchup that Spooks was talking about. So that's your 2 solo laners that Tainted Minds actually put themselves in a hole over.
And let's go further, right? Because even if you don't want to say it's a counter matchup, you can agree it's a pushing matchup, right? So if Trundle's being pushed in, and the Zed is pushing in Azir, which is what happens once you get kill threat because Azir can't really push up against him. That just means that your bottom lane is at a huge disadvantage, and that's what you're talking about, kind of that loss bleeding over into the bottom lane.
Yep, so basically, once they got control of that mid lane, Zed just wanders in the bot side jungle with Juve. So actually, I was quite pleasantly surprised with how he played that game. I'm happy he abused the favourable mid lane advantage, but when you don't have big sweeps on Trundle, it's not going to turn out well in the top lane either.
I do want to say, though, that we wanted the lane swap to come in from Sin because we wanted the isolated matchup between the mid laners. And even though it was a counter matchup, it wasn't actually Juves that got Rai ahead. It was actually just a solo kill that Rai managed on Omni. So even though the lane swap didn't come in, the exact same win condition that we had ready already happened naturally.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, the later the game goes, I actually said this too, and if you neutralize a newer team like Tainted Minds, they start getting pressured to make a play somewhere on the map. We actually have the play that they went for. I mean, Rai split pushing, and all of a sudden Tainted Minds see Squiggle in the top lane, isolated Froscarin, and they try and make this hero play.
But they actually try to dive a Swain. And you can go ahead and look at the map because he's got support coming in. But the thing is that Swain is able to last long enough with the stasis, with his ability to run his ultimate in the Hourglass stasis, that his team shows up and just cleans up the back half of it. But moral of the story is, don't dive Swain. They actually tried this twice. The first time it worked, but he almost traded 1 for 3 on the initial dive on outer top tower. And then this time around, they try it again, but they're very harshly punished.
And let's just have a look why I keep going back to this pick, because Swain did 40,000 damage in that game. Azir, Trundle, and Kalista did 38,000 damage between all of them. So Swain has done the same amount of damage as 3 picks on the other team. So this champion right now, we're going to see higher priority, and I think that OPL teams are sleeping on it. But let's go back to the jungle matchup, because I think that you said pleasantly surprised by Juves in that game. Zahi, once again, kind of on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, he was kind of top lane focused for too long. You were saying to me that it's very hard to kill Swain with 2 melees. You can't really chase him down. And once Zahi gave up that bot side of the map, it opened up that bot lane play that they made later on, and it just seemed to lose map control off his pathing.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like you said, there is counterplay to Swain simply because to be really effective on his champion pool, and here's the funny thing, like, I agree with Spawn that the OPL is sleeping on this champion because as an LPL caster, like, they're picking that shit every single time. It is 100% high priority pick. And the reason why is, like, the counterplay is he has to push in because it's about using your 2 damage over time abilities underneath the tower. So if Trundle's farming, you drop Laserbird, you drop Torment, and you just walk away laughing because he has to trade his health for CS at that point. But that means that a jungler can just rock up and kick him in the face. But Rek'Sai and Trundle, you were saying this, Spooks, they don't have any kill pressure on that guy. So it's really important that when Swain is picked, if there is a carry-oriented jungler, someone like a Kindred or a Nidalee or even like a Lee Sin, the counterplay, at least early game when he is killable, is much higher, that you have pushing lanes in your bottom and your mid lane. Because effectively, you just look delicious, like high in fiber to draw the enemy jungler's attention, and buy Swain enough time where he just gets to this unkillable state.
Well, with that unkillable Swain, it is going to be Sin Gaming picking up game number 1, but don't go anyway, guys. 3.5 minutes, we'll be back with game number 2. Welcome back to the OPL, where Sin Gaming just took down Tainted Minds. I'm still Spawn, joined by Spooks and Froskurin. Pretty impressive Game 1 performance there from Sin, bouncing back after a couple of poor weeks. However, guys, before we get into breaking down what we want to see next game, we want to know how you guys at home are watching. Tweet at @lol_Oceania using that hashtag IamOPL with a photo of you watching the OPL, showing us what you're doing. Get some underwater in there. Spooks, how do the Chiefs watch the OPL?
You know, we cozy up together on the couch, get nice and warm, and we watch the OPL together. It's always a nice time.
Does Bryce wear his stripy pants?
Bryce indeed wears his stripy pants
Well,
with me.
there you go. We get to see the OPL because it is quite important to watch the other teams play. And if you're a kind jungler, if you could give one piece of Tainted Minds going into this game, what do they need to do to be able to bounce back and kind of shut down Sin?
Well, obviously, Rymeister was a big deal in the early game, as we discussed before. I think they need to secure. They're on purple side this game.
Yep.
Yeah, they need to secure themselves a better mid lane matchup and just neutralize mid and try get their bot lane ahead.
And if you're playing against Sin Gaming, do you try and mirror the mid lane pressure because you know that's where Juves is going to go, or do you try and apply pressure elsewhere and try and draw him away?
I think mid control in this meta is really important because you want to snowball into the rest of the map, and Dragon right now, especially Infernal, is really important to control. So I would personally be trying to mirror the Sin style and just trying to get mid control back.
I actually don't know. I think you almost have to go all in on bottom, simply because if you look pound for pound, like talent for talent across both lineups, I think Sin have the superior mid laner. I think the top lane is pretty much a wash, although we need a larger sample size before I'm really definitive on like Sasu versus Squiggle. But I feel like you look at Rosie and Egypt, or no. Wow. Rosie and Lost. I was like, zero, don't say zero, just say lost. Just go like all in on that.
All right, cool. So if you are going to go all in that, is that like a ganking jungler? Is it picking a more aggressive 2v2? I mean, we saw Kalista Morgana. That's more of an escape lane than it is going all in aggressive. Hasn't got great kill threat pre-6. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't really like the Kalista pick. I mean, we talked about this a little bit at length in the green room. I think that even though the Lucian, because they only banned 180 carry, they banned Lucian against him. I would like to see Lost go more towards like an Ashe or a Caitlyn if he wants to continue with that hyper carry identity, but I don't think Kalista is doing him any favors.
Yeah, I'd agree. Lost played Caitlyn against us last week, and he was actually quite impressive on Caitlyn, despite us, running over them early mid game. I think his Caitlyn's very good, so he should opt for something like that.
All right, cool. So with all of that in mind, I mean, how does Sin shut this down? What is Sin looking at? Are they looking at replicate strong top side of the map, give away, like get a scaling bottom lane that's nice and safe?
Do the exact same thing. Make sure that mid lane stays isolated, because Rymeister is obviously going to be your win condition there, and Omni has proven himself to be a weak point.
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
All right, cool. So that's all we got out of these guys. Keeping that in mind, are you still happy with your pick, Frosker? And I know that a lot of people around today in the shoutcasting circle, they were going a little bit hard on how Sin can win this game. Are you still confident that Sin are going to be able to step up?
Yes, I think that they got 2 games. If it's not broke, don't fix it. They can go into game 2. They can try to replicate the same thing. Maybe Tainted Minds do find the counter, but that also then leaves game 3 where it's like, okay, let's actually lane swap this time around. Again, they didn't lane swap, but they got the exact same win conditions if they had lane swap. Isolate the mid lane.
And Spooks, what are your thoughts? Are you going to backpedal, get on board the Sin hype train now?
Yeah, I'm going to backpedal just a little bit.
Get on the Juves train.
Yeah, Juves voice. I'm not convinced that Tainted Minds have a strong enough mid jungle at the moment to control the map.
Well, there you go. The backflip out of the Chiefs jungler. However, players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift. So let's send it over to Rusty and Rogi to take us there.
Thank you, Spawn. And we saw a completely revitalized Sin who showed no signs of the weaknesses in week number 2 here. So I'm really looking forward to how they go into this game number 2, of course.
Yeah, I think the best way to look at this is they played around their strengths and they hid their weaknesses very well. So they played a diffusal type of bottom lane. They had Nami, Ezreal. Good luck killing either of those champions, especially in just the 2v2s. They played around the jungle Azahi and just did not let him get a gank off successfully except onto the top laner. And that's a Swain after all, a champion that probably should just not be there on the Rift.
Squiggle on Swain was a thing of beauty to some, but very disgusting to watch to us.
So. Have different words of beauty.
But yeah, Tainted Minds, they really need a way to deal with that. But Sin, actually the ones to ban that one away. So
means they have a different idea for their first pick. Remember that they had second rotation on the red side when they picked 2 champions, was when they went for that one.
This time it is Lucian that Tainted Minds choose to ban away. So they don't want Raps first picking that one. Rather have it out of the game than in the hands of the opposition. Ryze also not going to be in the hands of Omni this game. We mentioned in game 1 how he does like to play that Ryze. And when falling behind still was able to output tons of damage.
I want to see Vladimir. With all these champions hitting the bench, Tainted Minds banning the Victor is still, honestly, the most perplexing thing to me.
Sure.
Why would you ban away a control mage from an assassin player? Even if he can play the Victor, put him on the Victor. Then he's a control mage. You can neutralize it. Or you can actually be better with it. The Zed ran over them.
Maybe something they didn't account for when banning away that Victor, like you said. Maybe just give him a champion that is meta, but find ways to exploit it. Nidalee and Bar, the last two bans here, so Rosie not going to get his hands on that one once again.
So with the Nidalee being banned, Kindred not being banned, remember
Okay.
the adaptation has been that there is a Lucian Victor on red side, Swain and Ryze weirdly enough banned on blue side. Kindred's pretty much the best first pick option there. Sin may have a preference towards the Elise in jungle, so may not look to that as a top lane option though.
Getting Squiggle himself that Trundle with Swain not in the game. Could have a very favorable time in that top lane.
Yeah, remember that there's always just a Maokai there. There's
That's
an
true.
Echo there if it really comes down to it. Zazahu can still play the Echo quite effectively, just knowing that Squiggle will sooner or later run over them. And it can be flexed.
We've seen Zahi on a heck of a lot of Rek'Sai, but when Kindred's up on the table, it's too juicy not to take away here. So hopefully he understands that and gets that one for himself.
It's just such a weird preference between these guys. The Trundle as like the must-have. Yeah, Trundle's great, and with Swain banned, it makes a lot of sense that Squiggle would go towards it.
Sure.
But we also know that he can play like 7 other different top laners, and the Jews probably want to have the Kindred to empower his team and actually get that ball rolling. But once again, he might just want Elise. Zahi will probably just want Rek'Sai. We'll just pretend we never saw Kindred on the champion list.
Yeah, so locking in the Ezreal for loss, we know how well and aggressive he is on that Explorer Prodigy. And Zahi going back to basics. Once again, the Rek'Sai. Let's hope that that loss with Cinderhawk doesn't deter him, and he builds it once again.
I think at this stage he's been told multiple times that
Yep.
it's the best in most division build, even in terms of damage output. Because if you stand there and hit them for longer, you'll still end up doing more damage. Lost being on the Ezreal, something that was a standout performance from him in his game against the Chiefs. Definitely good to see him back on that one. Quite a safe laner also, much better than the Kindred we saw in game number 1. Tainted Minds, even with just their first 2 picks, looking a little bit better.
See what Sin answers here, putting a lot of faith into Squiggle on this Trundle. So they have a lot of things they can go with. Corki.
Shouldn't be one of them.
That's what, yeah, I was thinking. Oh, well, it is one of them, Rusty. As they lock in that Corki combined with the Alistar.
Corki is like,
Would you put Corki mid or ADC at the moment?
well, I wouldn't put it mid, honestly. Corki is like the least impactful
Yeah.
champion in terms of the AD carry role in the
Huh.
current meta. And so by going for that Corki, I almost want it to be mid, but there's no
Sure.
point when there is a Azir available to them that they could have went for opposed to that. We'll have to see where they put it, and let's just assume AD carry till further notice with the Alistar there. It's going to be still a decently strong 2v2.
Definitely a head scratcher to say the
Just weird.
least. Yeah. Well, maybe it throws Tainted Minds through a loop as much as it did us. So they might have to answer with something different. Maybe they just don't feel like playing anything else into the Ezreal, feeling that all other champions are
Caitlyn.
subpar. I know there's still so many.
Siva! Hey! Hey!
Siva, Caitlyn, and Ashe still available. Maybe not as practiced as they would like, but on the side of Tainted Minds, locking in the Fiora and the Zyra here.
Yeah, so they've
Alright.
locked in the Ezreal Zyra as the bottom lane now. Rosie does like his Zyra. Does a lot of damage and can basically solo carry a laning phase. Very fragile though, needs to be noted. So when it comes to team fighting, we'll see how they execute as we've just gone
The Sin Squad.
in the weirdest direction. This is like the original Sin. Just don't give them the wombo was the joke about the Sin lineup.
Well, that's it, right?
And there isn't really a wombo, but there's definitely a combo.
It's been a while since I've seen a Kindred in the last rotation of picks for a team. So locking in the Orianna combined with that Alistar, if they can get the combo off, it always spells disaster.
Yeah. And they've got the Kindred as well to diffuse a lot of the burst that can come out of the Tainted Minds roster.
That is
Fiora and Zyra alike might struggle, dependent on the timing of Juves and his Lamb's Respite, as we are missing one last pick.
It is going to be the LeBlanc being locked in here for Omni, so not too sure. I'm still
There's a lot of merit, I will say, to the Orianna
Sure.
at the moment. Having played her, I should say, with the new Rod of Ages and having such a low cooldown on your Q, you actually have a reasonably increased amount of sustain. Morello's also a decent item if you wanted to go the 1-2 punch with that item build.
It's been a while since I've seen an Orianna at all, so...
Abyssal also giving cooldown reduction is very handy. And there's merit. Doesn't mean that there are better options. I would say that Azir is probably just the better version of Orianna. But still, the preference remains. It is a Sin team after all. They love that Orianna.
You mentioned comfort being a very vital role in the emotional state of these teams, so maybe just having that Orianna, knowing her abilities inside and out, is just something that Rhymemeister values above some of the things that Azir can do that Orianna can't.
Look, there's limits to what I would say in that respect for everything, right? If we're going to talk about comfort, we should also talk about efficiency, and we're looking at a Corki and an Orianna, where I would arguably say that you were better off being Azir Caitlyn anyway and doing the exact same thing, but better. But still, Sin have put together a team composition that is noteworthy. I just question how they're going to go in the execution because they've made it harder for themselves to do.
All right, guys, remember to take to Twitter, #SinWin or #TMWin. Show these guys some love. Show them why they could potentially be your favorite OPL team, or maybe ask Raps why did he pick Corki here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just his decision. You do you, honestly. That's great.
If it does well, more power to you, Raps. I'm excited to see what he brings out. Maybe convert us and make a believer.
That's not going to be easy to do.
He's got that Thunderlords, of course. It's very easy to proc with the Gatling gun.
Yeah, definitely is. Don't be fooled. Juves is not Rek'Sai. You just marked him. So the random icon appears on top of him. But we're watching now as the teams start to break out. You would imagine standard lanes, though, because it's a Zyra and an Ezreal. Have a good time in laning phase. Damage dealers like Bard are also the ones that usually are equipped towards beating an Alistar. Zyra is, I'm not going to say no exception to the rule. She's a lot more fragile and I guess, destroyable by Rogue and Raps. But if the damage is put down from the Zyra, the Alistar just struggles. And already you can see the poke is there.
Forced to recall quite early. Not going to be in too much as he did get a nice defensive ward down. Wasn't able to be taken out by Lost. So pretty standard stuff here from both teams. Should be having the respective bot lanes taking out their camps. We saw last game Sin's bot lane tried to go and do some shenanigans over to the Tainted Mind side. Won't be the case this time around.
No, we will see absolute standard. Even junglers starting on the same side of the map, meaning they should clash towards the bottom at that level 3 or 4 mark. The question there is, how does Juves change it up? How does Zahi react to what happened in game number 1? Will he look towards middle lane? Or will he disregard it once again?
Rhymemeister taking the Ignite here. Makes me feel like they do want to go for this kill pressure. Otherwise, maybe a teleport or a barrier would be more suited.
I rarely look at Rhymemeister and say that he's not going to have Ignite.
Yeah.
I just feel like he needs it as like a must-have. We watched him miss 2 minions there. Disappointment. Come on, Rhymemeister.
Orianna's auto attack, one of the lowest base AD. It does have that small AP to make up for it.
Yeah, but that's exactly why, right? Like, he should still be getting the last hits. And our attack animation is fantastic.
See, a little bit of trading here. Already Raps feeling the burn of Corki. Doesn't have the range to deal with Lost Ezreal.
Shocking, I know.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the underpowered Corki perform in an underpowered manner. Also a very high item spike champion, Corki, as you want that Trinity Force or even just the Sheen/Phage before you're feeling good about yourself. This is the lane that we also didn't touch on that I think is noteworthy. Sazza, who doesn't have the greatest time early, but as he progresses towards his items, much like a Trundle would anyway, you'll find a bit more strength. As Zahi has adapted.
Already making his way down. Uses the tunnel. Rhymemeister does have the flash available. Still going to land. Are the chains. First blood going over to Zahi, but Juves looking to answer. Gets one of his own. Has the red buff applied. Omni does have the flash. Forced to use it. Juves still giving chase. Flash of his own. Not going to chase any longer.
Yeah, Juves doesn't burn the summoner spell, but they trade 1 for 1. Again, we talk about Juves as a jungler. Right place at the right time is the name of the game for him as we speak. Very well done from him to get the kills. Sazza who's winning this trade by a lot.
Oh, the Vital just narrowly missing. Could have spelt disaster for Squiggle there. Maybe even forced a flash, but Look at the health discrepancies. We know Trundle does have an innate healing in his passive, and of course, when the W is down, heals a heck of a lot more. But Zazahu making him pay for every CS.
Yeah, that was a little bit sloppy from Zazahu in that actual trade, but Juice is nearby now, and he's being predictably aggressive, Zazahu.
Here comes Squiggle, going all in, gets the pillar down. Juves just wants the damage, maybe something more. Double flash from
Whoa,
Zazahu.
Juves.
But Juves in trouble, gonna go down, lose his double buffs, does get the kill, but double buffs being expended.
They committed themselves to a cause.
Yep.
I'd say the cause is a little bit deep. Juve's actually losing double buffs, probably going to be the undoing of his jungle ganks for the moment. 1-1-1 is his score. Still being proactive, getting things done for his team. You got to commend it.
Zahi just
He'll just
operating
get
at a
headbutted into
whole new level.
Yeah.
This game does get headbutted, knocked up by the pulverized wraps, narrowly avoids the roots, but those plants are so obnoxious.
Yeah, they are. Very unfortunate that he didn't hit that either, Mr. Rosie. Would have been very happy with that. They could have potentially looked for a kill, or at least the summoner spell burnt from the side of Sin, but time wasted from Zahi. Not completely, given what Juves did on the flip side and that he was in the death chamber, but still time spent.
Raps finding some life here, does get locked up. Oh, look at the plants. They are just focus firing right now.
Yeah, remember a little bit of a brain added to, for lack of a better word, added to those plants. And actually hit targets now, which is handy. These Rhymeister just, it's really getting me with these mechanics.
Old memories of the original Heimerdinger turrets that would die in 1 second and wouldn't shoot anyone. So
No, they even got some extra IQ added towards them.
it's great to see these guys. It's annoying to play against, to say the least, because it's one of those things where if you're expending health for a resource that's just going to come back up and deal damage to you in just a couple of seconds. So always feels bad to play against.
Zahi is not giving up.
He really wants to.
Kill threat's always there.
Rhymeister doesn't have flash. Chilling Smite does go down. Did just hit level 6. Omni playing a little bit safe here. Comes Juves. No double buffs, remember.
Rhymeister wants this fight. You can see the way he's posturing himself forward. Completely acknowledging that the level 5 to 6 is actually too much for Omni and Zahi to contend with. Because Juves is just here. He's just here. He's always just here.
He's there.
Able to help out. Big CS discrepancy though between those two in the middle lane.
Yeah, despite you said Rhymeister's mechanics being a little bit shocking, that on screen,
Aw.
off screen he's doing well.
I only said his last hitting was, not
Yeah.
mechanics.
Mechanics was the word, Rusty.
Okay, he missed a minion and then queued into in between both of them.
Yep.
Like,
The field goal. Here comes Juves in the top, looking to get the kill onto Zazahu. One more auto attack should do it. Wolf chomps down, gets a second kill for Juves.
yeah, Zazahu are falling. And a big lead starting to be gained in this top lane though for the Trundle. Mostly as the bottom lane's fighting.
A good shift by Lost. Still to get stunned up. The damage being turned around onto Raps. Q from Rosie hitting both members there.
I'm still confused by this Corki. Rogue is very much a one-and-done combo champion. And with that Corki burst, there's still a lot of strength as a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Remember that summoners are up, and so them dying is still unlikely. But they are definitely having a poor time on the Rift.
Well, this is bad because Raps, he's got himself that Sheen, so he should be theoretically winning these trades. He's got the damage item where Lost, he's sitting on a Cull and a Tear, but
but
that's just
Zyra.
why Ezreal's so good. And of course, Zyra.
Zyra exists. Alistar is not going to be there to deal damage, whereas Rosie's consistent poke. And there it is.
Looks like they want to go in onto Rosie here. Might have to flash on his own. The damage comes down. Gets the kill. Here is Rhymeister. Lost. Gonna have to burn summoners of his own. The Shockwave does hit the Arcane Shift just in time to get him out of range.
Yeah, Rhymeister actually making an early rotation towards his bottom lane. Rogue and Raps, the young mechanical duo, actually make it work for themselves, though. Target selection onto Rosie was there, and he just sacrificed himself. No summoners burnt. They weren't looking for the fight. The call was made to just get the heck out because they saw that Orianna. So they cut off the leg to save the life.
Bot lane of Tainted Minds feeling the pressure once again, but this time Zahi, he's done a great job of making his presence known. Also out CSing Juves, but then again, Juves does have 2 kills to his name, so.
Jude's also about to spike with his items by having that Blood Razor there for him. Zahi due for a recall, you would then imagine. Raps also with a package.
I forgot the package even existed. It's been that long since I've seen a Corki.
I forgot Corki existed. It's been that long since Corki's existed.
That's it. In fact, they will be going for this dragon. Zahi is there for a potential steal. May go for it, but it should be uncontested here as Juves just picks that one up away. Hops over. No trouble. Zahi takes a lot of damage on the back end of that one, though.
That was a creative decision from the Rex side. The dragon does go down. And one of the strengths of that package, and one of the other things that we do need to touch on, is how useful the special delivery can be in zoning areas, forcing fights with timing, and working around these new RNG-based dragons. As we've seen a fire, we're seeing another fire. There's a lot of fire. Ed Sheeran wrote a song about this particular game of League of Legends.
This one right here.
Yeah, there's one moment. He knew.
Ooh. Omni does get that blue buff. Donated over to him, of course, by Zahi. Raps still feeling the pressure of a bad lane. Does have the red buff. Might make his time easier, but Rosie answers the chunk of damage. Raps doesn't have any potions left.
Yeah, they're not overstaying their welcome.
No.
They're going to go back to base. If they stay, it's because Rogue wants to heal him and keep him here. But that lack of mana can make life difficult. As, to no surprises, what we are seeing in game number 2 is exactly what we expected in the first. Simply that the bottom lane is winning from Tainted Minds, but the mid lane is winning from Sin. Top lane, the only difference. Squiggle really coming into his own in this series against Zazahu, actually putting in work.
Zazahu once again is getting a little bit camped here by Juve, just waiting off in the wings. We can see Zahi also on the minimap making his way up should anything happen. Again, in this mid lane onto Reinmeister, does flash very early. Doesn't want to even risk getting taken out, especially when he's got a blue buff.
Had to respect Zahi's flash. The Chilling Smite was enough to put him in a position to be knocked up, but if the flash was ever there to secure it, then Omni can put down his burst, hit some chains, no problems. And now that that summoner is gone, though, there's a lot more capability for Zahi to rinse and repeat.
The roots do land. Raps takes a lot of damage. Rogue, he's caught out. Look at the plants, sorry, just doing all they can. The ultimate not going to be enough as Rogue gets taken down. Lost looking for one more. The Q from downtown connects. And a dive in the top lane. They're not done yet, making plays left, right, and center. Squiggle, he's trying his best to stay alive. Zazahu's who's tanking, goes in for the Q. Not going to be enough, and Squiggle answers back. He's looking for one more. Zahi, the shield not in time from Reinmeister. Zahi gets that one. Now the Orianna looking to clean up. There's the Shockwave, there's the Thunderlord. The Chilling Smite, not enough to keep her at bay. One last auto attack should do it.
Honestly, a mechanical disaster from the top laner of Tainted Minds, but still proactivity across the board. Sets themselves up for not just one trade, but 3 kills total. Squiggle and the bottom lane of Sin are going to fall. This is exactly what we expect from the bottom lane of Tainted Minds. Not necessarily what we expected from the top lane duo with Zahi, who has definitely changed up that strategy.
In the mid lane, we see Juice force the LeBlanc clone all by himself. So really showing us why Kindred is considered one of the best, if not the best jungler in the game right now.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of physical damage that he's dealing against the Negatron Cloak. Only LeBlanc also.
That's exactly right.
Does make life a little bit difficult for Omni. As now everything settles back down, we get a chance to reset, replace vision, look towards the next active move on the night.
Rogue is nearby. Should they go aggressive onto Raps here? Lost. Aggressively Arcane shifting. Get the maximum amount of damage out as possible.
Because the man's fed.
Oh,
He doesn't have his Sheen just yet. It is a mana immune, and he's most of the way there. So they may not look for a fight until the next early recall comes in for that Sheen. That's when his damage amplifies.
Only 45 stacks left on his Cull also, as we see these two in the top lane once again just batting head. Squiggle does have the ultimate available, but here is Zahi. No flash on Squiggle, only the teleport. Not going to help him out of this one. There comes the grand challenge by Sazu. Gets that one very clean.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the cooldown on that grand challenge. It's timed perfectly, and it's Lost is in trouble.
No, Lost, he's being caught out. There is Juice, but a beautiful ulti. Going to be knocking up every member of Sin, but it's not enough as Corki gets himself that one, but gets taken very low.
Very close to death. It means that Raps will have to go back. Juve's against the world at the moment. You know, Reinmeister still putting in some work. The roaming Orianna is something that you don't often look towards, but it's definitely a thing that's there.
Omni styling a little bit. Might look for something more, but there is a defensive Shockwave. keep him at bay.
So remembering that Rymeister is actually level 11 to that of 9 from Omni, you know what, Squiggle's just probably going to have it out.
He's just bullying these guys right now. Zahi and Sazu forced to retreat.
The committal to the turret is what forced this, remembering the turret did still fall. Squiggle, whilst he might have a slight edge here, he used his teleport, and with the dragon up in 50 seconds, that could be a big mistake. Question his decision making from this point out. See where he rotates now. Does he just want the turret? And do they sack the dragon? The Zahi suicide.
Sazu, who did teleport up as well, so they really want this kill onto Squiggle, who still has no summoners available. Deja Vu already. Squiggle should get taken down. The ultimate has been thrown down, but the riposte enough to keep Sazu alive, and Zahi secures that one.
Man, the merry duo just continues to hold hands and win the lane further for Sazahu. He does still want to recall soon, you would imagine, given that the dragon is now in 18 seconds. And you'd think they want to look towards it.
It is the Infernal Drake, and
Yeah, it's a fire one.
LeBlanc and Fiora, nothing really says damage more than those two champions.
So that was a very cute little decision there from the side of Tainted Mind. Zahi looked like he was just holding the turret. And the initial interpretation of that movement from the Rek'Sai was, oh look, he's going to hold the wave, use his ultimate to get towards bottom. One of the cool things about that Rek'Sai is, whilst they got the kill, he can still use that ultimate and be at the dragon instead.
Sazahu making his way down. Rymeister hasn't even left the base yet, so this should be a free dragon going over to the Tainted Minds, who are playing the map very well in game number 2 here.
This is quite different to the first game that we saw from them. It all stems from that drafting phase, I think it's safe to say. Sin looking a little bit out of sorts with the draft of their own. Nonetheless, still well and truly in this one.
Tainted Minds 1,000 gold in the lead at 15 minutes. They do have the first tower of the game and are even on dragons and an Infernal Drake apiece for either team. The real discrepancy lies in this bot lane where Lost 30 CS and they are equal on kills. Actually, Raps picked up a few.
So, like, the real discrepancy is still between the mid lane and the AD carry lane from each respective team, and it's almost the expectation that we touched on earlier. To me, it's more that, like, Juves was getting a lot done early, but Zahi turned it back around and started putting in overtime. The Tainted Ones working on Squiggle. Someone who had a great Game 1 performance and was looking promising in Game number 2. Guess who's here, though?
Oh, Rogue gets taken very low.
Prey Seeker would kill him right now. Yeah.
Raps would have been able to take that one. Should have had that extra range, but Zahi, once again, just great map positioning. Always in the right place.
Oh, back at it
help
again
his
with
team.
the weird item builds.
Is he? Oh, no.
I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah,
It's still okay.
Yeah.
It's 20% CDR item build.
sure.
Just not the Titanic Hiver, which is the standard. It's still a good item. Black Cleaver's great. So if he goes Trinity Force, I'm not casting the rest of this game.
We see Squiggle actually going to get taken down once again by Sazahu, who after the repetitive help from his jungler is able to completely manhandle this lane. Oh, a narrow miss on the E from Rosie. Looks like it's going to be turned around by Rogue, but
damage.
full retreat from Sin.
There is so much damage coming out of this Ezreal and Zyra. The bottom lane of Tainted Minds putting in work. You gotta remember the jungler as well. A super tank on that Rek'Sai, and Omni's got his cheeky burst. The siege capabilities of this team is definitely present. Can Sin combat this with no Orianna Shockwave, however?
A lot of damage does get shielded away. There it is. Q and Prey Seeker landing onto Rymeister, forcing him to back this tower. Should fall with the next push, but
It won't be able to, though, because there's no mana.
it's a fair point. Everyone else calling it quits after that one.
That and a random package was around the corner.
Yeah. Never want to overcommit to that. Very game-changing ult.
Yeah, it's definitely game-changing with the timing that it comes up. And quite sparing. You would want it to be timed around the dragon, so it's going to be a little bit mismatched now, though. Rap's still going to be doing a lot of damage with it. See how he makes it work. And obviously not this one. He's probably going to use it defensively, if at all, this time. Sazahu's also a beast.
Yeah, they have moved him down into the bot lane to push to his heart's content, as the dragon won't be up for quite some time. They have their focus set on this mid. Rymeister does flash, still gets hit by the second proc of the chains and the Ezreal ultimate.
That's interesting. Sazahu just decided he wanted to use his Archie. Perhaps at full health because Squiggle was here. Once again, you're seeing a lot of active movement, though, from both of these teams, trying to get things done. The middle lane, the big point of focus for our TM, red team.
Frostborn. Yep, Frostborn Gauntlet has been completed by Lost, so it's going to be very, very difficult for Sin to defend this tower when every single one of these Qs doing a little bit of extra damage. But Rogue, he's gone in, teleport coming through, a nice 2-man shockwave onto Zahi. Omni in the middle of the fight is able to distort out of there in time, so no one goes down from either team, but a lot of resources expended, Rusty.
No bingo from that Wombo combo. They don't get what they want. Rogue gets the knock-up. It was nice, but Lost had already put in the, the E. And it, for some reason, it goes over everything and overrides the Pulverize. Still travels that distance. Shockwave can only hit Zahi in the end result from that. Still signs of what they are capable of doing. There is always fight in the Sin roster. But to execute like that one more time is to potentially throw the game away. They need to be careful.
So Tainted Minds, they want to get Sazahu this Rift Herald. He's ahead. Let's get him even further ahead. Train of thought for them right now. This is going to allow him to bully this poor Trundle even further, getting a little bit of a payback for Squiggle's Swain game.
Absolutely looking strong, but Tainted Minds have decided to match the movements that Sin were making, and they will do it quicker. Ezreal, Fiora, quite competent at taking down these turrets, and just positioning on the map means that they will accelerate their speed. These Sin have to respond every single time without a doubt. Also a very well-timed Rift Herald, given that Baron is now there. Just before he died, they took out Herald. And with Dragon up shortly, this is probably going to be the next point that they look towards. Sin, however, are set up for it, given that Tainted Minds are on the top side of the map.
20 minutes in this game, everyone kind of completing their second item, starting on the third one. Still 8 kills to 7 in favor of Tainted Minds. They do have the gold lead of about 2,000 right now. Saza, who has been doing work, being able to 1v1 Squiggle multiple occasions after Zahi was able to help him get ahead. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
It's a good gold lead, but it's not going to be a game-changing amount of gold. That's the conflicting thing. With one Infernal apiece, both teams are still going to be strong. And if we do successfully hit the team fighting stage, it is anyone's game. You just have to question, once again, Sin. They've got experience in their back pocket with Juves, Rymeister, they've got shot calling. Squiggle's also an OG player and shouldn't feel the nerves too much when it comes to a game like this and hits team fights.
There's going to be the Mountain Drake. Everyone from Tainted Minds are here. Squiggle teleporting in right now. Looks like Rogue has been caught by the plants. Here comes Omni. The ultimate does force out of the Alice, so they have to respect that ball placement though. Zahi is in the pit, going to try and make a play here, but look at the damage coming out of Raps to secures that one for himself. Shockwave still available, completely cuts off Sazahu from the fight and get themselves a dragon and a kill.
Yeah, Zahi just bites off way more than he can chew. That was the deepest positioning for a Rek'Sai to be. And given that he's got the Black Cleaver, he's still quite killable on the side of Sin and all the damage they've got in their back pocket. They save the Shockwave. They save a lot of their important spells, including the Lamb's Respite. And it's not going to be possible, really, to stop Sin at this stage as they pick up the Dragon, they pick up a turret with it, and now they're the ones finding a bit of control back on the map.
That's just how it goes. Make one poor mistake, and the more experienced team will punish you for it, knowing their limits. It looked like they wanted to catch out Rogue, but he's an Alistar with ultimate. You need more than just a Zyra burst to finish that one. Now Sazahu, though, off the back of that, has free reign in that bot lane, but Lost gets way too aggressive, gets completely obliterated by some damage. Omni, though, able to answer it back, and as I say, that Tainted Mind answer with 2 kills and a tower.
Yeah, things start to turn back around in the favor of our red team. Dangerous game here between Lost and Omni, flirting with death, but they pull it off and they actually execute effectively. Whilst Lost was deep, it wasn't deep enough.
Those arcane shifts, man.
And Rymeister might be wishing that he had something that wasn't Ignite, just for that particular fight. Didn't get in range.
And it's hard for Orianna to get in range, especially against an Ezreal, so that Ignite being a non-factor as of late.
Doing a lot of damage.
Oh, of course.
And with the next item buy, whenever he gets his death cap, it wouldn't be too far away. See the amount that he's doing increased by a large amount.
Package is available on the map. We'll see whether or not he decides to take it. There he is, zipping out of the base. Zahi with
He's
the
the
Black
top laner
Cleaver.
now.
Yeah, he's on split push duty right now. Got that ultimate in lieu of teleport. Should his team need him anywhere on the map, if a tunnel is present, he'll be there.
And looking towards the top lane, or the Baron mostly, why he is in that top lane. They have Sazahu putting in work on the bottom side of the map. And looking. The
This
Meister.
tower's still alive in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's so hard to kill. And once again, this is just a standard wave clearing mid laner. LeBlanc, on the other hand, doesn't have that safety with wave clear.
Look at Juice. He might bit off more than he can chew here. A lot of damage coming from that Ezreal. The ulti does go wide. Omni forces the package out of wraps.
This Sin composition would have probably been better with a Maokai.
Makes
Good
sense.
into LeBlanc. It does okay into Fiora. Gets a bit outscaled naturally. Fiora's winning this anyway.
Finally, the mid tower does go down, so Tainted Minds have got a little bit of momentum here. Corki doing what he can to keep his mid lane safe, but look at Raps, he just gets taken down, but there is the combo onto Rosie and Omni looking for something more. Juice goes in, gets the first one. Omni in full retreat right now, Lost doing what he can to keep everyone at bay.
Yeah, Lost with that red buff on Ezreal can probably hold them off. Tainted Mind's win condition is definitely through their bottom lane here, where Sazahu's going to be hitting the structures. Not that he should just let Squiggle hit him, probably back away.
The Rek'Sai, oh, they're just going to leave him for dead here. Raps coming through as well. Grand Challenge has been laid. The Missile Barrage should be enough. Forces a flash out of Sazahu, using his Q to keep distance.
There is a Rek'Sai for deterrent, but if the pillar is effective... Oh, nice smite, actually. Never mind, Sazahu lives. All things considered, Tainted Mind still looking at him and recognizing that Fiora as their way into the base of Sin, but Sin's still content with hanging around, using that Wombo.
Oh,
the alley.
Juice. He may have been caught here. Zahi wants this fight. Lamb's Respite is still available, but look at the damage coming out. One more auto attack should do it. Sazahu was behind him with that teleport, but this could maybe equate to Baron pressure.
Yeah, there's 4 people nearby the Baron area. If they choose to go for this one, Juves and Zahi are just deciding that they are top laners and split pushing. One of them has the Rek'Sai ultimate, the other one has nothing really. They're fighting for this one, Sin, but it's low.
They need a shockwave and a half to go for this one. A triple man knock up by Rogue. 600 health left on the Dragon. Does get secured by Tainted Mind. Squiggle now in the fight. He's dead. Raps looking to get the damage out from afar, but everyone in Sin full retreat.
Sin are lucky to get away with 3 people still alive. Squiggle is not a tank at this point in the game. All he does is walk in and die. And that Baron buff will make life 10 times easier for the Fiora as he continues to rampage towards the bottom side of the map. Everything looking up here for Tainted Minds in game 2. They could be forcing this one all the way.
26-minute Baron. Already 4,000 gold in the lead over their opposition of Sin Gaming. Currently 12 kills to 9. So they're looking really good. Omni, he's gone back, bought himself that Abyssal Scepter along with the Void Staff. So any magic resistance Sin have accrued going to count for less and less.
Yeah, absolutely. Sin, I will say, getting closer to a point where they can fight again. I think it's the Void Staff now mostly for Rhymeister. Perhaps the Infinity Edge. Perhaps I still don't think the Corki does much. I haven't really seen it do much. And I'm going to stand by that. It's just an unusual pick that I think is ultimately not necessary, given that there are better options. Same thing with the Orianna.
Rogue might be in a little bit of trouble here. The ultimate is used, and they're just going to back away after that one. But I like I would have really liked a Caitlyn with the Alice, so you can just put that trap down after any of the headbutt pole combo raz, get the free headshot, but
Maybe that
Corki's
Azir in
still
the middle
alright.
lane.
True.
Yeah, Maokai in the top lane. Just change all of it. You keep doing you though, Juice. You're beautiful.
Yeah,
Keep it
Jude
up.
is doing work this game, despite getting caught out in that top lane. Early game definitely went in his favor.
It's a turtle farm at the moment, though. If they can keep the base from dying, they'll be happy. Easier said than done, however, given that the Baron buff is causing some issues. And Fiora is causing some issues on the bottom side of the map.
Raps does get hit quite low, but Saza, who wants to go onto Squiggle, the Grand Challenge has been thrown down. One more attack should do it. There is Rhymeister to keep him safe, looking to defend this inhibitor. There is a shockwave on one man. Will it be enough? Saza, who thinks no. But Rhymeister trying to hit these Qs. Sazu doing what he can with the happy feet. Not going to be enough. One more auto attack should do it. The Q in transit.
But he bought far too long a time. Look at what's happening on the top side.
Yeah, force the Lamb's Respite. Purely defensive. Raps gets taken low by The LeBlanc burst inhibitor starting to get damaged, not falling just yet though.
No, there are no turrets left in the top and bottom, but the inhibitors are still currently standing as finally they make that advance. Remember, no shockwave.
Here's a 5 versus 4 as Saza, who isn't there yet. Rosie might be the main point of focus as Juves does take him down with a cute little hop. The rest of the members of Tainted Mind do back away after that one.
Yeah, Lost is going to be still alive on that Ezreal, and it's very much a deterrent for them. Sin are stuck in their base. Maybe look towards the Mountain Drake on the knowledge that Rosie is dead for 20 seconds. But even to get there is a tough ask for this team. They really are struggling in game number 2. This isn't the game 1 Sin we saw at all.
Raps, he's finally got himself that Infinity Edge to go with his Trinity Force. Of course, that is mirrored by Lost, who's just got a heck of a lot of damage right now. Finished up his Hex String to the Zahi rather. There's a little bit of damage done to him by Juves. I mentioned they want to go for this Mountain Drake while Rosie is dead. They might be doing just that.
Yeah, Rosie's about 5 seconds away from it, however.
Oh. Not going to land, does get secured by Juves. Lost going to be keeping everyone at bay with their Qs. Omni trying to get the damage out. Can Zahi get over the wall in time? Rogue going to be the sacrificial cow after this one. Teleport is coming through from Saza, who he didn't teleport from base, who doesn't have the extra movement speed.
But he does have Bloodthirster and all of the life steal in the world. What they should do here, Tainted Minds, is just continue to push their way in. Doesn't matter if they get the kill or not, they try and pressure this low health Juves and lackluster rest of Sin roster and just get these inhibitors potentially for free. I don't know if they'd rotate immediately towards top. It's a possibility.
Package and Shockwave available. Should Tainted Minds overstay their welcome, but Sin not going to pursue that one. Just going to back off, get themselves all the jungle. Red buff, of course, going over to Lost. So Tainted Minds finally crack the base, get that bottom inhib. Baron not up for quite some time. Elder Dragon, the next dragon we're going to be seeing here.
This is the kind of moment where you look at Sin, and look at their team composition, and you say this is the only way they're going to win. Shockwave hits 4 people. They need that Alistar probably to pulverize 4 people beforehand. That's the assumption anyway. If that Shockwave connects, actually get all of those people inside it, sure, Sin definitely still have a chance. But it's an 8k gold deficit. All Sin really have to their name are Drakes.
Oh, here comes the engage. Omni going to be the main focal point. Going to get taken down by a few more attacks. Forced to use the double distort. Gets away though. Raps, he knows he can't go in blind with the damage that Omni's packing.
So no kill to be seen. Tainted Mind's actually able to hold the fort now. Sin can't do anything.
It was only the package used. Shockwave is still there for Rhymeister, but he is low on mana, needs to secure this blue buff. And Saza, who knows
That's
it.
probably not going to be secured. Zahi's looking menacing. Yeah, they have to give that one up. Rhymeister not going to be too happy about it. And this is basically the one opportunity that they just had around that package wasted. Should have been a kill. Instead, LeBlanc's now coming down this middle lane with only the flash missing.
Omni cheating death right there as 3 members are in the mid, 2 in the top. The Tainted Minds looking to crack this base even further. Look at the damage onto Raps, just gets blown down to about 40%. Omni doesn't even take a scratch.
No, LeBlanc after all.
Yep.
Still the pressure continues. You're just waiting for the moment where it actually breaks.
With bot lane minions.
And that breaking point is actually, as you mentioned, those bottom lane minions. Grouping around Sazahu isn't ideal, but they should be able to pressure this as there's no turret.
This inhibitor is falling quite fast. Squiggle, he's not tanky enough, but there is the 3-man knock up. The Shockwave only hitting 2, but it's on the tanks. Where is the damage? Omni gets takes down Raps, the Lambs fight, buying them some time, but Omni still full health, half mana. There is the Ezreal ulti coming through, and Sinner in full retreat, Rusty.
Sin do well to live, but the combo was actually far too delayed from Rhymeister. No carries to be seen. Omni actually sitting on the flank very nicely to pick up all of these kills on the side. Raps has been a non-existent member of Sin ever since Omni's picked up these items. You have to say, all things considered, Sin still being alive is the only saving grace. They got out alive because Juves has a Lamb's Respite. Thankfully for them.
Yep. Tainted Minds nearly pushing 10,000 gold in the lead this game, and that's where it starts to be very, very difficult.
Well, last chance draw is back.
That's it, right? No wards in sight for Sin Gaming. Lost and Omni just going to be shredding through this Baron's health bar. No one from Sin Gaming can even contest this. They know the Baron's gone down. They hear the global roar. This could be spelling their demise.
Yeah, Squiggle has his teleport, and so you'd imagine that Zazu actually places himself down there for this. We'll see how they move around the map right now with 2 minutes till Elder. If it comes down to it, they can wait for that.
Sure.
The Baron does last long enough. Just keep Sin within their own base and play it slow. No need for a risk when you're this far ahead.
Sin do have 3 dragons under their belt, so a steal could be catastrophic. Tainted Mind's win condition, but Rymeister just gets chunked down to 20% HP by Omni. Does expend a lot of mana to do so.
Yeah, it buys a lot of time where they can poke down these turrets, and the only turret remaining in that middle lane, a Baron buff to K to 4 side of Sin, and Zazu threatening the Nexus, with Zahi threatening the top side of the map as well. They have the full surround, and they've got the wraparound absolutely possible. Just a matter of executing.
The noose is starting to tighten on this Sin Gaming squad, who lost
like
their
a zombie
last
for a
inhib. Zombie brand. That's it, man. Zombie brand, zombie rise. Any of those zombie skins will do. But 5 members in the base. 10 members from either team here. Looking to end this game are Tainted Minds. Grouping well, just waiting for the minions to do the work
That's
for
a lot
them.
of minions.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Sin to defend this. They need this godlike combo, and look at the positioning out of Tainted Minds. They're not going to give him that at all, spreading themselves very well. Rogue can't even hit one. Does get shielded up a ton. Looks like they've got their sight set onto Rosie, but it's not going to be enough as he's only the support. He does go down. Rogue should follow the Lamb's Respite, buying them some time. There is the ultimate, cleaning up 2 members. The Nexus is exposed. Wrath trying to do what he can, but he's alone, Corky against an army. A triple kill comes across for
wants
Lost.
5.
He wants them all.
He's in the
going in the Nexus. A quadra kill. Not going to get the Penta. Scumbag Zazu who steals that one away, but Tainted Minds steal away the Nexus.
They don't get the pentakill, but of course they bring this back to 3 games. Very impressive second game here from Tainted Minds as they kind of revert on everything that went wrong in the first. They bring it back. But whilst Tainted Minds improved, I also feel like Sin brought it down to their level for no particular reason. And all started through an unusual drafting phase.
Yeah, Zahi was just all over the map where we didn't really see Juice emulate that success he had in game number 1, so maybe a little bit shaky here.
Juice still has some good ganks, but it just wasn't enough to get them over the line as a team.
Alrighty, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down that game number 2 and tell us where Sin went wrong.
Thanks so much, Rogi. And I think we're of a similar opinion that Sin's draft there was a little bit pear-shaped. I mean, we have a Orianna, a Corky, 2 champions that haven't seen much competitive play, and I'm going to throw the Alistar in there as well because since the return of range supports, the reduction to the ultimate, I mean, that was a big nerf. Alistar not seeing a lot of play down in there in the bottom lane, but if you do pick up these champions, I feel at least you have to play around them, and that Sin didn't execute on it all.
Yep, so Kindred is by far the best ganking jungler right now. And if you pair that with something like Alistar with the pole flash, it's almost a free kill. I feel like there was no reason that Juve shouldn't have gone down there, especially when they were opting into standard lanes. Like, you pretty much have to pressure that lane or they're just going to get rolled over, and they did.
Yeah, and the big thing is you think about the Zyra-Ezreal combination, that's going to be incredibly poke-heavy. They're just going to keep you push forward, and it opens up Zyra. Like, the issue with Zyra in competitive play, we've only seen her a little bit globally, is that she has one of the lowest base HP in the game, so she is very easy and very killable if you just all-in engage on it.
All right, so let's talk about this matchup. We'll pull them up on your screen. Zyra versus Alistar, because I feel like one team completely executed on this, because Zyra isolate the lane, make it a war of attrition, poke them out, Alistar all in, get your jungler down there. And it was actually, this time around, Zahi that was bothering Juice a little bit. He was ganking top lane over and over again, and it just opened up this beautiful 2v2 for Lost and Rosa to be able to take over.
Yeah, completely agree. And so we just go back to what Spooks was saying, is the fact that why wasn't Juve just sitting bottom and picking up free kills and snowballing this Kindred even farther ahead? He got the initial kill by taking and trading the first blood, Rek'Sai versus Kindred, but that means so much more on Kindred.
Yeah, I feel like they could have almost gone pretty even with the top lane matchup, even if Zahi was camping the lane. I don't see any reason why Juice couldn't have ganked bot. But obviously, Zahi did create a lot of pressure top and did, force a lot of pressure out from Juve. So, yeah, it did isolate that matchup.
And this also speaks to a larger problem that Sim were having, was just their inability to execute on the comp in general. So if you look at that, it's a wombo combo comp. You have Alistair there as a ball delivery system. You opt into the Orianna because obviously you need the big wombo. And then you have the Corki pick. And I'm assuming that Corki's either going to like dive over the top of that or maybe spread with his AoE ability, like either the phosphorus bomb or the Gatling gun. But there was never a scenario ever where they got that wombo combo to go off correctly.
And it confused me a little bit because I actually want to come back to you because the Chiefs in the past have played a little bit of wombo. I'm looking a lot more historically, and you obviously play pick style quite a lot as well. Was that a mistake from Sin? I mean, they're relatively new. They're integrating 2 new members into the team. Wombo, you always have to be on the same page, otherwise the execution just isn't there.
Yeah, I feel...
I'm thinking summer 2014.
Yeah, our prime boys. Yeah, I'm not sure what they were hoping for with that comp. Also, Zara kind of just completely disengages all the wombo potential as well. So I feel like they just got outdrafted in that.
And with that draft, Tainted Minds are able to pick up the victory. So we're going to game 3. It is 1 run right now, but don't go anywhere. 3.5, and we'll be back. Welcome back to week 3 of the OPL, where Tainted Minds and Sin Gaming are currently 1-1. It's going down to the line. I'm still Spawn, joined by Spooks and Frostgurn down the end of the desk, and want to look at what these teams can do differently. We spoke about last game in depth. The draft is going to be one thing, so let's just get that out of the way. But I feel like giving over Ezreal, the draft of Sin. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Tainted Minds draft. Giving lost Ezreal.
Yeah, so I personally believe that Ezreal and Lucian are the best AD carry picks in the meta at the moment, and Zero is very good at both of them. And those are the two picks I feel like he kind of can really carry the game on. So I just feel like you just take them off the board.
I'm going to disagree slightly. Not that I think that, obviously Lost is incredibly good at Lucian and Ezreal, and I do agree that they're probably the two best picks or in the S tier of AD carry picks, but I don't think that you can actually carry from an AD carry position. And I think that the bigger issue is not that you gave them Ezreal, but that you took Corki Alistar into Ezreal Zyra. Like, the Ezreal was great, but if you had a Caitlyn, like, that lane's not going to go nearly as bad.
Well, thank you, Spooks, for sticking to the rules of not mentioning the other side of the draft. So I appreciate you at least abiding by it, but Frostgurn, you work on that. But I do want to mention this because I feel like Tainted Minds, they do have such a strong identity that is their bottom lane. And I feel like it's not only the offensive prowess of these champions, but the defensive. Because, like, as a Kindred, you feel like, there's no point even going into an Ezreal lane. I'm not going to take him out of it. Is it really about getting him off one of those mobile carries? Or, like, was it the LeBlanc? Because Omni had a much better game this time around as well. I'm just trying to pinpoint exactly what was different for this team.
It's the mobility of Lucian and Ezreal as well as the utility that Ezreal will build into it. So on the 6.10, because you have so much power and so much reach in the control mages as well as the top laners, like, think about it. You got Echo, you have Trundle, you have Swain running around, Vladimir, LeBlanc showed up that game, Ezreal or Azir and Victor. Like, there is so much backline threat that you have to play an AD carry that's either going to bring utility or will have safety there. Like, Lucian is really flexible in his build. Ezreal is actually going to be able to compete with most AD carries in terms of late game damage output as well as building that utility through the Iceborne Gauntlet. But this is also why we're starting to see the rise of Ashe and Sivir and moving away from, like, hyper carry picks. I think Caitlyn's in a weird spot where she's kind of a niche pick. I don't necessarily think that she's, like, S tier, but simply because she can outrange a lot of the Azirs and she sets up Siege, but she needs champions to go with them, whereas Ezreal, you can pretty much blind pick that every single time alongside Lucian.
I kind of think that Tainted Minds opted for this draft based on their playstyle. Obviously, they've decided that Zahi's just going to stick top lane, make sure Salzu doesn't fall behind, and their bot lane's going to be fine by themselves because the last two games, Zahi's pretty much just sat bot until the 15th minute. That game, they took top tower, and then they were able to snowball the rest of the map. So obviously, Ezreal and Lucian allow them to be a bit safer.
And I want to talk about Dragon, because that's, I think, the last thing that we really saw out of that game was that for some, Sin's engages didn't be aligned with Dragon timers, whereas on the other side of the rift, Tainted Minds were really pulling the trigger about that. They would have the Fiora in a side wave really heavily pressuring, being able to pick up these Infernal Drakes. Apart from your discuss that you can't get an Infernal or an Earth Drake first, what did you think about the timing and the windows that you now have to play around on the new patch?
Yeah, so obviously the Infernal Drake is, I would say, is the most important, especially when you're scaling into a late game with such a high damage comp, which they did have. So yeah, you definitely got to get those side lanes pushing early, and I think Sin at one stage almost traded a blue buff for a Drake, which was a bit disappointing. You need to make sure you're ready at least a minute before the dragon spawns.
Typically it's about 30 seconds, but you are correct. Moving into that area, laying down pockets of true vision and securing your map. So again, it's not just being on time for the dragon, it's setting up your vision line in preparation.
Yeah.
And one more time, guys. We're going to game 3. Frosh, you've been a stalwart Sin supporter throughout the entire desk. Sam, you backflipped. Who is going to win game 3?
Sin, you guys have been disappointing me because you're not doing the one thing that you're good at. Isolate mid lane. Look for a lane swap. Stop picking Corki and losing matchups against a team that's so good in their solo lanes and their 2v2. So I'm going to stick with Sin. Counting on you, Juves. Don't let me down. Oh, my God.
I'm lost. No pun intended. Look, I think if Sin draft well, and hopefully they'll learn from their lessons from last game, they will win this next game.
All right, so he's going with Sid, but it was kind of a fish vote. However, guys, remember these teams are battling towards the OPL final. Tickets are on sale August 13 in Queensland. Brisbane is where it will be. However, our good friends over at Hoyts have also got you covered. If you cannot make it to Brisbane, I would encourage you to get down to your local Hoyts. There's one in every single city, including our friends over in New Zealand, with Christchurch and Auckland now having one. However, the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3. So here are Rogi and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you, Spawn, and we are just as excited for game number 3 here. Both teams having stellar performances in their win, but looking very shaky in their losses, so it's hard to really tip which guy playing well will win this game number 3.
So I don't even think it comes down to playing well. I think they both just played as expected
Sure.
for the most part. The biggest thing was always that drafting phase. And if you're going to pick yourself a Corki and Oriana, you're not going to have a great time on Summoner's Rift. Whereas Tainted Minds in game number 2 set themselves up impeccably with their draft, played to their strengths as a team. That was actually alluded towards by Spooks on the desk, giving them Ezreal or Lucian in that bottom lane, giving Rosie something like a Bard or a Zyra. It all just felt right for Tainted Minds, and it felt so damn wrong for Sin.
And all the puzzle pieces fit when Tainted Minds developed that team composition where Sin, they were trying to put a star into a circle and just wasn't having it.
It's like a kid's toy.
Yep.
I remember those.
Yep.
The ball, the orb where you had, like, you could break it in half and pull the shapes out if you wanted to start it again.
That's the one.
I didn't study primary teaching.
All right, we see Tainted Minds. They've taken
I love
away
shapes.
that Italy. Shapes. Is that one of the
Oh, no.
mages for the degree?
No, I
Oh.
love the old shapes. The new ones are
Oh,
disgusting.
yeah. I had pizza shapes the other night. The worst thing I've ever
I
tasted.
apologize to everybody that I just tilted by bringing those up.
Oh, well. Well, Lucian gets banned away. It's game number 3, Rusty. Come on, we got to stay back on track here. We got to bring the hype. Game number 3 between Tainted Minds and Sin. Both these guys at their peak have been looking impeccably. If Sin don't completely ruin their own draft, we're going to have a very competitive game on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to note the first things first. They're on the opposite side of the map now. Sin red side won't ban that Swain, you would imagine. Dependent on the bans on the side of Tainted Minds, who this last time around, when they were on blue, banned Juves out, picked the Rek'Sai, which wasn't too highly prioritized. Only was by them.
Yeah, they really value that Rek'Sai. Did a great deal of work in game number 2. We will see a very repeat ban on that Bard all 3 games. They really don't want Rosie to get his hands on that.
I like this, though, because they banned it second instead of getting rid of the strong pick that they usually would in the Rise, kind of taunting Tainted Minds to maybe ban it themselves. Perhaps give more availability to the last ban of Sin's draft. Dangerous game to play, however, because you might be forced into a Rise ban. We'll see how they go.
If they're going with it anyway, can't hurt to play a little bit of mind games here, but there is the Swain getting taken away from Squiggle, an absolute monster in game number 1. Truly the downfall of Tainted Minds. So Zed and Swain, both of them, contributing equally in factor to that.
And of course the necessity of ban that is just forced out by Sin. And we'll see where Tainted Minds actually go towards, remembering that the Rek'Sai seems to always be their highly prioritized champion. We know that this is what they should be looking towards, I will say, given how Lost performed. And there you go.
Well, now that they've taken the Ezreal, let's hope that Sin can answer with an 80 carry, not a Corki.
Yeah, I mean, there are still Sivir, Caitlyn. They've got Jinx if you really wanted. I mean, there's going to be a lot of AD carries. That preference to Corki needs to be thrown out the window. I also think that Rogue should be playing something more like a Thresh if he really wants to. Maybe even go for the Braum if it comes to it. But just play something a little bit different. Survive your bottom lane. The Nami was fine. That they won by having a bottom lane that was not struggling, that was simply sustaining, and then winning with Rymeister, winning with Squiggle as well. Actually doing work on the top half of their map. I just feel like Sin sometimes forget that the top half of their map might be the strong half, simply because they work through mid.
Let's see if they can understand what they need to do in order to win this game. Taking away the Rek'Sai and picking up that Echo could be the foundations of a Game 3 win here.
Yeah, good first draft. They don't go for the Trundle. This time around they look at the Echo. So a slight alteration. We'll see if Salzahu, knowing that it's an Echo now, though, looks towards the Trundle himself. The Fiora was quite successful. It seems like he has an inclination to consistent split pushing options. Juves with that Rek'Sai as well, denying it from Zahi, and we have to see something new from him finally in our 3rd game in this series.
Yeah, really interested to see what he goes with. Looks like it will be the Gragas, though. Locks that in, as I say it, to quell any doubt in my mind that it may have been a Kindred, which is still available.
Yeah, Kindred left up, probably the best jungler, best ganker. Says that Juves was denying it and that Zahi still wanted to do what a Rek'Sai wanted. There you go.
Play your style, man. You be you.
Absolutely. I rate Gragas quite highly at the moment. In fact, I was going to suggest that Juves played it if there was no Kindred available.
Omni, he's got him, got Salzahu. That Fiore did work on it after Zahi spent a little bit of time, a lot of time, getting him ahead in that top lane. So hopefully Squiggle can put that doubt out of his mind and play his game. But hovering over that Yasuo, I wouldn't even consider them picking up, but they picked Corki, so I'm going to say
well, Rymeister does play Yasuo.
Sure.
He's a very strong Yasuo player. It's not something that he should, this early in the draft, go towards, remembering that They're on the red side of the map, so their last pick option usually goes towards that middle lane, which means right now they'll pick their bottom lane. All things considered, it should be something like a Caitlyn Brom.
Let's see if Rogue has taken the advice on
Nami.
board. The Nami did well. Twitch, though. And Orianna, actually, so saving that last pick for the support.
As you do, they love that Orianna at the moment. I don't think Ori's a bad champion by any means. The changes to Morello, Nomicon is actually quite strong. And Ori does a lot of damage. Still, that's a blind Ori picked. You would have to imagine that Omni might even look towards that LeBlanc once again. He's still got his Azir available. Even Victor actually is there right now.
That is true.
I'm just honestly perplexed that they choose the Orianna and that they prioritize that Orianna over the Victor, over Azir, over LeBlanc, and every single other strong champion that we have seen played locally and internationally as a high priority option.
Look, it is a bit strange to say the least, but Sin, Rymeister in particular did get a few good shockwaves. Sure, they weren't enough to
But that's
win
not
them
like
game
that's
number 2.
not the point that I'm making either.
yeah.
I think Rymeister's a great Orianna player. I just don't rate the champion at the moment.
You can do a lot more when given the Victor and Azir. I agree with you on that one. And last game, Omni did a great job of picking Orianna into that, not Orianna, LeBlanc rather, into that Orianna. So it's all on Rogue. What is it you're going to pick here, the Braum or the Thresh?
And actually change things up as well in Tainted Minds and lock in a Janna for
True.
Rosie in the support role. Not something you're used to seeing from him.
Very different. Likes those AP carries, especially now that Karma is thrown back into the mix. Zyra did a great job on Zyra, but it looks like Rogue will be going back to his roots, picking up that Thresh. So Thresh Twitch. Maybe they read Frostgurren's Twitter and had a quick look at how the Shockwave with 5-man spray and pray, rat-a-tat-tap, sorry.
Can do work. Absolutely. Looking at the team composition Sin have put together, I feel a lot more content coming into this third game. Tainted Minds ringing very similar to their game 1. Of course, the replacement of Rek'Sai for Gragas. Compliments of Juves taking that one away, and Rosie also reacting to the Twitch being picked in, the Orianna being picked in, going towards the likes of the Janna, so a disengage option, a re-engage potentially option as well with the sustain that comes out of that Monsoon, and to keep Lost alive, as that is priority number 1 for any Tainted Minds team composition that they always assemble.
And they know just how well Lost can do when he gets his hand on either that Lucian or Ezreal. And of course, we're never going to see the Lucian because he's absolutely dope on it. But Ezreal, it does well. It does well, especially with Janna there to facilitate that extra damage, keep him safe. The Tornado's always a great tool when Thresh goes in for that clean hook. But remember, guys, get on Twitter, #TMWin or #SinWin to show your love and support for these teams. It is game number 3, guys. Next win will take it away. Both these guys looking impeccable at their peak.
Yeah, we've seen the strengths of both of these teams. We've also seen the weaknesses of both of these teams, and a little bit of inconsistency washes away the strengths that we have noted. So coming into this third game, I think it's invaluable that they draft themselves for success, which they have.
Yeah.
They now need to start off with that execution, and this all starts at that level 1 mark where we say, does Sin actually just lane swap this time around? They've got the Twitch. They're very much capable of doing it. Will they, though?
They've been reluctant to do so as of yet. See them all walking down to lane now, and the jungle pressure that Zahi was able to exert last game was very favorable to Sazahu. He knew Lost was able to hold his own at that stage in the game, so focused on getting the remaining lanes ahead. See the 2 top laners just doing top laney things, whacking away at each other.
As they do. As this seems to be no exception in the middle lane also. Rap's having a giggle. Twitch is one of the more obnoxious champions in terms of sound pack as well.
You don't say.
No, I do say. I stand by that too.
Rogue should be able to get the free recall, the ward. Dropped a second too late to have any hope of interrupting that one.
The point being, we're looking at a 5-star kind of fan defense from both.
Standard lanes by look of it.
Yeah, which means it will be most assuredly standard lanes. Sometimes teams will do this and they'll recall it about a minute swap so that it's unexpected as a lane swap. They want that standard lane. I don't think there's too much of a concern around a lane swap in a Dragon Force either, given that it's a Cloud Drake. And he is the least impactful of all of the Drakes.
That ward by Rosie will spot out the likes of Raps and Rogue, so Tainted Minds do have confirmation that this will be standard lanes. If they had any doubt after the Rogue recall.
Now, which means they get that camp. Not advantage because it will be matched. Jan are also quite good at enabling this camp to be taken with relatively high health when they make it back to lane, whereas on the flip side, the Relic Shield compensates for a bit of that.
Lost does miss 1 CS, so not too bad though. Does actually buff his stats by getting 2 of the minion camps opposed to 1 Gromp.
I will admit, I do like the sneaky part of a Twitch.
Yeah. He does have some winners, I will say, but overall it is very scummy to listen to. Especially when he eats that moldy potato. Is it moldy cheese?
I haven't got a clue.
I think it's his taunt, maybe. But in the top lane, yeah, these guys, you know, just doing their thing. We saw Sazahu, when he gets ahead, definitely has the ability to 1v1 out Squiggle. But Squiggle is on a different champion this game.
Yeah, and Zahi's also on a different champion, so we'll see if he does the big swip special and puts that Bush Tucker in the top lane. Or if he just decides that top lane's not for him anymore.
Sure.
Focuses elsewhere. Greg is still quite good at ganking it, I think is an important thing to note. Matches Rek'Sai with early pressure. Speaking of the Devils.
Junglers are going to match up here as the body slam does go a little bit wide, but 2 buffs taken for Zahi while Juice sit pretty on 1 red.
Aiming for the Duke, of course. He doesn't blatantly miss in body slam. Not that Duke can tell when Duke at the right time, he was borrowed. Squiggle actually getting wrecked.
A lot of damage coming down, forces the flash, so Zazahu making the Fiora shine once again.
Yeah, and Squiggle had actually put himself into a hole there, so that was his last-ditch attempt to out-trade. Zazahu still having 2 stacks on his Corrupting Potion to what was none of that Echo. Not ideal. Thankfully, it's enough for a Dark Seal and a Pink Ward, so realistically the Echo should be fine from now. But if Sazahu can force potions before he goes back, you call it a pretty big win.
Yeah, well, straight away, look at the damage coming out. No flash available, keep in mind. Can't proc the vitals. There it is. One more should do it. Sazahu does have his flash available. One more auto attack for First Blood. Tainted Mind start off strong.
And honestly, Squiggle has never ceased to amaze me with his unusual decision making. Yes, you came back to lane. Yes, you have a slight edge in items, but the Dark Seal's immediate strength is really just the sustain that you get. You can't afford to, when a level down, commit to that Fiora. Exactly what the Fiora does is see that and raise you a death.
Yeah, especially when you have no flash available. Very greedy. Here comes Juve. The hook does land onto Rosie. That's 1 dead Janna. So Sin answer with one of their own.
And Raps unfortunately does not get the last hit. The Expunge doesn't secure it. The Ignite does. And whilst they get Rosie, they get a lot of control in that bottom lane and force a recall. The money's not in the perfect person's hands. Very unlucky.
Let's hope Rogue can maybe get some wards out and allow that gold advantage that he does have now to turn into vision advantage.
I think the biggest thing to me, looking at Sin, and I don't want to be too harsh on Squiggle, so I won't. It's just that he doesn't realize that he's meant to facilitate. Just be a tank. You don't have to fight the Fiora and potentially win that lane if you can just get ahead by 2 or 3 CS. Even if you don't get ahead by 2 or 3, be down 2 or 3 CS. Just don't die. Your team's win conditions align very heavily with your mid lane and jungle duo, getting things done as a team.
And here comes Zahi up in that top lane. He knows that Squiggle is missing both his summoners, but now starting to show some respect. But Sazu's already got himself that Tiamat, so clearing these waves with very easy. Here comes Rogue though, waiting off into the wings.
Look how aggressive Ramos is playing this
No
on purpose.
ulti just yet. Omni does have flash and distort available. Shouldn't be a kill.
Good reservation from the LeBlanc to save that distort, though his mana is now waning due to having to use all of those spells. Ramaster once again having that level 6 edge in this lane.
Going down to bot lane though, along with Juice.
The hook's on, they're dead.
Yep. The minion wave does get there just in time to block out any of the CC and Lost just ease into him. Absolutely no fear.
No. The rest of them, of course, backed off once that hook missed. There was no follow-up available. Rogue, unfortunate timing with that wave.
Big minion wave building. Going to be up to Lost to secure this one away. Zahi is there, just in case. Juves had stuck around to maybe go for a dive, but they can tell by Rogue's positioning, nothing more going to come of it.
Yeah, so everything settles down once again. A lot of map movement, however, out of Rogue and Juves trying to work in tandem. The strength of the Lantern in any lane can prove potent as the Twitch is now being sneaky. Hello.
Yeah, Rogue, unfortunately, couldn't get in to get that hook. Rosie just standing behind those minions, keeping himself safe. No reason to do anything other than that.
That so loudly.
Yeah, no,
Sorry, that high was overwhelmingly loud, so I responded.
it was good. I like that one.
Aww. It's like the LCK Lissandra sounds. Like that is.
That's obnoxious.
If you've never watched LCK, Lissandra is a pain in the bum.
It always comes back to Doa shouting "Shut up, Nami" as well. It's a great moment. We see Omni going to be donated his blue buff by Zahi. Pretty standard stuff going on. It is game number 3, so neither of these guys want to do that kind of terrible play that snowballs away. But as I say, that Squiggle really feeling the repercussions of that early aggression.
Yeah, and speaking of snowball, Fiora is doing absolutely that. Remembering this matchup is not meant to be this one-sided in a 1v1 standard scenario, but it definitely feels that way until further notice. Saza, who's having a great time. Zahi still even putting his double ward there.
He did. Smashing whatever key he's got that ward on. Looks like the junglers will be meeting each other. Both level 6. Juves is able to clean out that ward. Another ward goes down though. How many does he have? 2 from his trinket, 2 from his item.
Oh, yeah. I still don't know how he's like... Fair enough, man. Everyone's got problems. It's a pretty big one though for Zahi. Pretty much all of his vision now just ruined.
Yep.
Still trying to establish control. Of course, working on that top side of the map is what Zahi's looking to do. Juves being able to respond quickly enough with his tunnel in level 6 could come in handy. Could actually prove invaluable. But first things first, Rymeister needs to win his lane, so get him that blue buff.
Well, here comes Zahi. Rymeister just going to back off away from that one. Very smart play. Doesn't want to be over-aggressive for no reason.
Yeah, and a second longer in that middle lane could have spelled at least a flash burnt, because Zahi can feign the body slam flash combo. You never have to use it. Usually they'll just flash because they are scared.
And against an Orianna, you have to respect it.
Yeah.
Not Orianna.
As Orianna,
LeBlanc, yep.
and against the Blanc and Gragas, you definitely have to respect the burst. Ori's also lack of mobility as a champion does make things a little bit difficult. This bottom lane still, I will say, Sin doing their part by having this as even. The scaling that comes out of a Twitch going to be quite scary. The Shockwave now has extra damage to follow it up if it hits.
Lost might get caught out here. Does have the E available, so shouldn't be in any real danger from the Rek'Sai. The Unburrow did miss.
Yeah, and a nice tornado from Rosie as well to kind of cancel that burrow halfway through. Still good little steps here from Tainted Minds. Doesn't mean that they have enough faith to walk up in this lane. And that'll be very fun.
Lost is able to get all of those minions with the ultimate, so feeling good about that one. Raps. He just wants to farm for a little bit. Did pick up that cull on his way to the Ghost Blade, so wants to make sure he can get that item fully stacked before the first fight starts, so that influx of gold allows him to be a pesky little Twitch.
And just a bit of extra sustain against the poke that comes out of an Ezreal. Having the Janna behind him as well means a little bit more aggressive is the name of the game for Lost, as you can see.
The hero minion takes the hook. Rogue takes a lot of damage for one flay.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any potions left at the moment.
Overzealous to try and get a single trade back in their favor, because Lost is just one man handling the 2 people of Sin. Juve's also putting a lot of attention towards this bottom side of the map, ensuring that Lost doesn't get ahead. Feels like they play damage control till the mid-game, hit a team fight, through that team fight try and snowball the game out, but until such a time, Sin are just going to hang out, have a great time on the Rift, maybe play some noughts and crosses.
That's it, right? There's not a lot they can really do against a super safe bot lane. Should anything, maybe Lost overstays his welcome, oversteps a little bit. There is Rosie with the Monsoon and the Tornado, keep them at bay. Zahi does get hooked. Rogue looking to make a play here. The box goes down, but Lost is strong. Here comes the teleport, the explosive cast. Batters them away. The teleport does get completed here.
Yeah, knocks them away though quite nicely, because Rogue gave them the Lantern to safety. I think he even flashed afterwards, so Zahi gifts them the escape, but it was also crafted by Sin. It will mean a Drake, potentially.
He wants to go in for this one. He's got his sight set on Rogue. There is the heal. 2 members go down. 1 apiece lost. Picking up that one, but another kill going over to Rogue.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. Rogue shouldn't be the one getting the kills, but Sin are definitely fighting.
A lot of damage from that Orianna this early on.
That's a fake. But that also just means that Rymeister completely outtrades Omni, forces him back to base, and gives more time for himself. Once again, Rymeister, an exceptional mid lane player, making life difficult for the LeBlanc from Tainted Minds.
Didn't even burn the shockwave. This time Omni actually going for that Morellonomicon. Last game he went for that early magic resistance to keep himself safe against Rymeister, so this is why so much damage actually getting outputted here.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage from that LeBlanc, but you have to remember that he's going to be taking a lot of damage from Rymeister. Such is the trade-off that you make. I do still think Abyssal Scepter is arguably a better option as a first buy. You can still afford to go Morello second if you want it that badly. Would have preferred this in game number 1 against the Swain as well. But he was playing Azir, so kind of bottlenecked themselves into this really awkward situation. Now that we've come into game 3, and we're getting towards the middle stages of this game, nothing has really exploded.
Yeah. Kills and gold dead even at the moment. Gold favoring Sin about 400. No towers, no dragons for either squad here. The junglers have just always been right next to each other. Every time we look at bot lane, there's Zahi, there's Juice. Rogue tries to make a play. Zahi comes in from the side to ensure that nothing goes sour. Squiggle doing a good job, despite getting behind early on in this game, to stay relevant at least. But look at Loss. He plays so aggressive. A good tornado has to flash. The hook from Rogue on point. The teleport cancel from Squiggle. And the ultimate from Raps.
An unusually aggressive play out of the Sin bottom lane. Places a pink ward in front of them just to get a Juves is actually here in this bottom lane.
No flash on the side of Lost. They've got their sight set, but look at him. He's going all in onto Raps. One more auto attack should do it, but no! Rogue with the beautiful hook saves his life, and finally, Raps gets a kill.
Lost was on an attempt for damage control to try and get a trade, but it's not enough, as well executed upon with the CC. Sin get themselves the 1 for nothing. And with the tail between his legs, the rat makes it to safety. Juice finally gets something done. A lot of attention was on this bottom side of the map. That 100% kill participation. We're looking at a marked improvement from Sin's jungler from week to week.
Yep. This time though, Tainted Minds.
A bit ironic that he lost his wisdom teeth and he got a bet became better over that week.
Now he doesn't have... Maybe they were causing him a little bit of pain in week 1. Could have taken away from some of that focus. Week 2, of course, when you do get your wisdom teeth, you're kind of a bit loopy. So now, focus. Dead serious. No more jokes.
Or wisdom. Only mechanics.
No more wisdom, only mechanics. Coming out of Juves here, who's doing a great job in this game. Currently 3 assists on him. Tainted Minds do get themselves the Rift Herald, handing that one over to Sazahu, of course. But now Sin, after winning a little bit in the bot lane, they've decided to translate that into a dragon, be taken uncontested.
Yeah, and that first Drake that just never went down finally is secured. We're going to find ourselves the ocean next. A little bit more important, but at 15 minutes in the game to have the first Drake fall, there's not going to be many of them this game whatsoever. So we'll see how this progresses, where priority starts to lie.
So far, neither of these mid laners contributing to anything outside the mid lane. Both sitting on 0-0-0, where everyone else has at least a kill or a death or an assist to their name. So
making attempts, though. We've seen the occasional Orianna roam.
Oh, but in the bot lane, Rogue gets taken very low. Loss just needs one more Q to do it, but Raps, being a good AD carry, blocks the Q coming out to ensure his support stays alive.
Yeah, they keep each other happy. They keep themselves alive, but it doesn't mean that they're winning this bottom lane anymore. Lost and Rosie turn up the heat. Whoa!
Oh, here comes Sazahu from the side. He's got his sight set onto Rymeister, who does have the flash, doesn't have the flash available. There is the barrier, though. Omni may have thought he'd gotten enough. Trying to get away from this one. There is Zahi. Knocks him back. Juice with nowhere to go. Omni picks up the kill in the left side as well. Tainted Minds answer back with 2 kills.
That took a lot of effort to kill Rymeister,
Wow,
but
look how
they
low it
do
is.
finally secure him. No, we're cutting it way too close as Zazahu is starting to show up. Firstly, the dodge of the shockwave, but look at this. Pops the barrier. I believe gets the shield off at the last second. Omni thought he had it.
Oh,
Look how close that was.
That could have gone either way.
The fact that the chains basically went through the scuttle crab as well to secure it, like that was the closest mistake that Omni has made. You never just walk away. Like, cool guys don't look at explosions as a saying, but against an Orianna, you don't know if there's going to be an explosion because it's just shields everywhere.
That's exactly right, and that could have gone either way. We saw blinking health must have been in single digits after that one. Look at the tower damage as well in that mid. Ooh, that was a close hook. Holding my breath there.
Every time we watch Rogue play League of Legends as Thresh, it's like this guy's going to hit all these hooks. He has a fantastic time on Summoner's Rift. Honestly, it confuses me that he doesn't play it more. He's a very impressive Thresh player.
Definitely a comfort champion, currently sitting on 2-0-1 for himself. I'm sure Raps staring in envy, but he's got a kill to his name also. Finally picked himself up that Ghost Blade, so expect to see him maybe going for some of those sneaky plays in the mid.
Yeah, it's entirely possible now he's got his item. And he should be looking elsewhere on the map. Even Rymeister sitting in that bottom lane at the moment, wave clearing, is a good sign of that is definitely what's going to happen. The map now potentially a little bit more open for Sin as a team. Doesn't mean the Tainted Minds are going to back down either. They've swapped now, they got the turret. And they're up here.
Only one person in the bot lane, and that's Zazahu. Everyone else has come
Nice
up to top.
hook.
A beautiful hook out of Rogue. There is Raps from the shadows. He strikes one more auto attack, should do it. Gets the flash out as well. Rosie now has to book it away, but there is Juve. Rosie flashes explosive cast from Zahi, and wow, Rogue.
And that's all you can really say about it. Wow to the Thresh. Rogue hits the hook, pretty much max range as Raps was ready, invisible. Yells hello and takes apart Lost. That's going to be a turret falling with it. And what was a proactive map movement out of the side of Tainted Minds, looking for that extra turret, looking to snowball their advantages that they had. They don't exist anymore. Sin actually pull it back.
Both these teams know what it means being in game number 3, and they are playing their hearts out back to dead even gold. Dead even kills. The only thing separating them is one dragon on the side of Sin. So still anyone's game at this stage, Rusty. Momentum, though, definitely in Sin's favor.
Yeah, definitely still anyone's game. I'm still looking at Zazahu as a potential big threat, though. Very hard to contend with as time passes. Omni not exactly having the best time at the moment himself. Will still become an issue as the game goes. Raps needs to be very particular about his plays. One mistake gets him killed, potentially the game lost. But that's just Sin's draft anyway. They've got an Orianna combo. One mistake could lose them the entire thing.
Well, unfortunately, the one who's been caught out the last 2 times has been lost. So even on this very mobile champion of Ezreal with Rosie on the Janna to back him up, Sin still finding a way to get on top of him. And really, Juice in the jungle once again, just taking away every advantage he can. Zazahu going to be taking out those tunnels right now, and people starting to complete their first items, working on their second one about 20 minutes in the game here.
Yeah, that's right. Second item's coming out means the mid game is definitely starting to arrive, and by that I mean that Sin should be starting towards their win conditions.
Oh no, Zahi, the spray and pray is down, trying to get on top of that one. There is the Ezreal ult. Does go across 2 members of Sin, but wow, Zahi got taken low.
Yeah, nice damage from the side of Sin to respond actually before the trade came out. I don't think there's any way further to stop these turrets from falling. Sin now able to start grouping, work around their Twitch, and they don't really have a split push option, which is where Tainted Minds are actually responding with by looking at bottom and top lane simultaneously, and we're actually just going to see the trade come out. So we're still close to that dead even mark. Eerily close.
Both these guys are playing phenomenally right now. Small mistakes, but they've only been positional mistakes. They're playing the map quite well. Tainted Minds know that their win conditions do lie in Zazahu's split pushing, so they want to be able to facilitate that as much as possible.
Yeah, well, they need Lost to stay alive in this middle lane as well. Zahi's going to basically be the 3-man army to round those 2 out in the bottom lane. So you have Lost, Rosie, Zahi sit together, sing songs. roast some marshmallows, and not die, you'd have a great time. Very hard to do, though, against Sin's composition because they've got a Twitch and the Thresh who has been catching them out time and again. Rhymeister causing some issues and stirring up that threat. They've actually started up this Drake. Sinner 100% responding.
Yeah, 4 members of Sin. The teleport is there. Where is it? Squiggle right on top of Zahi. No teleport just yet for Sazu. The ult coming through. Dragon should be secured here. It's taken away by Juves. Keep in mind, they look like they want to fight. They're poised very aggressively.
So they're stopping recalls firstly, and then secondly, if they find their way in, they might fight. This comes down to the teleport being burned by Squiggle and Saza, who's still having his, as to why they are doing this. Sin, however, they have absolutely responded by sending 4 straight down this middle lane.
Yeah, Omni over the side does dodge the hook, does get knocked out, able to distort back in time. Rosie doing what he can to keep that tower safe. Sazu in the top gets it, but Squiggle looking to make him pay. About to get stunned up, not able to avoid that one, but Squiggle gets away with his life now. Sinner in retreat.
Yeah, Squiggle gets away, but Sazahu still gets a turret and a massive advantage, and you can just see how much he is winning that lane now in a 1v1.
Rat.
When Rogue's standing next to the Rat, it's still kind of an obvious thing. They still just want these picks, and Sinner definitely turning up that tempo, looking for their way further into this game. Turrets is step 1, but they don't get those kills, and really can't get the turrets to show up on the board.
Rogue still, Sazu
Nice
but look at
hook.
Omni in the middle of the fight. That's not where he wants to be. Rogue has been on point with these Qs.
Yeah, Omni does well to get out at all, really. That damage was unreal. The hook, though. It is a straight line dash that Omni has, and if you want to think about where he's going to go, it's pretty predictable. If you're next to your AD carry, he's probably going to go on you. Means the hook is a realistic possibility, but the fact that he can consistently execute,
It's always
goes to
impressive
show.
to watch.
We call them a mechanical bot lane for a reason. Rogue and Raps, both very young players.
Showing us just why they're earning themselves that nickname. Of course, when you're going against Lost, who has been praised as the best player on the server, doing a great job to really show us why these guys can contest here. 2-0-2 for the Twitch. Finish himself up that Runan's Hurricane. Should be able to get all that damage across. Rhymeister does steal that one away, so props to him. Zahi gets hooked again. Now it's going to back away.
Gets hooked, but remember, Rhymeister getting that blue is important. This is still Tainted Mind's strength, and look at him go.
Squiggle, he's forced to ulti back, gets far enough away to dissuade Sazahu from giving chase.
The thing is, ult for ult, Fiora's still going to be better for this, because without it,
Ooh.
he's actually at a point of advantage. Rhymeister's going to have to play around the shockwave quite carefully here. He needs to hit the targets.
Rogue just throwing out a warning hook in case LeBlanc went for anything sneaky.
Like, this exact lane assignment is still just one Tainted Minds one. The more that they can keep Squiggle with Sazahu, not only do they have a teleport advantage, they can hold.
Doing a good job of holding them. May actually be able to answer with a tower of their own here. Minion wave is there, but so are 4 members of Sin. And look at Jude's positioning. Kind of telling that he wants to go for a flank, but Rhymeister whiffs the ulti and gets bursted down to about 20% health here. So Omni really doing work.
Yeah, Omni definitely putting in damage. He's got his 2 big items there secured. You would imagine that Rhymeister will get something when he goes back to base now. Yeah, that'll kind of even the battle out. Doesn't mean that Omni's not going to be doing any less damage given that. So really, that's exactly what they want to do here, Tainted Minds. Poke with LeBlanc, poke with Ezreal, disengage with Janna and Gragas. Just don't give Sin a way in, but give Fiora every opportunity in the world. Place that vision, set her up for success. Once that Bloodthirster is done, way too powerful for Sin.
Still about 9 minutes left on that Rift Herald buff, so still has so much extra damage to play with here. Squiggle being forced to ult defensively every single time Sazahu gets on top of him, but we see Rhymeister going to be soloing off his own blue buff, so he is over to the side.
Kind of just makes sense as well, watching Tainted Minds and seeing a Fiora top laner. It's almost like they never changed.
Makes a lot of sense.
They did.
They played a heck of a lot of Fiora throughout the OCS.
Yeah. They were the carry team. They needed a second option throughout that top lane. Zahi very much he can play carries, but he's a facilitator. Omni does his job without fail. Doesn't mean that he's the hyper carry, but it's better to have more threats across the board. As this could be interesting.
Zazu has
He's a bit
3
deep.
members of Sin on top of him. Rogue also making his way down. They wanted this split push to work, maybe a little bit too much here, as the collapse from Sin is very efficient.
Yeah, so Tainted Minds actually know that there is a lot of them bottom. They can look towards this middle lane turret threateningly. I don't know if Rymeister can actually hold. We'll see how they react though. TPs are in.
There is the teleport in the back line from Squiggle. Jukes trying to get a few members in position for that shockwave. They're over to the left. Squiggle, the main point of focus, but he's getting shielded up, still has the ultimate available. Lost, doing what he can to throw those Qs up off cooldown. They save the turret once again.
Yeah, but Squiggle can teleport in. Yeah, they saved the turret. Raps wasn't even nearby. And so that aggressive attempt at an engage with the Orianna goes missing. Doesn't mean the Tainted Minds are going to slow down. It actually means that Sin will re-engage simply because Raps is here now.
Yep. Raps is invisible. They've caught Rosie. A lot of resources expended, but Omni gets hooked by Rogue. Once again, the poison should be enough to take him down. Fiora answers with a kill onto Orianna. Zazu trying to book it out of that Squiggle, keeping him at bay. Zahi's still alive, and so is Lost, but so far it's a 2-for-1 favoring Sin.
They get nothing more, Sin, but the dragon has just spawned, so we'll see if they look towards this. Knowing that Lost is full health, Zahi is not exactly nearby.
No, he's not.
Feels like they're just going to concede. Not very good awareness, honestly, from Zahi in that respect, but well done from Sin with a reactive play. Acknowledging that Tainted Minds wanted that turret.
Ooh. They killed Rosie before the Monsoon could even come off, so no chance for disengage. Omni gets hooked once again by Rogue in the middle of that team fight. Is very well placed, so 28 minutes in the game. Gold lead, still basically even, give or take 200, 100 gold. Kills in favor of Sin at the moment, 7-5, but they have a nice plate of dragons to play with here. Yeah. Sampling one of each flavor.
So that's who's, that's deep. That's, look. Not everyone will walk to that exact position with no buff available. You know, red buff not there. He took one of the Krugs. Raptor's not there. But he's just hanging out.
The flank might be, though. Looks like they will be donating this blue buff
I mean, it's
over
not.
to Lost.
I just don't know what Zazu is doing.
Oh, no. Zahi gets that blue buff.
Having a great time on the
Unfortunate.
rift. Look at him. Now I'm just going to go top lane and get caught out of position. What a great time to be alive.
He just has to queue over that wall, get out of there quick smart.
Oh,
Squiggle's
it's
got
just
himself a
unusual.
GA. 5 members of Sin grouping up around that Baron. But yeah, Zazu is just taking a leisurely stroll through the river, admiring the sights.
Unusually, Sin's still the ones being proactive though. Whenever Raps is nearby, Rymeister's able to threaten that shockwave, and because Rek'Sai exists, they can flash Unburrow whenever the flash is off cooldown. That's basically the easiest guarantee when a shockwave will connect. Makes you wonder where the item build will go here on the side of Tainted Minds. A QSS almost needing to be built after that blade.
You know, Lost loves to get his offensive items out of the way quick and early before even thinking about an item that doesn't do damage.
He should still have the Blade of the Ruin King before he looks towards it, simply because he needs the damage output. A lot of tanks on the side of Sin also needs to be able to shred them.
Yeah, Juves has got himself a lot of health and armor right now.
But like this is such an unusual decision by having Rymeister constantly go to the side lanes. Not only is he the shot caller for the team that can't save fight, when he's looking at a side lane hitting that farm, he's an Orianna without a teleport.
Oh, Omni though gets knocked up by Juves. Hook goes wide, but once again the tower holds.
Yeah, and they've got a plenty of a wave clear between them all. And it's not exactly easy for the Tainted Minds team as an actual composition to get to the turrets and fight them for it, even push them off it. They don't have any siege, really. They just have damage.
The Twitch is invisible. Does go out to get some of these minions.
Pink Ward will spot him if he goes too deep, though, so he can't engage. There's no submarine rat available between the Orianna and the Twitch.
Great placement.
Good combo, by the way. Submarine rat.
The Shen.
Zahi's protecting that ward. He doesn't want to leave it.
No, he knows that it's positioned in a very good spot for their current plan, keeping Sazahu in that top lane, but Squiggle, he's going to be very hard to kill.
Pink Ward is so dead.
Yeah, there's no way.
I hope Rogue dances on it now. Just saying.
The
because,
meme
he
lord
did.
himself, not memeing back.
Rogue wanted to play Mundo, so
Yeah, I saw that.
let me tell you about meme lords.
That was funny. He also changed his Twitter handle to Rogie,
Yeah, I know.
tilting me.
Hey, if someone with that much mechanical skill changed their name to me, I'm like, it's sweet as. It's good.
It's a great point.
Great time on the Rift.
Now he just needs to pick up Bard.
Reason
support
being,
roster.
he would be better than me. Still, they're playing so slow.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the active attempts to get something done, but to execute is another story at the moment.
Juve just burrows out of that one. Does have the backup from his team. Squiggle just over in the blue buff brush. That GA is such a massive deterrent.
Bottom lane still got Sazahu pushing,
Oh, wow.
so they're able to play the patient game here from our blue team. Sin kind of getting caught out, looking a little bit more aggressive with their placement or their
Goes
positioning
down.
on the map. Doesn't mean they're going to get anything because they were traded out for it. Juve's losing most of his health. Baron, Dragon, both about to be up soon.
Sazahu finished himself that Bloodthirster. So now that little bit extra survivability on top of that. But Raps, lucky he has Rhymeister close by to shield him up.
Yeah, level 16 as well, Omni and Rhymeister. They're going to be doing a lot of damage. And just goes to show how volatile Raps can be.
Oh,
That
Rogue
pink
had to
was
waste a pink
definitely,
ward.
yeah.
Luckily he had 2 in his inventory.
Everyone gets 1.
I mean, this mid tower still holding, despite Tainted Mind's continued positioning around there. But I guess Sazahu was able to get that bot tower, so he's doing his own thing right now, contributing a lot of global gold to the team.
But neither team really having any direction.
Yeah.
They know what they want to do, but to get from A to B, they're not doing it. They're actually just trying, but not succeeding. Sin, they want to fight. They want to actually get a pick with the Thresh, but because Thresh and Orianna have to hang around the Twitch due to the LeBlanc pressure, just hasn't actually amounted to anything. They need to place some vision in a much more...
Oh,
Luna's
another
looking again.
hook. Ooh! Rhymeister tried to predict that one with the shockwave, but the distort was quite far away, so Omni gets away from that one safely. But he has to learn by now, anytime he's distorting in, Rogue's going to be there with a Q available.
I mean, the end result is an even trade still.
Yeah.
And there was 3 people there. Rhymeister loses a lot of his health, but Omni just going to recall anyway. And still, we're seeing a lot of attempted play, proactive movement, but the setup isn't proactive, they're just doing it.
Tainted Mind's going to secure themselves a first dragon for themselves here. Next one up will be the Elder Drake, favoring Sin should they capture that one, as they already have 3 to their name. Zazahu wants to make the last bit of usage from his Rift Herald. Juves might be baiting himself here as we hear Twitch in the wings. Loss actually gets that one away. He's on top of Juves, very aggressively positioned here, but what's new but in the mid lane? Squiggle, the challenge has been thrown down. Twitch in the back. The Q does get blocked by the riposte. Squiggle is back in the fight. Grand challenge is down. Everyone is healing up in it.
Squiggle's in
The
trouble.
lantern is there. Squiggle still has his GA available. No, it comes back up from an Omni. Takes him down, and a bit of an over-aggressive play.
Yeah, so well done from Tainted Minds. They actually break that middle lane turret by brute forcing a fight. Sin, they still find themselves in an awkward position, and with the Baron available, remember that the Shockwave is there, and that the
Spray and
Twitch
pray as well.
ultimate is also available. They could fight for this one if they choose. Easier said than done, though.
Oh, Lost gets hooked, but he is able to eat out in time. The fight is well and truly in effect. Omni on the back, trying to get a rub. There is Sazahu just annihilating everyone. Rhymeister gets the
All
ulti, but it's
right.
not enough. He goes in, he gets lost. He's looking for one more. Omni is on the back foot. Sazahu cleans it up, though, but Zahi is still going. He's got his sight set on the jungler and the support. Rogue says, see you later. Books it out of there, but now Juves is in trouble. Is able to tunnel out, but the barrel, not enough.
Zahi doesn't connect with the barrel to finish them off and knock Juves back. 3 people dead on the side of Sin. No Baron to be seen, however. And everything's probably just going to mellow out once more. Rymeister comes up so clutch in that fight. If that shockwave in the follow-up wasn't there, that was absolutely going to be a disaster. Making the best out of a horrible situation with Sin just then.
Baron doesn't go down either.
Yeah, but you can see the hook that kicks it all off as well. Rogue just doesn't know how to miss. Omni puts in some damage. Besides that, he's going back into the Baron, however, and that's where the damage was from Rai. Too many shields. The fact that those chains missed almost made it 3 kills for Rymeister, but Sazo having that double buff puts them into full retreat. Tainted Minds. Too little too late was that kick. Great idea. Missed execution. Still, we can see the strength. Even Fiora with this item build has team fighting prowess. So much lifesteal and so much damage.
Raps looking to make a play, but Zahi is the one who gets hooked flayed into the box, trying to walk away from this one, but the shields are completely real Rosie, negating any damage.
Yeah, Zahi took a net amount of 0 to the face, even though it looked like he was taking spells. Sin still having control of the Baron area in this top side of the river. Tainted Minds being aggressive with their attempts to even get vision.
They know that no teleport is available on the Fiora, so they're trying to make the best of this. Juice coming in, squiggles onto Omni, but Omni still hurts. Low on mana, though.
Shockwave.
There is the Shockwave, huge onto both the carries. Drozy trying to keep them alive with the Monsoon. It's not going to matter, though, as Raps with the Rat-a-tat-tat takes out the Ezreal. Got his sight set onto Zahi now. Full retreat of the squad of Tainted Minds as Rymeister gives himself a double.
And Tainted Minds have suddenly decided that the team fighting option is their only option. They group up as a team near the Baron, but they get completely whitewashed. Juves has that flash knock-up. Orianna Shockwave always going to follow it. The dynamic duo, jungle and mid, they get exactly what the team of Sin was looking for. Team fight, Baron, control of the map should now be theirs.
All 5 members now have that Baron. A huge team fight win for Sin.
Yeah, and it's all on the back of Juves. And Rymeister, Squiggle does a lot of work in pushing Omni out, actually wasting spells.
Beautiful.
It was actually unlucky that Rosie didn't get knocked up with it. But at this point, Rosie's ultimate was a too little too late scenario. Raps, man, the amount of damage that Twitch is doing as well. Things looking really good here for Sin. If they can actually utilize this Baron and get a whole lot more. They just get a turret.
Yeah, looking across at Raps now, he's got himself that Infinity Edge well and truly completed, now starting what looks like his defensive items. Whereas Lost, going for more damage. Wants to get that Last Whisper item.
It's a hard choice. Needs the Last Whisper because they have armor everywhere.
Yeah.
Also wants to have sustain, but he can't afford it. You get to choose the red or the blue pill.
So after that fight, the gold lead is now in favor of Sin, but not by a lot. It's all going to be on the back of these Baron minions to help them crack the base. They have Juice splitting, which is wise considering that Squiggle doesn't have his teleport available. Omni trying to do what he can, but his mana pool is getting low.
Yeah.
Turret goes down for free.
So that turret was never going to be defended by Tainted Minds. They actually wanted Zazahu to get some progress on that bottom lane and then react accordingly to the team. Echo actually joining him, but he's still going to recall. Maybe it means he has an item. Also means that Elder is up in a minute, or less than a minute now. I was looking at the grey egg timer.
Sin, they're well and truly in control of this map, and they can dictate how they want this dragon fight to go. Juve, Flash, not off cooldown just yet, so won't have the Flash knock-up followed by the Shockwave available.
I just think the decision to be outright team fighting with the Fiora in Tainted Minds composition is a mistake. Even giving Sin the opportunity to walk straight at you, not going to work out. They were 100% baiting that Baron. It was evidenced through their positioning. They never left the bush. And still, Tainted Minds give them opportunities. Just play around your Fiora. They've got a top lane of minions pushing right now. Fiora can go bottom. They have to fight for this one now, to be fair.
Yeah, the Baron and the Elder Dragon buffs in succession will be the undoing of Tainted Minds if they can't defend against this one. Rymeister has enough shields to keep him safe. 5,000 health and ticking. Only one member gets hit by the shockwave. That's going to be the go button for Tainted Minds. They're all in right now in the back. Rogue and Rap doing what they can. The Rat-a-tat-tat just spelling disaster for Tainted Minds, now lost. He's been found out by Squiggle, trying to get away from this one, but the Echo is having none of it. Ults back in. The Dragon does fall on the side of Rogue. Going for his S+ this game, currently deathless.
And an eerily non-committal play from Tainted Minds. Felt like they wanted to fight, but they just didn't. Zazahu just doesn't commit. Rymeister had no health. Just go for him, actually draw attention towards yourself. Give your carries an opportunity to put in work. Squiggle does exactly that. And now they are well and truly in the driver's seat for this game.
This tower is just melting right now, Rusty. Look how many minions they've got empowered also by the Dragon Sin. They're looking to win this game. Number 3, another hook onto Omni. He's going to get taken down. One more attack should do it. He flashes out of there, but it's not going to be enough as Juve takes down that one. The bottom inhibitor does fall. Look at the minions. 3 cannons to be exact, streaming in the base.
Yeah, they are just so powerful right now. Sin working with low health bars, but it should not matter. They hit the fight.
Oh, Zazahu, he's getting focused now. Rap's just doing so much damage. The Tornado does buy them a little bit of time, but now Sin, they've got their sights set on this tower. Zahi doing what he can, but Squiggle, he's got the GA, he's got the ulti, he's not dying anytime soon. Rap's using that Q attack speed to help out Lost. Gets hooked, he's about to go down. The shockwave keeps Zazahu at bay. Juice is in a little bit too deep, flashes out of that one. Raps takes out Rosie. The tower still does stand.
Yeah, they've lost that Baron buff. What they do still have is the Elder Dragon. They might not be able to finish this one off, but they were damn close.
Rap's in a little bit of trouble now. The hook, the lantern rather, is there. Box goes down defensively. Zahu and Zazahu want to make a play here. Zahi just gets poked out. No hook landing. The Venomous cast keeping them slowed while they back off.
Yeah, but still they force them back. So Sin can't end the game, though it looked like they might have been able to. And we have to start from scratch one more time. Considering the inhibitor is now down, though, Tainted Minds have less options on the board. It's not a position they wanted to find themselves in. Lost keeps getting hooked. Omni keeps getting hooked. Rogue is hitting everything.
3-0-10 right now. Impressing the heck out of me in game number 3, being the carry in the support role that his team needs. Raps unfortunately has a death, or they'll also be mirroring scores.
No. And the hooks are hitting priority targets. I also just feel like positioning from Tainted Minds for team fighting is definitely lacking. Like Zazahu having a flank, great. You're a Fiora, have the flank. If you don't commit to that flank, you just kind of watch your team get ran at, and you're not doing your job. He should, if he can't execute that team fight with that flank, either stand in front of your team or split push. Make that decision.
Well, it looks like they want to go in on Jude's explosive cast, used to knock him back. He's still alive. Omni finishes him off with that one. Rogue not in position to help him. That is the jungler from Sin, down with a minute left on the Baron.
He'll be up in time for the Baron, has a tunnel nearby. With Juve's Court warding, could actually give a bit of control on the map, at least in the way of wards, for our currently losing blue team. See how they work around this.
44 minutes in the game, 15 kills to 9 in favor of Sin. About a 5,000 gold lead. Sin doing what they can to make sure these 4th and 5th items help them secure this win. Zazu, this split push is going to take a lot of time now that the supers are starting to stack.
Yeah, he won't be able to actually split push. He's just going to be sitting in the side lane clearing. Teleport available for the Fiora will be very handy and actually necessary, because Sin, with 20 minutes until the Baron is there, would not be shocked to see them go straight onto it the second it spawns.
Raps, he's completed himself the Banshee's Veil, so it's going to be difficult for Omni to get a majority of that damage out early on. Not going to be able to proc the second, the first Malice.
Noriana still definitely doing work. I think Sin as a team composition still okay. A lot better than game number 2.
So he's got himself that GA now. All 5 members focusing down this Baron.
It's getting blasted.
Rogue. Speaking of getting blasted, Rogue gets taken down to about 30% health. They have to retreat off this Baron. They got to respect the damage.
Tainted Minds should just go mid, though. Depending on what Sin do at the moment, they could threaten that middle lane, work their way back in if the Baron started up again. But they also need to defend their Nexus.
Oh no, the Nexus tower, the last defending tower, is going to be under siege from those siege minions. 7,000 health left on the Baron. Omni not able to find anything just yet. Zahi is in on the fight, trying to get onto Rogue. There is Zazu. He's got Rhymeister in his sight. Zahi is still alive somehow. Zazu in the middle of the fight. The Shockwave hitting 3 members. Huge. Rhymeister does go down somehow. Zazu is still alive.
Nice
Here comes
hook.
Omni re-engaging the fight. Rogue doing what he can. He goes down, but he does have the GA available. Squiggle lives on a slither of health. Sin in full retreat.
So Tainted Minds hold the team fight, and just barely they don't win. Look at those blinking health bars of the Sin members. The Baron looks like it's going to be a point where they want to do it. I don't think they'll be able to, because their Nexus was actually running the risk of dying. As you
Lost
can
the
see,
tower.
it was eerily close. Zahi got back just in time. If anyone else died from Tainted Minds, it could well have been the game.
We're always going to have that in the back of the mind that Raps can just stealth in there and finish the game.
Tell you what, the amount of damage that Salza, who did in that last team fight, was ridiculous. He just straight up killed Rhymeister, got all 4
5
procs
guys.
on the ultimate, and then just healed his way back up through them all anyway.
Well, that's what you wanted him to do, Rusty, so...
Yeah, well, he didn't flank, he stood in front of them. That's exactly what I wanted him to do, and to see him do that makes a lot of sense.
He's in a really good spot right now. His GA was popped.
That
Looks like a fight. Zahi is in the middle of it. The teleport from Zaza, who comes out. Rogue is going to be the main focus. The Grand Challenge does get proc. Juves getting a lot of damage on the back of that one. Rogue goes down. Juves now
they've got
follows
2 big
shortly
kills.
after.
That's going to be really painful for Sin. That's 50 seconds and 60 seconds for each respective member. Baron 100% started. The only option that Sin have at present is desperate attempt to stop them.
Oh no. Zaza, who went down to bot. There is the teleport. Look at Raps outputting as much damage as he can. They get the Baron, but Lost might fall for it. Squiggle coming around the left. Raps coming around the right. They've got that empowered recall. Will it allow them to get out in time? Oh, Zahi does get stopped by the poison cast on the top. Omni,
They're
Rosie,
standing.
and Lost. They're trying their best. The Shockwave only hitting
Oh.
Rosie. Might not be enough. Squiggle doing what he can, but there is Raps. Takes out Lost, and 3 members of Sin looking to get on top of
Zaza,
Zahi.
who might actually want this
Oh
fight.
no, Zazu, he goes back in, he gets one, he's looking for the second one, the GA is available, knocks him a little bit too far away, but Rhymeister goes down. Zazu
Fiora.
looking for a triple, gonna get the tower as a consolation prize. There is nowhere for Squiggle to go. He's trying to stun them, but there is Omni in the side as well. Game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
This Fiora is going off. I tell you what, strong early game, stumbles in the mid game, becomes to this 40-minute stage and just goes off. They still need to defend their base, but they have the Baron buff. They should be able to turn control of this map back around. And we've gone all the way so far in this game number 3 between Tainted Minds and Sin.
After all things said and done, 50 minutes in the game, 80,000 gold plus for both teams. 17 kills for Sin, 15 for Tainted Minds.
And 8-1 and 5 is Sazahu right now.
Wow, he just exploded those last 2 team fights.
This Baron buff is going to prove invaluable for them. That's the easiest base broken. 2 seconds on Raps, they know that. They should be able to get this in time and get out. No problems.
Nothing Rogue can do to defend that, those minions. Quite a nuisance, but shouldn't be trouble for Raps' Twitch. Does have the really nice Hurricane.
The real game plan, however, now that the top lane inhibitor should be broken, is towards the Elder Dragon. Remember that we call the bottom lane inhibitor the Baron inhib, simply because it's the furthest distance away. But with no teleports available for Sin, and the Elder up in a minute, it means that the top lane inhibitor is now effectively the Elder Dragon inhib.
It's a great point to make, and Sin, we've got 2 members still up there. Still got a little bit of time before this Elder Dragon does spawn, but that allows Tainted Minds to get in all the vision their hearts desire.
We've hit this point in the game where there was a massive lull. That lull exploded into action, but it's also sloppiness that kind of let this happen. So Sin in complete control give a way back into Tainted Minds, who take it. We'll see if the same happens, or if our blue team can close out with the advantage that they have. Not in the way of gold, but simply because they have that Baron and can control minions.
All 5 members of Tainted Minds are grouped down in this bottom lane, looking to get that return inhibitor. The top one is pushing Juves, the only person there not known for the wave clear is Rek'Sai, and Squiggle taken down to about half health. The hook narrowly missing onto Zahi, but the last target you really wanted on.
In terms of lane assignment, that is quite clever though from Sin. Have Juves there. But sooner or later, they'll have to commit to this, Sin. They have to hit that shockwave. Once again, it needs to hit targets.
Juve is quite tanky. Keep an eye on the Orianna ball positioning right now. These minions are just going to take out this tower.
It's just
Whether
gone.
Sin like it or not, it goes down. Banner of Command empowered Baron Cannon minion. Now that's a mouthful to say, but Rogue misses the hook onto Sazu. Would have been riposted otherwise. Sin looks like they want to fight this one.
Yeah, well, you have to remember the Dragon's also live. Tainted Minds don't need it, but they could go and get it whilst they have control of this map. Whoa, Shockwave's on.
Gets 2 members. It is on the tankiest one to boot. Rymeister gets knocked into the fight. Zaza, who is still alive. The hook onto Zahi. Where is the damage loss trying to do? He can't get past Squiggle. Zahi now has to tank an inhibitor turret to get out. So far, every
one's
single
dead.
person is still alive.
How is Gragas even alive? Look at where he is.
Run, Groggy, run!
Everyone gets out. Elder Dragon now about to be started by Tainted Minds, you would imagine. Sin, if they want any chance at the rest of this game, they should fight for it.
Teleport is coming in for Saza, who will be full health, making his way to that Elder. Here come the members of Sin. They don't want to give this one up just yet. Shockwave still on cooldown. Sazu, he's gone in onto Juves.
Good
The Dragon, it's getting low. Sazu trying to keep them all at bay, but this Dragon doing too much damage. It's too tanky. The hook narrowly missing lost there.
We're still waiting for this to actually break. The Dragon has a lot of health, and Sin have pushed Tainted Minds away from rushing it. There's no smite battle to be seen, but look at what's happening. Yeah, on the top side of the map, play around those minions. Force some recalls. Sin with no teleport, no Rek'Sai ultimate, and no way to get there. No choice.
Now the call to give it up has been made just as the Shockwave comes off cooldown, so unfortunate to say the least for Sin Gaming here, but I do believe it was the correct call. Remember, Tainted Minds don't actually have any towers defending their Nexus lane.
Yeah, well, they also just have a single Cloud Drake
Yeah.
on the side of Tainted Minds. So what they get from this is 90 damage on hit over the period of time that the burn lasts, just like the old Dragon 5 would be. Just that it now does a set amount of damage. And it's not going to provide them a whole lot as a 90-second buff, forcing recalls. Really, it's just going to set them up once again for this Baron. The next team fight probably going to decide the game's outcome, given that Sin have held.
Yep, everyone reaching their full damage potential right now. Everyone on about 6 items. The supports and junglers maybe the only ones lacking right now. But as you mentioned, Rosie, he gets caught out. Does flash in time, keeping himself safe. There is Lost though, wanting to get the damage down onto Raps. Using that ultimate. When Zahi make anything happen, Squiggle, he's in trouble. Juve's gonna try and keep him safe. But once again, everyone is just on the back foot here.
Yeah, Sin have to be careful. That was a lot of damage out of Raps onto Rosie. And Lost even held position and tried to fight him.
I'm surprised Rosie survived that.
Yeah, so am I.
A 6-item Twitch.
But you have to consider that he is still alive. And now the reaction from Tainted Minds was this bottom lane inhibitor. That's not going to be an easy take. Not by any means.
Shockwave still available. Remember, they got the Dragon, Elder Dragon buff on the team of Tainted Minds. Very aggressive positioning here. They want this inhibitor. They want Sin to have to fight for it. Lost. Very aggressive positioning.
One shockwave to rule them all.
That's
what
it.
we're waiting for.
Ooh, kind of baiting it out there. Hoping that he went for it. Omni, though. He's able to distort back in time. Zahi does dodge the hook. All 5 members from Sin well and truly grouped up. Look at the damage every auto attack is doing out of Lost. Zahi realizes that he has to back off after this one. Squiggle, though, trying to go for something. Here is Saz, who blocks the hook out. Does stun up Squiggle, the ultimate from Ezreal coming through. Rymeister, he's been hit. He's gone in. He gets knocked back in. Uses his own, his Hourglass, the inhibitor. Not the focus just yet. Rymeister has to flash, but Sazu might be the one to go down here. The inhibitor falls. Sazu who falls. He's got the Guardian Angel. Don't think he's getting away from this one, as there is Raps. The damage well and truly down. They kill the Fiora. They get the inhibitor, though.
That is 2 inhibitors down, but it is also the Fiora for 70 whole seconds.
Wow.
Sin with the Baron available might be looking towards this one. And we've hit a point past endgame where items don't matter, kills do. And this is probably one of the more influential kills of the game, because that Baron has been straight started and will be done reasonably quickly with Raps and Squiggle there. Let's see if Tainted Minds can be here on time, or if they're going to be too late.
Yeah, I don't think they have it. I don't think they have it in them, regardless of if they were there in time without Saza, who's been the crux of the last 3 fights, just being able to stand in front of his team, get on top of Rymeister, who did a great job of surviving that. He got Grand Challenge, he got Explosive Cast, he was still able to get off the Zonias, flash back to safety, then get the Shockwave.
This is still 30 seconds, or 20 now
Wow.
without the Fiora. That's a lot of minions. The Baron empowerment. They potentially could have just disregarded minions and went towards the bottom lane. We'll see how they play this one out, however, because that's a lot of pressure they could get on this.
They're trying their darndest to take that one off. Raps just melting this tower. Should get it no trouble. They're not going to go for the inhib. Not biting off more they can chew just yet. Still respecting Saza, who does have teleport available. Should any flank shenanigans happen? See a bush strat though.
So they've got the Baron, means it's denied from Tainted Minds, and that was important.
Ooh, sneaky,
They're
sneaky.
cheesing in a bush.
Cheesing's what Twitch does best, Rusky.
Well, it's not, but
He's a rat, man.
he does it well. I mean, like, he's a rat, so smelling badly is what he does best. Like, if we're going to really, or having a long nose, perhaps. Like, he eats cheese, he doesn't do cheese. He's not cheese, he's a rat. Sorry, I just felt the need to
That's all right.
correct that one.
Nah, I think Twitch is a pretty cheesy champion.
Tainted Minds are still pushing, though. They're up against a Baron buff Sin. They're the ones trying to take it to them. Only one lane remains. One inhibitor, I should say, remains. But the top one will be up pretty soon.
Two Guardian Angels on the side of Sin on both of their tanks. Saz, who's still off cooldown right now. Omni trying to get out, take out those wards, deny what vision he can. Recently, he's been going for Rogue in these last few team fights, so definitely respecting the hook pressure that he's exerting these fights.
Yeah, well, forcing a backwards positioning from the support is actually a pretty good strategy. He's going to take a lot of damage, no sustain as well to keep him healthy. And the rest of them have a lot of MR, whereas he has it sparing. Just the two small MR items. Still, they can't break this. They've got two inhibitors, but they can't break the third.
Yeah, this top one will be coming up very soon. Tainted Minds, ooh, narrowly avoiding the hook from Rogue.
We're getting towards the unreasonably large farm amounts as well. Everyone's broken the 100k gold mark. We're almost at 60 minutes into this game.
My God.
Taking their sweet time to execute on a finishing move, either team. But that's because we are so late in this game. Remember, Tainted Minds are a new team.
Oh, Omni goes in, tries to get the damage out onto Juice, but takes more than he's willing to part with here.
I don't know why he took that much damage for both.
He got knocked up.
But having to recall actually wastes a lot of time and gives control back to Sin, who can now clear out top. Saza, who can't overstay his welcome or he'd die. They can clear out bottom, which is already pushing for them. They can try and work around the next epic monster that's going to be up. Honestly, probably going to be the big thing.
These guys have been neck and neck for 60 minutes so far. Sin, it looked like they were about to break free, and then Tainted Mind said, nah, caught back up, and we're back in this standoff stage of the game where the next team fight certainly will be deciding it.
You would imagine.
With 70-second death time, but I hope so. I hope so, Rusty.
Yeah, but what if it's an even trade,
Ooh.
right? Like, how does the fight decide it? I think
The win.
next, what we'll say is the next big decision probably decide the game.
The big decision decides it.
Because the fight could be like a big decision. What if the big decision is to split switch?
It's a fair call. We see
Speaking of,
Sazahu
yeah.
been doing it all game. Yeah, he would change up his ways, but recently he has been in those team fights. Being that front line, does have a lot of shield coming off that Bloodthirster.
And he should be threatening on that top side, knowing that Squiggle's
There he is.
bottom with the inhibitor literally up now. Thank you, notification.
Yep, there we go.
Both of them.
Good timing for Sin here. Don't know about this damage onto Judes. Not really doing a lot. He still has a Guardian Angel available. Hook's just being thrown off cooldown.
Rat's altered.
There is a Rat-a-tat-tat. Not hitting anyone just yet.
No, it's to clear the way, but look how low this turret is. Omni can just hit it.
Yep, there we go. Rymeister, though. Luckily,
They're now breaking.
they're trying their best here. The inhibitors are now really in threat. Squiggle doing what he can. Here comes Rogue to help out. The middle inhibitor does go down. The bottom one falls in an instant. That's two inhibitors down. Shouldn't be any issue for Sazahu to pick up this top one. That's three inhibitors down. Sin feeling the pressure. The shockwave onto one member. I don't know about this one if they can kill him. They're trying their best. He's turned his attention back around. Still has a Guardian Angel available, but now he's booking it. Squiggle in hot pursuit, but the rest of Tainted Minds are still in the base.
Yeah, so Tainted Minds are pursuing this as a 4v4, matter of factly, inside that base. Squiggle's going to look for the kill, but they're not going to get it, so they're just going to hit each other.
Squiggle, he's been caught from the flank from his own base. They're trying to get him down. They get the GA, but here is Juves. The hook comes through onto Zahi. There is the box. Where are the carries? Raps just in the backline. Looks like he should be picking up Zahi any second now. Hook does go a little bit wide. Does get him in the end with the flay. Squiggle takes out Zahi.
But that's one person dead off the back of a very extended trade for 3 inhibitors that have just been taken. Remembering that 1 minute is how long we have until each major objective is there again. They'd be getting pretty sick of dying, the Baron and the Dragon. And at this point, I don't know if Sin can afford to leave their base to contest these.
Oh no, certainly not. With 3 inhibitors down, 2 super minions pouring in from each lane, and all inhibitors went down relatively the same amount of at the same time here. So it's going to be very hard for Sin to even think about leaving the base.
The positive thing is probably that Zahi is dead. So like, if they want to look for an objective, they're up at the exact same time as the Smite is. They'd have to walk there. They could try and rush something if they have all 3 waves pushed out. Easier said than done, given that the top lane wave will have Juves attending it, bottom lane wave will have Squiggle attending it, and the mid lane will have the rest.
2. Banshee's Veil's been picked up for these carries. Sazu looking to make something happen. The ulti from Lost. Pops Raps as one. Q out of Omni doing that, but look at the damage being answered back. Rymeister doesn't need mana to do damage.
Well, he does. He just doesn't have any mana left now. Will mini recalls, naturally, but we can see the Baron's up. You know the Rymeister has to go back to base now because of that trade. We also know that Omni was in base. We'll see how they play this part out, as Juves is making his way in, and he's crying loudly about it.
They're trying their best to get this 4th Baron of the game here. Sazu tanking it up. He is so damn tanky. Where is Zahi? Finally in the mix. Orianna nowhere to be seen. Sazu going to go in and distract everyone right now. Blocks the hook, stuns the Juve. The Baron goes down in favor.
Now Juves is dead.
He goes over, has to flash back, takes the Lantern. Does have the Guardian Angel still available.
And Tainted Minds probably don't even need to look towards this Elder Dragon. They can get it as a matter of security. Bit of extra damage on the board for them as a team composition. And at 64 minutes into this game, we might be finding the final piece of the Tainted Minds puzzle to get a victory.
They're trying their best, taking down the 7th Dragon of the game, the 3rd Elder Dragon as well. So 4 Barons, 3 Elder Dragons. And this should be, like you said, the last piece of the puzzle the Tainted Minds need to take this best of 3. Game number 3 here. They've been playing impeccably all game long.
And if they don't win after this, I don't know what will let them win. Get ready to have like a sleepover, put on your pajamas. You're in for the long haul.
Rogue just off to the wings. We've seen his hooks on point every single team fight. Omni.
Just push in. Tainted Minds should just get in, augment the minions with the Baron buff, make all 3 lanes pressure Sin. They will actually just start breaking the turrets with you there.
Here come the bot wave. Zahi and Rosie. Looking like the main focal point.
Omni should be on the bottom.
Trying to go in here onto Raps. Everyone focus on the top side of the map because that's where Sazu is the hook onto Zahi. They've gone all in and they should be able to kill him. Rymeister gets a kill onto that one, but here come the Baron empowered minion. Squiggle doing what he can to keep them at bay. Forced to ult the tower, does go down. That's a naked Nexus with 4 members. A massive amount of super minions, but can TM end? They're trying their best. The hook onto Omni. Is anyone there to get him? The Zonius goes down. There's the Monsoon to keep him safe. The Shockwave only onto Rosie. That's the last person they want to hit. Omni's going in. The Nexus starting to take a little bit of damage. There falls Sazu. Lost. He needs to get this one. He's getting lower and lower. Lost falls. The Nexus is going down. A few more auto attacks are doing it. Tainted Mind take game number 3 over Sin Gaming.
Took them 65, almost 66 minutes, but somehow they actually get themselves over that line. It took 3 Barons.
4 Barons?
4 Barons, 3 Elder Dragons, and 7 Drakes total. Whoa.
That game was absolutely insane. Sin, they did a valiant effort of defending and Tainted Minds, they just went balls to the wall. It didn't matter if they died. They just needed the super minions pounding away on that Nexus, and in the end, that's what got the last hit.
Yeah, and look, a lot of credit has to be given to Rogue as well, hitting all of these clutch hooks and stopping any onslaught from happening. But most importantly, Sazahu showed up to play in game number 3. It was actually a big Fiora. All mistakes aside, they got to late game. They still did their job where it counted. And Tainted Minds actually make Frostgo and get a tip wrong.
Super impressed by those two squads, but we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to give us what they think of that 70-minute massive game.
Thank you so much, Rogi. What a massacre in the end. Both teams just throwing themselves at each other, I think it's pretty fair to say. But Tainted Minds do come up the victor. I do want to go back in time. Casting Minds back quite a while, to about 65 minutes ago, and talk me through what happened at level 3 and level 4 there for the top lane.
Okay, so I play a little bit of top lane in Dynamic Q. And I think the top laner's worst nightmare early game is to have to back early, TP back to lane, and then die, and then get your minions pushing your turret. And then from that point, Sazahu just got monstrous.
But, Spooks, going to share something to you, little known secret. You don't have to do these things. You can just win your lane normally. But
obviously.
yeah, what was up with that Frostgo? Because I know like you were speaking about it, war of attrition when you pick up Dark Seal. He just overreached there for absolutely no reason. He didn't have to win the lane.
No, he didn't have to at all. The purpose of Echo in that situation, like literally just neutralize or even survive. At some point, you just got to get tanky and you'll just walk past at 0. That's your only job in that situation. You don't have to win it. You just need to destroy the enemy AD carry. So stop playing the lane to win. Play for your team's responsibility.
But at the end of the day, none of that really mattered because we did go super late. I mean, Rogue pulls them back at certain points. Rymeister has huge plays. On the other side, Zaza, who goes absolutely monstrous. So I want to actually, before we get into the replay, have you speak us through it, Spooks. What is your mindset? Like, you're one of the OPL veterans. You've been around for a while now, a bit old. What is your mindset going into these late game fights?
Okay, well, I guess once you get to the stage in which like you've taken down the neutral objectives, I think by the end, Tainted Minds have had both Dragon and Baron, and at that stage you don't even have to team fight. Like your minions become your biggest tool. They just pushed in the base. They just outside of Zahi getting caught, all they have to do is wait for the minions to push in, and you can just win off that.
And what's Sin's mistake? Is Sin's mistake not going earlier? Is it being hesitant?
Yeah, well, their whole draft is revolved around engage, right? Like they want to land the wombo combo with Twitch and Orianna. And they just, I don't know, they kind of just sat back and let the minions win.
All right, with that in mind, we're actually going to pull up the replay. It is the last team fight, or what was a minion massacre. And Frost, just walk us through this one.
I mean, Spooks already said it. It's this idea that they need to go right this second. Like, you waited too long, your base gets flooded, and so they're effectively fighting all of Tainted Minds as well as a massive horde of creeps behind them. Initially, Zahi does blow up. He does manage to get his cask off, which effectively just means damage and kind of resets any sort of engagement. And Rosie actually does a good job with his Janna ultimate as soon as they get another hook on Omni. I think he goes straight into stasis, and then Rosie resets the positioning there. But yeah, there we go. Straight into Zanya's, and then Rosie resets them so he can't follow up with any other CC. But it doesn't matter because Sin, they waited too long. They're fighting all of Tainted Minds as well as 20 million creeps.
Yeah, and that's actually how the game ends. You know, the creeps just overrun the base.
Because effectively they were going to win this team fight, and they lost their base before they could even win the team fight.
I completely agree, and that's what I was saying. I can't believe that there is a game of League of Legends in which there is a 6-item Orianna and a 6-item Twitch playing against a LeBlanc, and I'm like, they're going to get outscaled. Because at the end of the day, you know, the way that the Sim were playing always on the back foot just didn't facilitate that proactive play. And in the end, that means that Tainted Minds were able to pick up the 2-1 victory. However, guys, we do have more League of Legends action coming up just around the corner, so don't go anywhere because we will be back as Minky Whale's Legacy take to Summoner's Rift. Stick around. Welcome back to the OPL. We just went through a marathon. The Tainted Minds were able to take 2-1. However, we are moving into our second best of 3. It is going to be Abyss taking on Legacy. So let's just dive straight into it. On the blue side, it is going to be Abyss Esports. Pac-Man in the top lane, Seb their jungler, Luch in the mid lane, Raid their AD carry, and T-Gun their support. Of course, that is a change. Squidgy out, Raid in. Going into the next lineup, it is going to be Legacy. And this is also a change. It's going to be Mickey Whale in the top lane, Carbon in the jungle, Choo Choo Z in the mid lane. It's your boy King as AD carry, and Kuden the support. And I want to open it up with the subs. Let's kick it off with Minky, someone that you've played against a lot. Tally out, Minky in. How does this change Legacy?
Bring back Tom. I think if Abyss are ever going to have a shot at beating Legacy, I think now's the time. I firmly believe that Tally's the biggest carry for Legacy. With Minky coming back, who probably hasn't played all that much top lane lately, I think now is an opportunity.
And I actually want to piggyback and extend that a little bit farther, because I do agree that Tally's the primary carry for Legacy, and I think this will actually expose Choo Choo's a little bit. So we have this big reputation for Choo Choo's, one of the best mid laners in the OPL, and I definitely think he's a very strong mid laner, but I think he's fallen off a little bit, and he's not quite living up to that same caliber that we really have the expectations, and we know that he can reach. And with Tally gone, all of the responsibility to be that primary carry does fall on his shoulders. And I think we're really going to see how far Choo Choo is going to push himself this series.
Of course, he is matching up across from Luch, who is a good mid laner in his own right. I do want to touch back on Minky just briefly, because is it a patch too late? I mean, we're seeing Rek'Sai come back and, the likes of Fiora becoming a top lane threat again. That seems to be something that James or Tally would have loved to be. He's going to be 3 weeks out, actually does have an injury at the moment. Minky much more of the tank player, so a similar footing to Pac-Man, but maybe we'll force Carbon onto a more carry-style jungler.
Yeah, I don't think that would be too much of an issue for Carbon. I know he's been playing a lot of Nidalee, Kindred, and Graves lately. I think they should be okay with getting Minky to default to something like Maokai and hopefully neutralizing top lane.
All right, we'll see if they're able to do that across the other side of the rift. We do have to also touch in on Abyss's roster change, because that is going to be Squidgy out, Raid in. He's played a couple of games already for us. What did you make of his performance?
I think Raid is a very aggressive, playmaking-oriented AD carry, and so we should look for him to be forward in his lane and see if Carbon can actually punish that in any sort of counter gank.
All right, cool. And did you have anything that you took away from Raid? Is this an AD carry you think that can go toe-to-toe with the Legacy bot lane?
I know he's been playing a lot with Ejim in solo queue lately, and he seems to be mechanically pretty decent, so let's see what he can show us here.
All right, cool. But if there are 2 players to watch on Summoner's Rift, it has to be King versus Seb. I mean, you mentioned Choo Choo's as the primary carry. I'm going to throw King out there, because this is someone that came across from Direwolves, was a hugely aggressive AD carry, and if anything, maybe over-aggressive. Now he's got Kuden to keep him in check, whereas Seb on the side of Abyss, I always thought when he was on Infernum, was one of the underrated performers on that team. How do you make this? Is Seb going to be enough of an impact to be able to get into that bottom lane, help T-Gun and out and try and keep King down?
Well, yeah, I think that is definitely the key to this matchup. It's going to be the mid jungle. I think I value Luch as the best team fighter on Abyss. So if Seb and Luch can get going and control around mid, then Carbon won't be able to snowball, and they'll have a chance in the mid to late game.
No, sure. I actually really agree with that thought mentality. I think it's more about the mid lane as opposed to the AD carry. So what that means for King is if Abyss's bot lane can just neutralize and make sure that they don't get snowballed ahead, let the jungle and mid duo win.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We'll see if that is able to come into fruition. I guess we've had a little bit more time to have a look in at Kuden as well. He spent a week on Legacy. I mean, Minky played first week, Kuden played second week. What did you think about Kuden as opposed to Regret? Did you think that their duo lane was as good? Because Regret and King were kind of touted as the aggressive duo lane, whereas I don't think Kuden kind of has that spark to him. He is a little bit more reserved down there.
Yeah, maybe I guess with the reason behind the swap, maybe they were looking for a bit more control. I know Regret was a big caller for them, but I know they have a lot of heavy communicators already, so maybe they didn't need that anymore. Maybe they wanted a bit more control coming out of bot lane, so maybe it's a good transition for them.
I think it also helps that the meta is shifting to more range supports anyway, and they're not the primary facilitator, so it's not a lot of Braum and Alistairs and Trundle supports running around and starting fights. It's a lot of Sorakas and Karmas, and I mean, Bard's still going to be a big facilitator for starting things, but I think it fits a bit more into Kuden as the initiation is really translated into the top lane in particular.
And I guess talking about calling, you do have to mention T-Gun over there on Abyss lineup. We had him on the desk last week. He's very confident in his young team coming forward. What have you made of the resurgence of T-Gun, I guess? He had a split off and now coming back into the OPL. Looks quite refreshed.
Yeah, T-Gun's looking pretty good. I guess he was someone that Abyss needed. Just watching them in the OCS a bit, they kind of looked a little bit lost. And I know he's a very maybe sometimes he's not correct with these calls, but like his team will
Decisive,
follow him.
yep.
Yeah, these team will follow him no matter what. So I think that's definitely an important thing as a shot caller.
Yeah, it's as long as you make a call, even if it's the wrong one, as long as all 5 players are doing the same thing, you'll have success.
All right, cool. So we've gone through the teams. I think we've broken this one down enough, at least to give some context behind these predictions. Frost, throwing to you first. Are you behind the Whale and Legacy, or do you think maybe Abyss can rise to the occasion?
Like I said, I think the meta actually really helps out Legacy here, and I don't think they're as punished by losing Tally. It will be curious. I definitely think that Minky is going to be a step down in terms of like the full power Legacy having their primary lineup. But the fact is Minky's known as a really good team fighter. Facilitating top laners are in right now. I think they can cover him with Echo and the likes of Maokai, and the support position has moved more towards range supports and facilitating like that more reserved supportive style as to being that all-in engage, so it helps protect Kuden. So I'm going to go with Legacy on this one, despite the swap.
Are you going 2-0?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Spooks, thoughts?
Yeah, despite, I think that, okay, this is like a good opportunity for Abyss to maybe take a game off one of the better, well, in my opinion, OPL teams. But I can't see them winning the series. I think that Legacy with the experience, and I think they understand the map a lot better than maybe the shot caller T-Gun does on Abyss. So I think that'll carry them through.
There you go, a 2-0 for Legacy. I do want to take this opportunity to reach out. Hope Tally all the best in his recovery. I think he is going to be out for 3 weeks with a wrist injury, but hopefully we get to see one of the young superstars back on Summoner's Rift very soon. However, guys, remember that Legacy are battling for their opportunity to be back in that OPL final in Brisbane. Tickets are available now, so you can get there too. Hop on over to the website and pick those up, as well as, if you can't make it to the live event, next best things is being at Hoyts with your mates. Get along there, purchase one of the tickets, but I've kept you here long enough. Legacy versus Abyss are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1. So here is Rogi and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you, Spawn. And I'm going to have to agree with the desk on this one. This is Abyss's real opportunity to take it to one of the best OPL teams we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, look, if ever there was a shot that Abyss would have, it's missing the star top laner from Legacy and having Minky Whale there instead, who has not played top lane for an awful long time. In fact, he practiced support for the OPL for one of the earlier weeks instead of what is now Kuden. And now they've got the new support, they've got a sub in that top lane who doesn't play a whole lot. We have to question Legacy's performance, and if King and Choose and Carbon alike can step up to the plate and be the team that Legacy need.
Well, they're definitely going to have to, without that main carry on their roster. But straight away, Abyss Esports might have been watching the last game. They banned away that Twitch.
Yeah, take it from King. Most importantly, he is a strong Twitch player. Raid may be limited in his champion pool. We'll see how this one progresses. You know that he defaulted to Vayne last time around, and that's a big risk.
Yeah. It's better than the Corki default, I guess.
Yeah.
Debatable?
No, it is.
Looks like Nidalee will get taken away. No surprises there. We've seen if one champion that is consistently banned, it is the Nidalee.
Yeah, absolutely. Nidalee has to be taken off the board. Away from Seb as well. Quite a strong Nidalee player, as is Carbon, though. So on the red side, Legacy decide that they are the ones who want that Nidalee ban. The question always goes over to the opposite side, and is there a Kindred to follow? The Rise is usually a must ban on the red side also.
So Minky Whale must have some Trundle in his back pocket, or else they wouldn't be banning it away from the sub-top laner here. So maybe they've done their research, or maybe they just think that Trundle is bad against what they're planning to bring out.
Yeah, perhaps they've done that research, because Pac-Man had the first pick and he's a Trundle player. That's a very confusing decision on the side of Abyss.
There's another top laner out of the mix. That is going to be Echo taken away. So looking forward to seeing how these guys go through with the last remaining bans here. Hard to ban away a player that you don't really know much about in Minky Whale.
Yeah, and then word on the street is that he plays Talia.
Oh.
And he plays Aurelia. And he plays Hecarim. And the point I'm making is he doesn't play the standard tanks. But what we do know from Minky Whale is that historically he's entirely capable of doing it.
Yep.
And this is only information from solo queue, to be fair. It's all the information that one can get on Minky Whale before his first competition.
I guess the last games as Jana don't really do too much in terms of research, but the final ban for Abyss Esports is going to be the Soraka Respect ban to Kuden. Probably the only time you'll see a Soraka ban.
And a necessity of ban against Kuden, most importantly, because King plays hyper aggressively and can get away with it when there is a Soraka to keep him alive. And it brings up the question of what will Kuden play instead. Usually defaults to the Braum when Soraka or someone of the likes is not there.
Makes sense. See the Kindred being the last and final ban here for Legacy, so it is up to Abyss Esports to lock in that first pick, their highest priority champion here, and it could potentially be the Rise.
Yeah, and we said red side usually bans the Rise, and that's exactly why. There is still going to be a Swain, Vladimir as options. We haven't seen Vlad picked in the OPL just yet, as it had prevalence in the LCS. We'll see if people can start adapting to this, as all of these target bans have left open a lot.
Oh yeah, Lucian and the Rek'Sai get picked up instantly. So not a second's doubt in who they want King to play in this game.
And I like the Rek'Sai early rotation, but the fact that they got a Lucian with it is
Yeah, that's insane.
amazing. So King's going to be quite happy having the very mobile, low-range, spell-weaving AD carry.
First time he's played something other than Ezreal, if I'm not mistaken. So that graphic gets a little bit more detailed now.
Perhaps it does. Yeah, there's a bit more work in actually creating that one. You can't just copy-paste.
That's it.
We'll say, though, on the flip side, remembering that we just touched on Swain being up on the board
Oh,
and might want to be locked in by Abyss. We'll see how deep they go, though. We know Luch is a Rise player, so Pac-Man can pick whatever he'd like for the top lane. I would honestly say Maokai, arguably a better option. But Swain's just so strong.
still 10 seconds left for them to make up their mind. Looks like they will be going for that Ezreal Elise. So when the Lucian's taken, the no-brainer is pick yourself up that Ezreal and Elise. Still a fearsome jungle might to behold.
Yeah, but they also picked the same two roles that Legacy had locked in. And so what they are doing is not revealing their hand as a draft, but giving the possibility to Legacy to pick the strongest champions in their respective roles that they would like, and still have the counter pick as their last option. And just look for mid lane. Last pick your mid lane. Go for whatever Minky wants in the top lane, perhaps reveal that one early.
Yep.
Or they could go for their mid lane option knowing that Rise is there, and you would assume it's Luch based off their history.
We'll see if it's one of those wild card picks you mentioned earlier. Might just default to something a little bit more standard, but they are saving that for the last pick, locking in the Azir, followed by the Alistar. So Choo-Choo's getting himself that Azir. Got to be feeling good about that one.
The unseen Minky Whale is the deadliest. No idea what he's about to play, but Chu's locking in that Azir is actually quite important, I will say. Strong champion in the meta. Chu's very strong on that champion. Takes it from Luch, though he may still be that Rise, and sets himself up nicely for Legacy with a team composition that could be quite potent.
Just support and top laner left on the side of Abyss. See what they go with here. Raid. Like you said, he goes back to the... Oh, no, he's already got the Ezreal. But the top lane, it'd be interesting what they go with. Still not revealed, so they're going to have to be blind picking that one.
No, we
Safe
mentioned
Maokai.
the Maokai earlier anyway. You
So-
don't know what Minky's going to be. It's a blind pick, so just lock that one in and pick whatever you'd prefer in the support role. I do rate Karma quite highly, however.
We'll see as it gets locked in here. T-Gun on the Karma allows that Rise and the Maokai to bridge the gap, and the insta-lock Talia, Rusty.
Yep. Meant to be a surprise, but the limited research that you could spend if you ever watched Minky Whale stream as well, it's all the
Yeah.
damn plays. Like, guy needs to calm down on that Talia hype train. He thinks it's strong. Absolutely has been performing well on it. So we'll see if he can translate that skill to competitive.
Now I'm really excited.
That is going to be a tough thing to do for Minky Whale. Subbing into the top role, up against Pac-Man on a Maokai, quite good at diffusing lanes,
Yep.
but definitely a strong champion in her own right, and we'll see how it goes.
Does Maokai get hit by all the mines when he twisted advances
He
over
should
them?
be untargetable, so no.
Okay, cool. Interesting interactions. Only procking if someone dashes or anything of the sort gets
Honestly,
thrown over
the
them.
only thing is Seb's Q on that entire team
Yeah,
that'll
that's a great
actually
point.
proc it. But you can knock them into it, do more damage. It's more of a zoning tool as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm most curious, and the thing that excites me the most about this team composition is the fact that it's an Azir and a Talia in
Yeah.
the exact same comp. So think about the walls
double
that they can
walls.
actually present. Yeah, one wall in the back end, you've got Talia to flank them off, and Azir throws the wall at the front, and just kind of close in on them until they have this
I hope we
limited
see
line
that.
to
I
walk
hope
through.
we see
Yeah,
that.
that'd be
That's going to
perfect.
be a lot of fun to see. Or you can just, like, if they're coming in, bounce them over the wall just
Yeah.
to keep your team safe. But
also
remember,
possible.
guys, to get on Twitter, hashtag AEWin for Abyss or hashtag LGCWin for the Legacy here. If you want to see that Talia Minky Whale going off on her, make sure to get on Twitter and make your presence known, because I'm very excited.
That's right. The odds are stacked against Legacy, you would have to imagine. Substitute top laner who does not play a whole lot of top lane. Now playing against the full roster of Abyss, but they've also changed their AD carry.
That is true.
So we need to work out how things pan out as we surf onto the Rift.
There she is, surfing in, getting that bonus movement speed whenever she's near terrain. So, very cool skill. I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Very well-designed champion. Same designer as Azir.
There you go. Is it the wall that gives it away?
No. It's his Twitter account. They kind of made that one obvious.
Taking that Thunderlord, should be able to proc that with the Qs quite easily.
Yeah, and the Storm Raider Surge as well on the Rise in the middle lane.
Ah.
The option of choice.
They got a lot of movement speed.
Absolutely. Rise presses ultimate. Hasn't gone for the Ghost this time around. Most Rises that we did see were, or Victors were opting towards that Ghost. We've got a teleport. And that teleport is against the Exhaust, which, again, against a Rise, Exhaust is a necessity.
Oh, yeah.
Simply because of the damage that he can output and keep yourself healthy and happy.
That's exactly right here, so. Interesting to see how they start this one. Looks like they're poised for a lane swap here, and I can't say I know how well Talia does in a lane swap.
She's ranged.
That is true.
Nice. I mean,
if you max the mines first, shouldn't be too difficult.
But like realistically, the concept of this lane swap is that Minky's just going to try and get the 3 minions, maybe the whole wave, depending on how quick he can clear them. You can see he's probably going to push ahead of the wave if he can. Do some damage, and then maybe teleport towards that top lane, something we saw from most of the LCSs. Here comes the pressure.
Looks like 7 Pac-Man are able to secure themselves the big wolf. Kuden and King not going to get too much out of this. Just a little bit of pressure and 2 young wolves for their trouble.
Minky tried.
Yeah, already taking a little bit of hurt. Not able to get a single minion, unfortunately.
Yeah, but they still killed 3 of them, I believe, whether he did or not. So whilst he got zoned away, he's still pressuring. And the idea behind this is keep them busy, maybe slow down their push, maybe make it awkward, because you can start putting damage onto the minions, the melee ones specifically, and then try and teleport to that top lane. But we'll see if he actually executes on that. It seems like that's the only reason he would overstay his welcome here.
It's a little bit difficult for him to farm if they don't allow him much breathing room. Once that work ground starts appearing everywhere, he's only going to have 1 proc of his Q. The spell, a little bit of difficulty, especially last hitting a big wave under tower. So already backing off from that tower.
Also, Pac-Man getting 1 CS whilst double jungling with his partner in crime. Just slow movement here. Minky's definitely being resilient in this. He's about to get dove if he doesn't teleport now, however.
He's got a lot of movement speed. Should he try and get out of that one? No way to stop the teleport, just a little bit of damage coming out of T-Gun. So Minky Whale tried his best. Did get up to that top lane to help with the push.
No, that was, honestly, all things considered, he didn't get as much farm as he would have liked, but it was pretty clean from Minky Whale. And we are tunneling on what he's doing, but that's because he's not meant to be doing it or executing too well at all. This is actually very much an LCS thing that we saw. King and Kuden set the wave up nicely also. They're going to get the turret quickly. Doesn't mean that Abyss will be slow by any means. Just lost a couple of minions here and there. They're going to be slower though.
Both junglers going off to their own devices while letting their laners push to their hearts galore here. No solo gold for either of the top laners. Actually, Pac-Man going to get donated that.
Might die. Won't die, might.
He got very lucky that T-Gun is playing a champion with a shield so that Ray didn't have to burn the heal off that one.
And he's not actually going to be able to get all these minions either. He has to let the ranged minions battle. Not even sure he's going to get the turret.
That's right, he doesn't even have a Q at this stage. Oh no, this is heartbreaking.
He's actually,
He's going
God,
for
here
it.
we go.
Go Pac-Man!
Pac-Man!
Oh!
Oh, that was close. That was too close.
Yeah, that was reminiscent of Carbon ulting himself in the Rift Herald pit.
That was like the game-defining moment for Abyss, because if that turret didn't fall, that was just game over. They would have tilted Pac-Man off the face of the earth. Legacy are going to be well and truly quicker, however, as Kuden was actually trying to get a flank for a potential kill.
Talia, great amount of wave clear in her kit, so shouldn't be too difficult to assist King getting all of those. Waiting, of course, till they get low enough to maybe get a few minions.
But they're just so far ahead.
Yeah.
T-Gun actually here for no particular reason. Looks like they want to swap back to standard lanes, but he's here so quicker. They're so much quicker than that of Raid. That this tower is going to take a lot of damage. They're actually going to get zoned away from it until Seb arrives anyway. Not the best case scenario.
Carbon with a very early Sightstone here.
Yep.
to give his team the vision they need to pull off these ballsy plays.
Look how zoned they are as well. Seb needs to be here, and so it's going to be predictable attention draw.
Oh no, he does get stunned up, so Kuchen not going to be able to get that. A double knock-up coming out of Minky, but here is Pac-Man looking to make the play. Raid gets smashed by those mines. Pac-Man round the right side. He's level 3 now, so has more than just a sapling available. The stun does land on Kuden. They have no vision though.
Yeah, Kuden looks like he can walk this one out safely. Legacy seemingly getting out. King needs to show a little bit of respect. Nope, everything's good in the neighborhood of Abyss because they pushed them off.
As they hold the tower, push off the aggressive Legacy squad.
That took a lot of effort though.
Oh yeah.
And that effort is honestly going to be responded to by Minky being top and no teleport available for Pac-Man. So you're going to see the potential for this Maokai to fall really far behind. And the 2v2 that stems in the bottom lane now has no turret, so you're not exactly safe if you're King and Kuden. But the damage has been done to that turret. If it comes down to it and a push comes out of Abyss, they can freeze it. There is still a lot of positives to this movement. But still, I'm impressed that Abyss actually managed to pull that back.
Well, Abyss acknowledging where Legacy are weak. We saw Seb making his way down, gonna think the better of it. Does go for the recall. So back to standard lanes here. Of course, one tower apiece from either team. A lot of damage dealt to that bottom one.
Kuden's probably going to try and get a flash pulverized. You would imagine, based off the enemy's positioning, it'll be on T-Gun. Raid's always going to be the primary target. The Carbon, level 5. He's ready to go, and he's been waiting for an awful long time.
Here comes Carbon. There's the flash. Raid in a lot of trouble. Just gets knocked up, destroyed. First blood going over to Carbon.
And you know what? That was so well done from Kuden and Carbon, just off timing alone.
That's impressive.
Raid didn't flash, so he couldn't get himself out to safety, but the knock-up combo between them was enough. Probably going to break this turret.
Yep, they did the damage first off, and now they're coming in for the kill. Going to be sharing that gold amongst the 3 of them.
They call your 2v2 and they raise you a third. Very impressively done. And Kuden with the flash pulverize was absolutely highlight reel worthy because it was at the exact same time as the Essence shift out of the Ezreal. Just looked seamless.
Yeah, very well
I
played.
think he's now mid laner.
Just Talia things, mate. We see Luch doing what he can to keep his farm well and high. One of his defining factors as a mid laner here. Dragon being started by Carbon. 4 members actually of Legacy.
Yeah, and an Ocean Drake's a very valuable early Drake to be taken. The mana sustain for carries.
Oh, look at Luch. He wants to go in here. Chu's in a lot of trouble. Forced to ultimate, forced to flash. The Cocoon goes wide. Luch trying to get in there. Oh, Tegan narrowly
got him.
misses it, but Luch snipes it with the Q for a kill of his own.
They just pick up the back end kill onto Choose. Didn't get far, but they absolutely just nipped him in the butt. Secure a kill back on the board. You need to stop yelling, Minkuel. It's not that exciting. Your teammate just died.
Yep.
And he's now a mid laner again. You can tell that he's not exactly a competitive top laner at the moment. Still, great champion.
Yeah. I really like her design. Hoping we see her a lot more once our teams start to pick her up. Really want to see how well he can impact the game with those ultimates.
Still, Maokai's actually getting pretty far ahead. So Pac-Man got that freeze, going to be putting in a lot of work. King's even responded to the top side of the map, potentially instead of the Talia, which is good for Legacy because they're getting money onto their primary carry option out of the team. But also bad because they're now going to have a potentially big advantage for the Maokai. Thankfully for Minky, Choose died. And he still got farm. That could have been a lot worse. Doesn't mean it's good for Choose, however.
Oh, no, Kuden gets the knock-up onto Pac-Man, who's in full amount of trouble as King flashes in for another kill.
Yeah, King getting that kill. Very well executed once again. Kuden, Carbon, and King working pretty much as a dynamic trio to put Legacy ahead on this board. Small advantages, honestly, but a big impact being established by Carbon and nothing really being gained by Seb at all. Not something we expected in this series.
10 minutes in the game, 2-1 kills in favor of Legacy. Of course, they have that extra tower as well after a very nice first blood onto Raid. gold, about 1,000 in front, which is nice for this time of game. So Legacy doing well with the advantage they've got.
Yeah, they definitely are. And one thing to note is how early Carbon got that Sidestone that you discussed earlier. Being able to do that effectively because a single Hunter's Talisman or Machete gives you full experience on camp kills makes life pretty good for a Rek'Sai. One of the few jungle champions that actually wants to have a Sidestone early. Very cute stuff here. Very much a competitive, relevant item build. And now can flesh his items out as he's gotten these kills.
Looks like this Rift Herald. Who are you going to give it to here? Carbon, I guess.
Yeah.
Back in the old days of Rift Herald where the jungle would take that one away.
That
Rek'Sai's
would've
a good
been-
champion to have split pushing, always has that ultimate available should the team fight arises, so not the worst jungler to get it on.
He's also a capable duelist, so the bonus damage is nice. The damage reduction is nice. It's not a must-have by any means, but it's a nice-to-have. There was nothing really else on the map to take on the side of Legacy. Just resetting that bottom wave, pushing in that top wave, and not dying in that mid lane.
Not to mention that Minky was quite far away, but just wasted time for them. So doing well, caught back up in CS, actually ahead of Pac-Man right now, despite Pac-Man having a great freeze earlier on.
Yeah. And as the standard lanes start to flesh out, very curious series of events will have to take place for Legacy in particular because King has nowhere to go. As Ezreal has a freeze on the top side.
Carbon doing a great job of showing presence right now. Seb is there in the wings to answer. King, though, looking good. He's got himself his Ghost Blade. Much stronger than Raid currently, who's only got a pickaxe and a Doran's to his name in terms of damage. Of course, a Stinger has been built for Choose, making his way to the Nash's Tooth, the classic Azir build, and of course, Luch. Got his tier stacking, got his rower stacking, just Rise things.
Luch is huge, so this Rise is always going to be a menace as the game progresses. We've got the Elise for picks, Maokai for picks.
Oh, here comes the wall, blocking them off. That's 3 members completely without an escape. Seb going to be the focus. No skill shots landing, though.
That was really unlucky. The wall was good from the Talia, but the rest of it wasn't there. All of the skill shots actually missing, so the Pulverize, Knockup's not really connecting.
James Hughes wasn't there.
Abyss, yeah, the Abyss get out, best case
A
scenario.
wall right there on the way to mid lane would have been beautiful.
Of course, he wasn't there because he was forced back from Luch pooping on him.
Yep, that's just what Rise is going to do. Every single time the ultimate is up, he should be looking to trade.
And Carbon's also to put no attention there.
Yeah.
You would imagine the Rise into Azir matchup is not favorable given the exhaust that's forced out of you. The fact that Carbon's been looking to get King and Kuden going means that sooner or later he'll have to try and help.
Yeah, look at the position that Luch is on the map and still Carbon looks to go bot lane.
He's trying to put lanes that are ahead further ahead. He doesn't want to help the lane that is not having a great time, and that's definitely a decision that you can make.
Yeah.
It's not that Choose is doing
Stars
too
here.
well.
Luch is going in. Choose might be in a bit of trouble. The exhaust has already been burnt, but with no vision in the river, Luch going to have to retreat out of that one.
Yeah, Luch has to be careful from positioning of the Azir. It doesn't mean that he's going to be losing this lane. He's absolutely still in control. That Rod of Ages picked up. Trading that Luch has is now way too efficient on the Rise against this Azir. And a burnt summoner spell is actually just disaster for laning phase.
Yeah, the ultimate is already back off cooldown. Choose really feeling the pressure.
It's one of my biggest gripes with all of the Bruiser AP mages as well. Like Swain ultimate 10-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Vladimir just constantly has his spells up and never dies because he can play Spirit Visage. And you've got Rise who can get a Rod of Ages. Always has his ultimate available. Just increase their cooldowns.
It's a fair point to make. Maybe sometime in the future, we will be seeing that. When they get a little bit more popular, I imagine.
More popular? They're busted. If Flag gets more popular, I'm not going to be a big fan.
It's a good point to make. I haven't been playing too much Dynamic Q right now, so I haven't actually been privy to the Vladimir.
Vlad's gross. You wait.
I haven't actually versed one yet.
Yeah, you wait.
Looks like good positioning out of Legacy here. Choose the soldiers. Going to be keeping them at bay. There is the wall. Cutting them off. Kuden, though, gets shut down. Pac-Man in the back there as Luch flashing over a bad flash to Emperor's Divide, not doing enough to keep them at bay.
They forced them off. The Talia ult was actually quite good. The follow-up on the rest of the map wasn't there. Luch is still too strong. Raid was still able to poke with T-Gun, and Pac-Man and Seb weren't going to die anytime soon. And so whilst they try and make a valiant attempt at defending that, Abyss still get themselves the Drake.
It's going to be the Infernal Drake as well. Great for a Rise who just wants to keep getting stronger and stronger. And look at Luke just going all in here. Getting the damage down. No summoners available for him just yet. Had used the Flash and Teleport in the earlier Dragon fight.
But we said this before, an even trade is still a favorable trade for the Rise.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, given that Rod of Ages is there, and because they both had the blue buffs. But Choose is actually in a comfortable position now in this middle lane. Acknowledging that there's no Flash available for Rise, and Elise makes life easier for the Azir as he progresses. Also contesting literally everything.
Here comes the Teleport. Really want to make a play here. Minky is in. Puts down the mines, but there is Blue. Gets knocked on top of them. Carbon with the knock-up. Pac-Man now in a world of hurt. Kuden trying to beat the main tank his team needs. That's going to be 1 for 0 so far, but Kuden is low. Can Raid get it? He gets in, gets the kill into Kuden.
Yeah, impressive kill. Looks like Abyss are going to be done, but the pressure's still there. They just have to get over the wall. Everything resets. Teleport forced out of Minky, but the kill there on the Rise shows that he's not invincible, though his damage is unreasonable. They just need to execute properly.
Yeah. Focus him down, and Minky, he's got himself a lot of books right now, eventually turning them into one big book, the Morellonomicon, of course. So getting some of that damage, always good for those AP-esque bruises.
You have to remember Choose also having his ult available.
I still want to see them combo it together. Minky Whale's ult is quite a long cooldown as well.
Look, as much as we all want it, I'm also dreaming for it.
Carbon, he gets cocooned up here, and he's going to get destroyed as Raid, Seb, and T-Gun take him out.
Yeah, a bit deep there, Carbon. The blue buff fight that took place a minute earlier kind of had a predisposed amount of vision available to Abyss, so bites off more than it can chew simply by being on that side of the map, trying to keep King happy, I suppose. Not what he wanted to be doing. Luch also having not the teleport available, but the teleport means that this lane is a place where he's absolutely capable of being in, and the amount of damage that he will do to Atalia will kill him pretty much in a combo.
Yeah, Miguel really has to be safe and respect the damage output from Rise, whereas Choo Choo's like, hey, it's your problem now. I'm just going to stay mid and farm. I don't want to deal with this bloody Rise.
Well, the question's who deals with Choose then?
Yeah.
They put Rise in the bottom lane. They put Maokai in the opposite lane. If they send the Ezreal, Karma, and Elise to deal with the Azir mid, I feel like there's a lot of empowerment available to the Lucian against the Maokai.
Good rotate out of Legacy. They're making their way for this mid tower. No one in position from Abyss to stop it just yet. Kuden making sure they get this one. Takes a lot of damage for his troubles. Tower does go down from Choose, keeping him safe.
The early Merc Tread's actually purchased by 2 members of Legacy. Given all the crowd control that is available, the Maokai, the Elise, even the Rise, it's actually one of the core items against the Rise is the Mercury Treads. Very early smart pickups and quick rotations around the map is the only thing keeping Legacy well and truly in this. I still think this same concern is going to be present of scaling the fact that a Rise is on one of these teams. Yes, Legacy scale well, but Luch is a late game team fighter, and they're giving him this option.
Yeah, he's just staying in that bot lane, making sure to get himself further and further ahead. Currently, the CS leader in the game sitting at 175, 19 minutes in the game. The gold, that's 500 in favor of Legacy right now. They do have that 2-tower advantage over Abyss. But Abyss have got themselves that Infernal Dragon, so...
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, a 500 gold amount with a 2-turret advantage means that that gold can well and truly swing.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're behind. They are ahead, but they could be, with the following team fight, very behind. And to work things out. It's farm values. Jungle, mid, AD carry, all ahead.
Yep. Minky and Pac-Man just going toe-to-toe in that top lane. A lot of members out of Legacy are over here. I don't think Pac-Man spotted out Carbon. He might be in trouble. No. Carbon just going to
spotted out Elise.
Wave and walk by. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Yeah, and Kuden actually needs to get a couple of levels or items in his back pocket because that man is squish. It's all hell.
Oh, here comes Atalia. Oh, where is it? Not going to get anyone as T-Gun forced to flash over.
Yeah, good flash from T-Gun, but an even better ultimate from Talia to force that flash in the first place. Remembering that he's maxing out that cooldown reduction. We're quite content with doing that when it's back available one more time.
What a strange new skill these players are forced to play around now.
Yeah, and the question for Abyss is, are they used to it? This is a wild card pick.
Just trying their darndest to get some more damage on this mid tower. Not going to happen though. 20 minutes in the game, gold lead still in favor of Legacy.
Still mostly for the dragon fight, so keeping the Azir busy in this middle lane, perhaps keeping Minky busy in that top lane, knowing he doesn't have his ultimate, and King dealing with Ryze means that he's simply farming when he can. Doesn't mean that he's getting kills. And the second this dragon spawns, Abyss should have enough control of the map to just walk over and get it. Neither team actually has vision on it, so it's all about map control.
See Choo-Choo's, he's got finally finished himself that Nash's Tooth, but on the side of Luch, he's got the makings of an Abyssal Scepter, so going to have that magic resistance quite early on. He's just getting stronger and stronger by the minute, where of course, Minky Whale is going to be the second AP carry. Raid though,
Needs to chill out.
just jumped down to about half health. Kuden trying to get a positional advantage here. All members of Legacy are coming through. T-Gun, he gets him to safety with an unfortunate Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, he didn't want to divide him towards the red buff. He wanted to knock him towards his team. The angle wasn't there. Legacy have started to rush this Mountain Drake down though. See if they can get it. Yeah, they can.
Pausing the damage to wait for the Mantra Q to stop ticking.
Whoa.
Here comes the teleport in though. They might want to go into Minky Whale. Pac-Man's just going to straight up dive him with no escape capabilities on the kit of Talia. That's going to be a free kill going over to Pac-Man.
And that was actually very clever from Abyss. They know that the Talia is a squishy champion. Look at Minky Whale's item build.
Yeah.
He does not tank a thing. Teleporting onto a Maokai is fine. Teleporting onto a Maokai and Ryze is not.
Oh, the Cocoon does land onto Choose, but Kuden and Carbon making sure to keep him safe. Kuden, even with the ulti, just gets absolutely melted. Here comes the teleport from Pac-Man, looking to make a play. Carbon, he gets sped up, gets taken down. A double kill for Raid, looking to make it a triple onto King. The Q does miss, but so many flashing health bars on the side of Abyss Esports.
And Abyss is super low, but they actually all get out. They've got themselves a gold lead. They've got the kill lead, and that's with a turret deficit. They are going to continue to snowball and scale, and you have to be concerned for a Legacy fan. They can actually continue the rest of this game number one out. It's going to take a lot of effort from their two big carries choosing King. They need to step up huge.
Minky Whale back in that top lane. Had to go answer Luch. Luch not going to do anything about that though, just back up through. He's got a lot of gold in his back pocket. Should be able to pick up the Abyssal Scepter very soon. Finishes off the Seraph Embrace outright.
You have to question Minky's item build here. I understand that that's probably the best Talia build, but why not just go Abyssal Scepter?
Yeah. A lot of AP on the side of
Even the
Abyss.
same thing for the middle lane. Choose probably could have afforded that. But he needs that Rylai's, that's fair. We'll see what item he goes for next though. Probably the Zonies, honestly.
Sure. Here comes Minky Whale ulting through, not going to hit anyone just yet, blocking them a little
Good
bit. But there
damage.
is the Emperor's Divide. T-Gun's going to fall, followed by Raid. Now Seb, the next one getting taken out as a double kill for Minky and a kill for Choose.
And that's exactly the double wall combo
Yep.
that we said Legacy are capable of doing. They execute on it. Minky can engage from very large distances. And now at 24 minutes into this game, they're threatening the Baron.
Wow, what an amazing setup there from the two walled players here. Minky and Choose doing just that, but the Baron has been side of the sapling, being used for vision alone. Three members going to
Pac-Man
try
and Luch.
and win this one. Luch and Pac-Man doing what they can, but Luch, he's been knocked up, he's been taken out. One more attack should do it now. It's all on Pac-Man. How long can he stay alive for? Minky is dead, but it's not going to matter because King and Choose are still alive. They turn their attention back onto the Baron because Kuden was keeping it aggro the whole time.
Yeah, Kuden not going to
the ulti
die.
gets a double. The Baron so close, but here comes T-Gun looking for that mantra.
Choose? No, Choose made a mistake.
Choose. He's trying
They
to get
don't
out
know.
of this one. T-Gun, what are you going to do? Are you going to queue over the wall? He's got his sights set onto Choose. He flashes over. He gets the tether. It should be enough. One more Q should do it. There is T-Gun. Ladies and gentlemen, taking out Choo-Choo's.
Choo-Choo's made a big mistake. Legacy have still got the Baron buff, but it is onto one member of their team. We get to see how that True Shot Barrage almost gets 3 kills, to be honest with you. King dying was huge.
Nearly got the Baron too.
Choose was like, oh, I'm out. No, I'm not out. I'm now in. And I think Karma did this blind.
Yep.
Yeah. Places a ward afterwards. Very impressive from T-Gun. Gets that kill. And guess what? That Baron buff amounts to nothing at the moment. Unless Carbon can stick with his team and actually secure some kind of map control, some kind of objective, whether it's turret. There is no Drake to take. They need something.
Look, we mentioned earlier on, the analysts mirrored that sentiment that this is Abyss's chance to take out a team such as Legacy, who are one of the favorites for that #1 spot in the OPL. And a loss here could be really detrimental to that placing.
Yeah, potentially. And remember that Minky's going to be on this team for multiple weeks.
That's true.
Abyss really do want to stamp their foot on the OPL, show they have what it takes. This is a great series to do it, at least the first game. Remember that Luch might be 1, 2, and 5, but that man does so much damage and has a GA to boot.
Oh, wow.
Pac-Man, he's not far off his third item. You would hope he gets a GA as well afterwards. They can just play the unkillable team comp. Raid's huge.
Yep, in the mid lane, Raid just doing what he can. 3 items to his name. Blade of the Ruined King just finished off. Where King, he's got those 2 power spike items, but I think Raid's overtaken him at this stage. 6-2-1 Ezreal.
Yeah.
He's playing phenomenally this game.
You would imagine that he has taken over, but this is that point where we come back to it and say the carries of Legacy, they still have a big job to do. And whilst they're now up against a massive enemy team, the gold lead is not too much. Dragon still seems to be a point of contention. Legacy already have 1 mountain, and the second is up in 45. Abyss have tools now to try and get this first game victory. They're actually just stuck at the moment.
There's the wall blocking off the escape, but the tower should fall. Will the teleport get through in time? Pac-Man is there. They've got their attention set onto Carbon. Kuban doing what he can in the midst of the fight. The Talia damage on the back end of that one, forcing the flash out of Pac-Man. The Emperor's Divide keeping them from making anything more happen out of this one. And Abyss, they are strong, but Legacy are finding chinks in the armor.
It's still a cool team composition out of Legacy once again. They have a lot of damage. They have a lot of control with these double walls. The end result is a turret. They are looking for the dragon primarily. We'll see if they can secure this one, because Abyss have made a commitment towards the top side of the map.
Teleport and Carbon there to ensure that Luch cannot get away with taking that tower for free. The dragon should fall here. T-Gun though.
This is going to be contested now. They don't have Carbon.
Where is Ray? They want to get for it. It's going to be Choo-Choo securing that one, but it looks like Kuden will fall. A couple more auto attacks should do it. There is the ultimate coming through. But Carbon, he's made his way back in, looking for the knockups. Not going to find it. Luch takes out Minky Whale. King, the next one that's going to fall. They've got their sight set onto Choo-Choo's. It's Seb going in. One more Q should do it. Not going to get it, but it's not going to matter because Raid and Pac-Man clean it up.
Choose gives his best effort, honestly, to get them something. They do get that Drake because, once again, Choose with his best effort secures that somehow as well. But Abyss, they still win the team fight. They still get the kills. And they're looking commanding. As we get to see exactly why Minky Whale should not be playing Talia against the Rise. He's destined to die. Overstayed his welcome because Carbon had to get to the Dragon. Honestly, just a big mistake across the board. That teleport, not necessary.
Only Kuden alive to watch his tower go down to the likes of Abyss. This Rise is huge. Currently 225, but do not be deceived as Minky Whale was. He can blow you up.
Like, he's got 290 farm at 29 minutes.
That's Luch.
Still on the clock. And it doesn't mean that because he's got a 7-280 carry on his side that he's weak by any means. Luch is always going to be strong, and he's actually getting towards that late game team fighting. He is a very good late game team fighter.
One of the most efficient players I've ever seen. I've never seen him ever fall behind in terms of CS. Always beating, either on par or beating the clock. So doing a great job of showing us this game that even against some of the best players in the entire of Oceania.
On some of the subs that don't play as well, that he's absolutely capable of beating them. It's just a very smart strategy overall from Abyss. Just because he's a sub doesn't mean you take it easy on him. It means you take it harder on him. Give him a hard time.
That's exactly right.
Camp him. Split push against him as a capable mid laner. Outscale him. Force him to make bad decisions. See how the team of Legacy respond, because Carbon was not looking at him at all. Carbon was looking at the King Kuden lane.
He had his sights set on that bot lane to make sure that he could
Legacy
get
need
them
a
ahead.
recall.
Yeah, there's big push coming down that mid lane. Choo-Choo's doing what he can. There is the farm alarm coming out of Rek'Sai. She's going to be on the back end of that one. Pac-Man, he's gone in. Look at the damage onto Choo-Choo. The ulti should be enough to take him out, and Raid makes Choo-Choo's pay for being out of position.
Yeah, bites off way more than he can chew. Maokai is always going to get on top of you. This is now a dangerous fight for them to commit towards.
Well, the wall trying to keep them away from this one. Pac-Man, though, he's in. He's so damn tanky. Gets his ult off in time before any of the real damage comes out. Might turn it back on to Carbon. Is able to tunnel away just in time. The snare does get landed, but Kuden got the ultimate available. Minky trying to keep them at bay, but those mines, they didn't
But
do
look at bottom.
much damage. It's Luch.
They're just breaking the base everywhere because Choose is the big carry of the team and overstays his welcome. Abyss make him pay for it. This is looking like it's potentially going to be a game 1 victory to Abyss as they're breaking that base.
This is very impressive work out of them. They know what Legacy's weaknesses are and are just seamlessly exploiting them.
Oh, absolutely.
14 seconds on that Baron. It was taken a little bit earlier by Legacy, but due to a great ultimate from Raid, they weren't able to do anything with it. Luch securing him, or stealing away that blue buff to boot.
I still just don't know why they gave him Rise firstly. All these target bans on the board. And they decided that they wanted the Azir over that Rise, and that's fine. But giving the Rise to Luch, who has shown that he can play it successfully, not ideal.
It's a risky play, but here comes Pac-Man. He's caught out Minky Whale, who's not long for this world. Once Raid starts getting the damage down, the Q's doing so much. The Sun Disc has been planted well and firmly in the mid lane.
And this is a series of moments where if Choose doesn't get a clutch engage, they're not going to win the game.
Pac-Man looking for that teleport. Here comes Luch. Not going to find anything.
Baron's actually just being started. They want this straight away. No way.
This is risky play. This is a risky
Like,
play. The
no
wall
way.
trying to block off as many as they can. Luke on the other side of that one doesn't have the flash available, trying his best to get in there. Carbon actually gets the Baron for himself, but here comes Pac-Man. He's onto King. Where is the damage? King, he's getting taken low. He's still alive. The heal keeping him at bay. Does able to take out Seb. There is Minky on the back. The mines are there. King does get taken down. A double kill for Raid, looking for more T-Gun. He finds himself in front of Carbon. Doesn't
Teleport
want to fake
flanks,
that
though, from
take,
the Rise.
but there it is, Rise. He's going for that bot lane inhibitor.
And Choose has been stopped. He's probably dead.
Oh, here comes Raid 1.
Oh!
Whoa! Where did that come from? Complete and utter domination out of Minky Whale.
Still, they stopped the recalls. Minky puts in a lot of damage with Choose, but they lose the inhibitor. I guess. Yeah, there we go. And Abyss. They lose the Baron, but they still get control of this map. That's 2 inhibitors gone. The third one's bare. Whew. To be taken. And this game could still turn on a dime to either team. But as of this moment, Abyss are the favorites.
Now they've got to be feeling good about going with Raid here tonight. He's playing phenomenally on this Ezreal, enabled all the time by T-Gun, who can give him that extra bit of safety with the shield and the movement speed. But very reminiscent of how Lost likes to play him. Aggressive arcane shifts, but very calculated.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Raid has been mechanically performing quite well in this first game. Oh, even T-Gun's been backing him up quite well. And Abyss, they feel comfortable at the 33-minute mark. The next Drake, actually very important.
Let's see how Legacy answer. They've got 2 inhibitors down, so they can't afford to spend too much time sitting around here. Choo-Choo does get cocooned up. Nothing going to come of it just yet.
Carbon's a super tank, and Kuden's got that level 11 mark.
Ooh.
So there is still strength to the Legacy team. The Baron empowers them to be stronger also with stats.
The double wall's available. There it is. It is going to be locking off the damage dealers, Seb and Ray. They've got their sights set onto Tigo, who gets out of that. Luch flashes over the wall. Kuden now in a world of hurt. Pac-Man, he's going to go down. The wall should be enough. He's still alive somehow. There is a kill for Choo-Choo's looking to answer back. There is Ray. He gets exhausted. He's going so low, but it's not going to matter. He gets thrown into Choo-Choo's, gifted even. Choo-Choo's picks that one up, dies for the process, but Luchi's got his sights set onto Minky, and there is no escape for the poor little Talia.
Nope, but he can try his best.
Yep, and try he might.
This is a dangerous position right now. Abyss might actually have enough time on the board to end the game.
20 seconds on Kuden.
That's right, 20 on Kuden. You can see T-Gun's just immediately pinged it, wants to push in. They've got the minions. This does look like game number one is going to go over to Abyss.
We mentioned that this is Abyss's chance to take it to Legacy, but in what a dominating fashion.
With a
Was not expecting
5k
that.
gold difference between them as well.
Yeah.
This is the loot show. This is the rise that you probably should not be giving this man. And they take down Legacy.
Well, I highly doubt we'll see it again in game number 2 if, of course, Legacy want to win that game.
No, that's true.
Really impressing the heck out of me with that rise.
And Abyss looked good, but you have to say, Legacy do not look the same
No.
with Minky in that top lane.
All right, we're going to send it back to the desk to tell us a little bit more about that game.
Thanks so much, Rogi. And we actually thought Minky looked quite good. I want to break down this game. First off, Abyss got pretty much the ideal composition. I mean, they have Maokai, they have Ryze, they have Seb's best champion on that Elise as well. That was just pretty much a free draft for Abyss.
No, yeah, 100% agree. No one's going to debate there. You look at that composition at a glance, you're like, wow, Abyss completely outdrafted Legacy. But
I was just going to comment on the double wall column. I thought it was quite cute, actually, when they caught them at the Wraiths. I thought that was like a nice little engage, but once you get, the Ryze and the Maokai and you get the flank off, Azir can't really do anything. It just gets exploded.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about this, Tali, because I want to start at the start of the game and actually the lane swap that they went through, because I thought the lane swap from Minky was actually quite cute. He stuck around in the bottom lane and got extra experience and had to burn the teleport, but gets himself ahead in that.
yeah, Legacy lane swapped really well. Their tower aggro juggling, when they placed their wards deep down the lane, they got a huge advantage on their Talia, and she actually was doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and so let's actually have a look at how the composition works. So we're going to pull up the first replay for you here. This is what you were talking about. So as we have a look, the long-range engage that can come out of Talia is phenomenal, Spooks.
Yeah, it was like there's nowhere for Abyss to go here. They
That
just
is
get
so cool.
locked into the choke. And wow, they just get shredded down. It's actually a really nice comp. I haven't seen Talia in action before.
That is so cool. Like this composition. So the thing is people will look at Talia and be like, oh, she was the problem. They didn't have a tank top laner, but they were supplementing their tankiness and their initiation. We talked about how Kuden is like mostly a range support. Well, there's a reason why he's playing Alistar in this composition. It's because they needed to compensate for having Talia up there. Likewise, taking the Rek'Sai and prioritizing a tanky jungler. And so when you use that was so cool. No, this composition was awesome.
And that's what I actually want to talk about, because to me, it wasn't necessarily Minky. It was the fact that they had Kuden on a tank that he wasn't used to playing, especially with the Alistar nerfs. You saw time and time again, he was waiting till he was low health to use it. And Carbon, early game, looked fantastic on Rek'Sai, but during teamfights maybe looked a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah, I thought they executed that bot gank really nicely. He timed the Ali pole flash with the Ezreal E. But I think, honestly, the disparity between mid lane, Luch seemed to like kind of walk all over Choo-Choo's, and I thought that was where the biggest disparity was in the lane phase.
All right, we have the last team fight. The reason that it is nice to bring it up there, because Frost, this is one of those team fights where Luch just kind of walked all over a team.
Okay, yeah. So there's also a goal disparity here, but the big thing is that Legacy's target selection is not great. So they do a good job where you initially separate out two members, but their target selection and follow-up, just the fact that King's chasing off to the side, that they're not actually deleting anyone, that all of their spells are going everywhere, and Luch is just going to run in at the back half of this fight, just start bursting everyone because he's a machine gun with his cooldowns, whereas all the major cooldowns for Legacy are done now.
Yeah, so that is going to be Abyss picking up the game. I mean, Luch grabs another kill for himself here. However, I do now want to look over to what Abyss did well, because Luch, young superstar carry, like this guy has a bright, bright future in League of Legends. And then Raid, the new AD carry that they bring in and swap over, also goes off on Ezreal against King, which isn't an easy task to do. That's pretty good performances out of two young carries.
Here's the thing, like, I totally agree, Abyss did really well. I just want to kind of like take a conclusion over this thing, because I feel like people will still walk away and be like, oh, Legacy lost this game because of their composition was bad. Their composition was awesome. It came down to execution, and Abyss just executed far better. Props do go to Luch and Raid in particular, because they were so aggressive. They were hitting all their skill shots. But the thing is the execution on Abyss's composition with the pick potential of Ryze and Maokai is so much easier to punish Legacy on their small mistakes where they just overstay, and suddenly you've got Twisted Advance, and suddenly you're rooted 6 times, and you just get thrown down. But like that's what it came down to. Execution of the comps, and not one comp being infinitely stronger than the other.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what I was expecting from Raid, but he did his job. He did a lot of damage. He just like stood at the back line and they just killed back to front, and they played the team fights really well.
He's Oh, sorry. He's just one of those cool Ezreal players where he uses his arcane shift aggressively. And a lot of time, it's obviously always going to be that thin line of using it aggressively and going into 5 people and immediately blowing up. But Raid is so good at keeping track of the cooldowns, at least in this last game, and making sure that he never put himself in danger, but was maximizing his damage output on that champion. And that's the difference between a good Ezreal and a great Ezreal.
It certainly wasn't. With that, Abyss were able to win game number 1. However, Legacy are going to look to hit back. Don't go anywhere, guys. In 3.5, we have another game for you just around the corner. Welcome back to the OPL, where Abyss Esports just took game number 1 off Legacy in a pretty convincing fashion by the end of the game, I think it has to be said. However, guys, we also want to hear from you at home. Jump on Twitter. Let us know how you are watching the OPL. It's a chance to win a slab of Red Bull, I believe. So send in a tweet. You know, we'll have a look at them, and we'll decide who gets the Red Bull here. I know, Spooks, you're a big fan of the old Red Bull.
Yeah, it keeps me going, you know.
All right, so getting back into this set, we saw the double wall comp, we saw the bird flying around on Summoner's Rift, but ultimately Abyss were able to walk away with this one. If you are Legacy, what are you looking at going into game number 2? Is it just back to standard?
Well, I think personally, like, as much as it's easy to kind of blame your new member coming into the team, it obviously does affect team dynamic when you're going into, like an important game, and you don't have your normal top laner who would be communicating his teleport, which is obviously really important in this meta. So they just need to make sure that they're playing towards team fighting and just doing all the fundamentals right.
Yeah, I agree. I think that composition came down to execution, so it's back to the basics for Legacy, calming down, playing maybe something a bit easier to execute than balancing a double wall composition and making sure that the communication is standard first.
All right, cool. So on that same train of thought, do you just get rid of Luch's champion pool? Is this a guy that you have to take off Summoner's Rift Spooks?
Yeah, I think in this meta where Victor, Azir, and Ryze are all really strong mid lane, I think Luch excels on all three of them. He obviously, everyone talks about it, but he seems to get above 10 CS per minute, and then he just does so much damage on these champions in the late game team fight. So I think targeting him in the draft would be definitely a good idea for Legacy.
I don't necessarily think you need to throw all three bans at that or limit his champion pool that much, but the Ryze for sure should not be something that ends up in his hands so easily.
And what did you think about Pac-Man's champion pool? Because Pac-Man is someone that tries to be a little bit more flexible. He has played Gangplanks and the like in the past, but he is much more of a tank player up there in the top lane. Is that something that you can also take a look at maybe hitting away? Because Maokai still is just the outright best pure tank in the game.
Yeah, I guess from Abyss perspective, there's no reason really for Pac-Man to be on a carry champion when you got someone like Luch in the mid lane. I'm not sure outside of Maokai what Pac-Man's got in his tank pool, so maybe that could be worth hitting.
No, I agree, but like you said, there's still a lot of flexibility up there, and I think the member that you're still going to target is going to be Luch, just because Choo-Choo's is really struggling.
All right, cool. So we'll see whether Choo-Choo's is able to pull it back together. Having a look at Legacy as a whole, we've hit on Minky a lot, but, you're a jungler. You're the captain of your team. You keep telling me, over and over again. Carbon now, a lot of pressure on him to be able to pull this one back together.
Yeah, I guess keeping morale up is the main thing. We have struggled in a few series last season, and we had a sub as well. So. No, I'll admit, Swiffer is the captain, but I am the shot caller, Swiffer. So, he just needs to keep the troops' morale up, and I think they'll be okay.
All right, cool. So we'll see if we're able to do it. I've done this a couple of times tonight, Frost. You said it's going to be a 2-0. Abyss pickup game number 1. You've seen Legacy now play with the whale on the team once. Do you want to jump off board? Are you not going to, where are you currently
I'm
feeling?
taking the sinking ship. I already put all my money on Sin, so I'm going to stick with Legacy, writing it down to the bottom. Let's go, Minky.
And, they got the game spooks, which you said they would. Do they get a second?
No, I'm going to stick to my initial predictions. They got their one game, and I think I'm going to be right all the way through.
All right, we'll see whether Legacy are able to bring it back. As Minky Whale one more time heads to Summoner's Rift, here is Rogie and Rusty to take us there.
Thanks so much, Spawner. Unfortunately for Legacy, we saw the double war comp fail and crumble under the weight of Pac-Man's Maokai.
Yeah, the Maokai was actually a pretty big deal. I do think that it should be something that's addressed, not because of Pac-Man's champion pool, but because of what the Maokai actually enabled for them. Legacy's target selection was an issue to me, but when there's a Maokai in front of you and Tali has walled off the other two, it kind of made it like you had no choice but to hit that one big tank.
It's the last person you want to be sinking all your damage into, but Legacy, they know that Luch is fabled for his Azir, so they take that one off the Rift right away. Following the ban is Twitch. Once again, they don't want King getting his hands on that cheeky little rat.
Yeah, I got the Twitch off the board. The Azir ban as well from Legacy might be that they're putting all of their efforts towards the middle lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Ryze ban with it. And the question is, where do they go after that, if it is going to be that Ryze? Because jungle still has a Nidalee present. Still a lot of strengths.
Victor, though, another champion that Luch has under his belt, so I think you might be right here, Rusty. There's no way they'll leave the Ryze up again unless, of course, they choose to take it.
So Red Side's got the mandatory Ryze ban. So as far as bans are concerned, this isn't a bad option by Legacy. It might actually force Abyss to ban out Luch. Maybe he defaults to his Orianna.
Yeah. Well, when everything is taken, looks like they want...
seen it.
Well,
Tonight,
Yeah.
Sin decided that it's good again.
Well, maybe Luch will follow suit here, but once again, Kuden unfortunately does miss out on his Soraka. So a lot of target bans this game, but it's expected in a best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. They've adapted game number 1. They recognized who the issue or the problem person might be. I like the response from Abyss by banning the Soraka opposed to anything like that Ryze. The standout kind of thing here. Trundle was the other one from Legacy last time around.
There's going to be T-Gun's Karma that gets taken away from this one. So
the
now,
mental battle continues, right?
They're basically just saying, you ban Raz. If you don't ban it, we're going to pick it. Let's see if Abyss Esports can deal with that.
And I still have to point out the fact that there is a Vladimir that no one's picking. There's also the Swain that was not attested towards in our first game of this series. Rek'Sai seems to be a high point of preference, as is the Lucian that's currently available.
First time Soraka, not Soraka, Nidalee's been available as well.
Yeah, so what do Legacy go for, knowing that Abyss are going to get two strong red side first rotation options? It's going to be very much a personal preference type of thing here. Is the Rek'Sai more valuable than the Nidalee? Nidalee probably more valuable, let's be honest. The Elise also, Carbon quite capable, but Seb did well on it. And you've got, what does Choose have that perhaps is the only thing left for Luch? I'd say Gangplank. Maybe that's where they go.
Let's see what they end up picking away here. 20 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be the Nidalee in the hands of Carbon. So we're about to see why this champion has received 5 bans across the entire night.
Yeah, Nidalee pokes her head out. Still a very strong champion, not on the live patch that's had the jungling changed also. See how Carbon does go on this one. Still a very buff jungle choice. Seb probably just going to respond with something standard of his own.
Yeah.
Man's got deep pockets when it comes to jungling. Kindred's also there. You would assume Seb will look towards that. And with anything else on top of that, perhaps it's the Trundle. You'll find that Abyss first draft. We're pretty good.
So many great champions available. You'd think they want to pick them all here, but the safe one might be this Lucian on the in the hands of Raid. Trundle going across to Pac-Man. You mentioned in game number 1 just how good Pac-Man is when he gets that troll with the club, and we're going to be seeing that tonight.
It's one of the few times we've seen Pac-Man go huge and actually carry for his team, whilst being able to be that tank. And so as far as drafting goes, they've now put themselves in a position where they can flex that Trundle if it were to come to it, dependent on what Minky Whale looks towards. And I guess the question needs to be brought up then of what does Minky Whale go towards? Does he commit to Italia, or does he play something a little bit more Minky?
The Swain and the Ezreal are going to be locked in here, and of course, when you can't have Lucian, you have Ezreal, and you've been talking all night about just how hyped this Swain is. We're going to see that in the hands of a Legacy member.
Yeah.
Think it'll be Minky, or do you think they'll send it mid?
Well, we don't know.
That's the thing,
Choose will be quite good on the Swain, you would have to imagine. We also don't actually know if Minky Whale can play it. We just know nothing about him, let's be blunt.
Sure.
We know he plays Talia. That was our research. He has a pocket Hecarim if you want to go deep.
Let's see if Legacy are on that same train of thought here, but how will Abyss answer to this Swain pick? They've already got the Trundle, and very unfavorable matchup, but Luch, he's very good on this Gangplank also.
We already mentioned that he can play the Gangplank, that they can also lock in the Kindred, which is the other top-tier jungle choice. Yeah. As far as drafting goes, both teams are just going to have the most broken team compositions. They're going to run into each other with their brokenness until one's more broken.
Yep. 2 broken glasses just shanking each other to death here. One will go down first, but Legacy pick here.
Round that one out with a Maokai, not a Yi. Call it a day.
It is Minky where we are talking about
here.
Just
go Aurelia.
Good point.
Do it. Minky, do it.
Rusty's calling you out, Minky. Go that Aurelia. You played some mean Aurelia last night yourself, Rusty.
Was it?
Yes.
It was mean
to us.
Side of build.
Looks like they will be going for that safe pick on the Maokai, so rounding it out. So Minky, well, I'm sure he can play a Maokai. Who can't in that top lane? Very simple champion, and Kuden. When it knows Soraka. When in doubt, go the Braum. Big burly man with a door for a shield. What's not to love?
Yeah, and I guess not knowing where anyone is in the way of mid and top from the side of Abyss before they round out their support role. Better safe than sorry, and picking up the Braum themselves seems like they don't want to give that one over.
That's an intense solo shot.
Yeah.
Staring at my soul here, T-Gun.
I was looking at the timer really at that point in time, but now you mention it.
Yeah.
He needs to probably
that solo shot, yeah.
Still, I think it might be the support being locked in here.
Sure.
You would have to imagine. T-Gun can play that Trundle though, so now that they know it's a Maokai, if they really wanted something like an Echo, they
Now's
could
the
look
time
towards
to do it.
that.
Yeah.
If they wanted something else in the middle lane, Pac-Man can play that GP also.
Definitely a lot of time being invested into this decision, as a one game here will put them up over Legacy. A wrong pick may spiral them into the best of 3. Looks like they want to go with the Morgana. Should be locked in here any second, and it is.
Yeah, Morgana, very good into Braum. will be quite nice into most of Legacy's team composition. And that's recognition of the lack of physical damage that they currently possess as a team.
It's a great point.
So magic resistance, definitely a stackable thing. Pac-Man, the sooner he gets a Spirit Visage, the harder he will be to kill. And by the end of this game, if it goes to like 40 minutes, there's probably going to be a scenario where Pac-Man can look at two people on the side of Legacy and shrug as he walks past them and takes their base.
Not even acknowledge them, not even bat an eyelid, just walk through with the club, start destroying the towers. But we've got Luch on this gangplank, and what better champion to farm with, right?
Yeah, but he's going to be against the Swain.
That is true.
That doesn't make things easy. It looks like we're running the 4 teleports also between both of these teams. A lot of map movements capable. Legacy still showed they can early game lane swap with Minky in the roster because Carbon is that shot caller. You know, it makes a lot of sense that he's going to be able to tell you where to go and when to be there. The question to me is still, they banned out Luch. They targeted his champion pool, but only in the way of control mages. We know he can still play Gangplank, and they've given him this opportunity. It's probably a risk. He can still carry it.
We'll make sure to take to Twitter, guys, and tell us why you think Legacy or AE are going to win. Hashtag LGC win if you want Legacy to take it to game number 3, or if you're an Abyss esports fan and you want them to close it out tonight, hashtag AE win.
I think it's safe to say before we get into this second game of the series, very few people expected to say that Abyss would be 1-0 up against Legacy, who were one of the grand finalists of our last split.
Look, we mentioned this is their time to do it, and they're showing up tonight. And Luch on this gangplank, I'm really excited to see what he can do here. Taking Strength of the Ages, though. Is that common?
On
Gangplank.
Gangplank? No, it's not common.
No.
Grasp of the Undying is usually what he would be looking towards, and
Especially
I'm not going to be
Swain.
surprised if this graphic has made a mistake.
Sure.
I don't doubt our graphics guy. In fact, he's fabulous. But surely that's a Grasp of the Undying, or Luch has made a big mistake.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult for him to stack up those health bars, but...
And it is confirmed as well. It's Strength of the Ages. Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult for him to get the most out of that. Would have much preferred a Grasp of the Undying, but of course it is confirmed that is Strength of the Ages. So Lucci does like to push up the mid, go over and take the Raptors. Now he'll be getting a little bit more than gold to his name, but...
Nah, you wanted Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah, you want to go, especially against Swain, who's just going to sustain the heck out of you. And Orange isn't enough here.
Of course, no Ignites to be seen as well across the board, except for T-Gun, which I will say, in comparison to our first series against the Swain, something that you might want to have. Less of a lane-conscious decision, much more of a get to the mid-game and be relevant.
Does Gangplank passive's essentially a mini-Ignite? Does that have the healing reduction on it or no?
It's just true damage now, isn't it?
Sure. Wasn't 100% sure. It's been a while since I've played the plank. I always suck at using the barrel, so...
Does still have the bandit part of his mastery secured, so 12 into the middle tree, at the very
Carbon.
least.
It's getting bullied out here by T-Gun. Camp is going to reset.
Carbon, don't go back to it.
It's all about pride at this stage. As Pac-Man, though, on the side of red, take a lot of damage.
It's kind of funny, because Minky's doing the same thing as he did in the first game, and it forces T-Gun to want to go back towards his lane and actually help out, but look at him.
He's still there. Still being a nuisance.
Morgana.
Oh, this is costing Carbon so much time. Doesn't
He
have
has
the
no
smite
smite.
either. There it is, the Ignite. One more ornament attack should be the first blood. Goes to T-Gun out of nowhere. He's going to get the Krug as well.
Minky might get the Krug. Here
No
we go.
way.
Oh, yeah, nailed it. T-Gun well and truly on the board for Team Abyss. The cheesiest move in history, but also predictably T-Gun. That Ignite, we just mentioned how important it'll be into the middle game. Turns out, early game, you still want that.
Ban away his karma. He's going to make you pay for it.
But that's inexcusably aggressive from Carbon to try and secure the Krugs.
Yeah, it's...
He
Without a
just
smite,
didn't need to do that. Just go over to red buff, maybe even go over to the blue side of the map and take that. Play to where your strengths are on the map. He got way too greedy and aggressive for it.
Yeah, he's going to pay for that one with a very big loss of tempo, loss of jungle camps, loss of experience and gold as well.
One does not simply start the Krugs when T-Gun is invaded.
You're exactly right here, Rusty. And already about 10 CS advantage for Seb. Barrel's coming through. Here is Seb. Choose. He's going to have to flash. It might not be enough if Seb chooses to go in for it. There is Wolf chomping down for a second kill of the game, going across the Abyss.
I think it's safe to say 3 minutes into this game, Legacy are currently in red alert.
Tilt
This is
City.
disaster zone. I'm not going to say Tilt City.
Sure. I'll say it then. Tilt City.
I mean, sure, that's your opinion of it. I think that they will establish themselves okay. They just need to try and damage control. This is not the way that you want to start this one off by any means.
Especially already down 1-0. Really need to find a way to stop the bleeding. Let Minky Whale get tanky. Let King find his groove, because right now Carbon and Choose have met unfortunate ends.
Yeah, and of course Summoner's burnt in this middle lane. Going to cause some issues if Seb reoccurs with his ganks.
Swain's auto attack is so bad as well.
He has the Q to put down anyway, usually helps with last hitting, but he didn't want to push, so he sacrifices a couple of last hits for the greater good.
Luch teleports his way back into that mid lane to ensure that he keeps his CS quite high. Doing what he can to get those Silver Serpents.
Yeah, at this stage in the game as well, running that Bandit. It's more efficient occasionally to last hit, or to Q choose rather, poke him out. You'll never out-trade him, but every trade's a good trade. Now he has Sheen actually, I take that back.
Ooh, narrowly avoiding the barrel of the bird laser. Comes through. The orange.
Yeah, no, Luch is winning this lane till further notice simply because of the items that he has.
Never move. Just going to miss there. Locking up the minions. But Choose unfortunately going to have a bit of difficulty last hitting under this tower as Raid. There's a big minion wave to play with.
And they're choosing to stay in this lane as well. That's the other thing, is they haven't swapped back. They're not continuing the standard lane swap. They match it. They want to fight them for it. And it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, Nidalee is there. T-Gun might be in a little bit of trouble. Carbon looking to get revenge on that one. King is over the wall. Does T-Gun have flash available? Doesn't matter, as Carbon gets a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, T-Gun actually way too aggressive. Carbon absolutely does find that revenge. Seb is still ahead of him in terms of jungling, but that is a big step back in his direction. Be very pleased with that if you're a legacy player. Exactly what they needed.
Just really making good use of that aggression. They know that T-Gun, he's never one to back down from a fight, but Raid. Oh, no.
No jungle camp goes uncontested from Abyss right now. They are making Carbon's life generally just miserable. Minky might be trying to respond in the same manner, however.
Oh, doesn't get that one away as Seb secures it, but
Choose
here
has got a
comes
good
Choose.
play.
He's coming from the right side. Seb doesn't have flash available. Should be going down here. Should be no problem handing that one over to Choose. Gets himself a blue buff.
Yeah, and making sure that Choose gets it is quite important. So the Swain finds himself whilst behind in this lane, up with a kill now, tends to make things slightly better. Just wants that level 6 mark. Legacy, they damage control well.
Yeah, they really do. Very impressive stuff. Finding that kill into T-Gun, then Seb as well. So both the members are kind of evening things out here, right? It was Seb and T-Gun that got Abyss ahead in the first place, and then it's the over-aggression that ends up costing them.
Yeah, it's the kind of lead that started off so well, and you would look at most games and say, well, this is actually just a disaster. The snowball's already about to happen, but over-aggression from Abyss, thinking they can take more than they can. They pay for it.
Luch has hit that level 6. Got the Cannon Barrage available. Should any of his teammates need the cross-map assistance, but Choose, he's never going to be low on health again.
Nope. The Swain is level 6. And the bird absolutely is the word from this point onwards. Mooch will just be farming though. You see that? It's a level 7 power spike that the Gangplank has, level 13 being the other one, because the ultimate, it's always good. It's nice to have. But level 6 onwards though, doesn't matter too much what level it is. Whereas you get that reduced keg timer.
It's very nice to have.
Which is what you get at 7 and 13 respectively. Find a lot more strength in the back pocket of Luch.
Raid just down here by himself. T-Gun trying to make plays elsewhere on the map along with Seb. So Raid, he's fine to farm it up. He's got himself the Cull. Only 75 stacks left on that one. So shouldn't be expecting anything much from him for a while. Whereas, of course, King stacking as well with the tier. So both these 80 carries just in scaling mode.
Yeah, and both supports playing reasonably cautious as well. That felt like a 1v1, but this is still going to be a push back towards Abyss, and they've got essentially a freeze that has not been able to be broken.
Luch feeling the pain that is the Swain in the top lane. Minky Whale, he's found Pac-Man. Pac-Man forced to use the ultimate quite early, but no tower to protect him. Minky Whale, he wants to go from this, but Pac-Man's getting bigger and bigger, but there are the minions there. The 1Q back, which you do it. A nice flash from Pac-Man.
Yeah, very good flash from Pac-Man to get himself out. Had to use the ultimate respectively, so Minky showing that he can still play that lane.
Ooh, another blue for Choose. It seemed like just seconds ago his was still on, so Luch is going to be feeling bad after that one, but Minky does have flash available. I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh no, the pillar blocked him off, but it should be fine if Seb can get in there. But no, here comes Carbon.
Oh, and even Choo-Choo's is suddenly above us. Hello.
Yep, Seb, he's in a world of hurt right now. A great teleport out of Choose. And Respite being used, but the cancelled teleport from Luch means that Seb has no chance of surviving that one.
Yeah, and Minky flunks the flash, but it also just causes separation from the Trundle pillar that Seb then flashes basically into. And Legacy turn back on that aggression. They get themselves an abundance of gold in that back pocket. Choose is big, the Swain is big. And when a Swain's big, usually you're winning on Summoner's Rift.
T-Gun showing himself top means that poor Raid is all alone in this bot lane. Level 7 though, so does have the experience advantage, having not to share that with a support laner, of course. But look at that Swain, already 2 kills to his name. Fully completed Rod of Ages, will be stacking along nicely. Luch being forced into that magic resistance build path.
Yeah, of course, costing 2,600 gold now, not 3k, means the Rod of Ages is a very good buy.
Oh no, Luch might be in trouble. There is T-Gun teleport coming through for Minky. Well, isn't enough time, has to flash and never move.
Luch baited by T-Gun's presence there, remembering that Ignite was a possibility, but the immediate teleport out of Minky diffuses that. Now they're stuck on defense duty. Not the best place to be.
Well, that third is such great zoning potential from very relative safety.
It is, and Swain's not going to slow down with his poke anytime soon. His harassment is just unbearable.
I see what you mean here. It's Luch, there's nothing you can do about it.
No, there's actually nothing to do. And that's fine for Luch. He's very much a farmer. He wants to get as many minions as he can find, get some gold in that back pocket, and then look for a late game scaling fight. X-Drinker into Trinity Force, maybe the next item he gets after that will be his big spike. But comparing to Swain, who hits level 6 and is suddenly the best character in League of Legends, that doesn't change when he hits level 7. It's just the best character in League of Legends.
Oh no, a lot of damage being dealt to Luch. Choose in full retreat. Carbon did cancel the recall just in time to back up his mid laner.
Just in time to watch Choose win anyway, that's the problem. Choose is never getting pushed out.
No.
It's going to take a lot of effort, and it means the T-Gun's probably going to have to be there out of necessity. I don't think there's enough all-in potential from a Gangplank by himself. Let alone Gangplank and Trundle, I don't think there is either.
Puts a lot of pressure onto Raid to survive this lane, and just look at Choose completely relentless, taking tower shots because he knows one minion wave and he's back to full health, which is a few ticks of that ultimate.
Which still showing a lot of resilience. He does his fair share of damage, as you just mentioned. I mean, he's definitely mechanically still quite capable. Choose just not using the ultimate though, holding onto that mana pool. The next wave that comes, you would imagine, he will start to gain that health back.
There we go.
Time to reset. Look at that.
Minky Whale making his way down the teleport from Luch. Wants to keep this lane going for as long as he possibly can here.
And what makes this silly is that the changes to the catalyst aspect of a Rod of Ages gives you health back when you expend mana, and Swain gets mana back when he last hits minions. And so, like, it's a consistent cycle where if he's killing minions with his ult on, he's getting mana back, and that mana expansion is giving him health back, and he's a Swain whose ultimate heals him for flat values.
It's a dangerous cycle to behold, of course, as we see Legacy getting the first dragon of the game. And it's going to be the Infernal Drake. Good block from Kudum to ensure that Raid has nothing nice to say about him. Dodging out the spear here, so it is going to be answered with the Rift Herald being taken, of course. That will do nicely on the side of Pac-Man.
Yeah, Pac-Man still, we mentioned this during Champions Select, one of the potentially large win conditions available to Abyss. They just want the Gangplank to hold on. You do still have to worry, however, for when the Swain wants to be in that side lane. But Pac-Man can stack Spirit Visage, and this was actually mentioned earlier during a Chiefs game where they played the Trundle.
Oh no, Luch is in trouble. He's going to get pounced on, taken down, tries to ultimate, but it's not going to matter as Choose gets himself another one.
Yeah, so they pick up a third kill for the mid laner of Legacy, and game number 2 has turned around. potentially into their favor. Still, the Abyss are holding on. It's just that a lead is now starting to develop once more for our blue team.
Yeah, they're doing a great job despite small early game hiccups. The Legacy really showing the strengths that we wanted to see in game number 1 right now. Look at the damage onto Pac-Man.
I was going to say, surely they're not going to dive in, but they would. Whenever Swain has his ultimate available. A lot of poke.
The spear on the back of that one, the bird laser just slowing him down.
Yeah, but still waiting though. Pac-Man, we mentioned that he's going to have like a 5k item spike. Ravenous Hydra, Spirit Visage, means that even Choo-Choo's probably cannot deal with him in a side lane. And so Minky Whale has to step up and be able to compete or contest in the 1v1, at least clear those minion waves and thwart Pac-Man's advances.
Another blue buff going across the Choose. He's feeling very, very confident in this laning phase, doing a great job of keeping up with Luch. Yeah. He's had a lot of pressure, a lot of presence from Carbon early on, helping him get back into the laning phase after Seb visited early on, but looks like he's got a Ninja Tabby now, so even more difficult for Luch and Seb to make anything happen.
3 Ninja Tabbies actually completed by
wow.
Legacy. They understand that they don't want to take physical damage. And that's the funny thing to contrast is we came into Champion set like, wow, Legacy, they have a lot of magic damage. Like, Trundle can just, you know, get himself Spirit Visage and be unkillable. Well, there's also a lot of physical damage on the side of Abyss. T-Gun's probably the primary source of magic. And so Maokai can just be like, oh, look, Sunfire Cape, Ninja Tabi into Randuin's. Good luck.
He's going to be such an unstoppable tree once that trinity of items is completed here. Doing a good job of
Frozen Harps gets a cooldown reduction.
doing a good job of staying ahead in CS over Pac-Man. Also has a nice wave building. Still has his tower as well as Choo-Choo just being obnoxiously unbearable. Might actually get taken down here. Luckily, he has the orange to cleanse out of the Never Move.
Yeah, Gangplank's very hard to actually take down. You only have one form of crowd control. He's been eating his oranges to stay healthy, however. This still does look like the turret's just going to go down.
Yeah, not a lot they can do. The barrel's still too weak to take out a whole wave of minions, so Luch going to be working on getting them a little bit more strong. Carbon in the top lane, though. Pac-Man in a lot of trouble. Minky Whale's going in. It's all up to the spear. Can it hit? Carbon applying the red buffs first. Very smart. A free spear. The takedown should be enough. Or do they give it across to Minky?
Yeah, they do. They make sure that Minky gets the kill. The flip side, though, Abyss now looking towards this middle lane with a multiple amount of members. His chooses are... He's still a Swain.
What raid? He didn't get the memo that Choose is an unkillable god right now. Raid's going to get stunned up, gets hit by the Never Move. One more tick should do it, but 4 members are there for Legacy, making their way down. A few more auto attacks onto Seb. There is Minky Whale coming through the stun. One more auto attack should do it. He's not going to be able to get it in time. It's going to fall off. No, the Lamb's Respite does come out in time, but that's 5 members of Legacy grouping up to win the team fight.
Yeah, and a whitewash right now for Abyss. 16 minutes into this game. And there is a 4k gold lead now for Legacy. They can't look at a Drake, but what they can start doing is getting down the turrets, getting down the structures, and growing that lead further, using that to try and snowball the rest of this game out and potentially bring it to a third. Abyss, if they're anything, they're defiant. See if they can actually hold against what is going to be an inevitable Legacy onslaught.
Yep. After that, we see the Legacy in the lead. 9 kills to 2 already. 5,000 gold ahead of Abyss. This is going from bad to worse for this Abyss squad. They started out very strong, but recent events have kind of led them down this dark path where Swain is this unkillable bird monster, and there's no one but T-Gun with the means to stop him.
And the dark path was the patch notes that said Swain has been changed. Never forgetty.
Minky Whale. Cute little dodge there to avoid the binding.
Swain. He's going to be, like, once he gets that zone, he's a good night to anybody on the side of Abyss. Still the same win conditions remain, however. They've got the farming Gangplank, who's working towards his next item, getting a bit of crit in his back pocket.
Carbon
Legacy are probably just about to kill 7.
Carbon looking for something here. Minky Whale tanking up 3 members. Kuden also on the back of this one. The binding does land down onto Minky. The pillar should be enough to quell any further aggression.
And the same problem remains. They can put Choo-Choos in the bottom lane with the teleport. Luch doesn't have one of his own. And the Swain into the Gangplank matchup feels a little bit familiar now, does it not?
Oh yeah, Swain is just rolling over him right now. There's not a lot that Luch can do.
300 damage kegs, huh?
It just gets
That's
healed
cute.
in an instant.
You give me like an 800 damage keg. Still gonna be cute.
Not a lot he can really do here.
Big gold deficit, however, between the 80 carries.
Wow.
This and Legacy.
I guess that's what happened when Raid is just stuck in a 2v1 lane, forced to give up
Yeah,
minions.
it's also the fact that there's 2 extra turrets there, and I believe King was a recipient of some of the gold of that.
Second Infernal Drake in the pockets of Legacy with a mountain on the way.
No, these double Infernal Drake as well, like, all of them are doing damage. Minky Whale is a tank that's going to be killing people.
Luch has to flash out of that one. Gets caught by the Never move, I do believe.
Pac-Man also cancelled Teleport, and which means that Legacy can continue to push in this bottom lane if they'd like. I'm sure Choose will try his 1v2 here. 1v3.
1v3 actually as well. With the gank playing support, they're trying their darndest to take him down. He's still alive. The minions actually aiding him. Finally, they're going to get him as Raid takes down the Raid boss.
Yeah, they actually get the kill. It took an awful long time. I'm not sure the turret will fall just yet. They will get it. But meanwhile, what's happening in the bottom lane is the exact same thing. Abyss are not going to be foolish enough to try and contest it.
I mean, he falls, but he takes a good 10 seconds to do so.
And now has Azonias.
Oh, no.
So that thing, that whole 1v3 thing that we
That's
just
out the
witnessed,
window.
probably not happening.
T-Gun. They're trying to wait
Got
for
him.
the shield to proc, but it's not going to matter as Carbon, on point with his accuracy this game, takes him out.
Gets the bullseye. Of course, Abyss trying to stop recalls, given what they are doing in this top lane, rather. They should be able to actually get this one, you would think.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage here. No one going to be in position to stop them just yet. A few more auto attacks out of Seb should do it, and there it is. Two
Not bad.
towers.
So they trade. Actually work out getting potentially a tower in their favor. Doesn't mean that Legacy are going to stop chasing them right now. This is on the Baron side of the map.
The gold gap is being closed a little bit, but doesn't look like the Legacy want to give up this one too much. Remember that King does indeed have the Iceborne Gauntlet as well as the Muramana. He's doing so much damage. One Arcane Shift should force the Lamb's Respite, and there it is. The ulti coming through. Seb narrowly avoids that one.
A lot of damage coming out of King. That was actually unreasonably large amounts of damage.
He's so strong.
The Ezreal is massive, to say the least. Raid going towards the standard crit build also wants to get an extra item before he's really doing a lot of work. Legacy, they commit to this. Abyss, no. And they do have members nearby, but not Seb, as he's in the base. It's going to be a difficult steal. T-Gun the God.
No gangplank ulti either. Luch just going to have to do this one with barrels alone. Gets a lot of damage down onto King. Baron dropping down to about 1,000 health. And he's going to get smited away, of course, by Carbon King, the recipient of the Nidalee heal. Now Pac-Man looking to try and get a 5-man pillar. Is it enough? Those Minky Whales turned around onto Luch.
I don't think the follow-up's going to be there.
You know, they're trying their darndest. Carbon keeping Minky Whale safe. Seb just gets smashed by the Kinkies.
And just the free Baron taken from Legacy. They've now got themselves the driver's seat. Potentially put themselves on this podium further. A lot of strength now. Abyss are going to get what they can from what was already a Baron taken. And that is a big take.
You would not think this is the same team as game number 1 right now. Legacy are showing up and showing us what they've got here. Seb might be in a little bit of trouble. No Braum ulti available just yet. Here comes King. The Braum ult is now up. Spear does connect. A Q connects. They're doing what they can. Seb, he's so low. 1E should do it. No, they're going to get blocked by the Hex Drinker, but T-Gun also falls on the back of that one.
Yeah, Carbon and King have got a lot of chase. Remember that Rylai's in Iceborne Gauntlet as King just ults Carbon for stealing it.
No, he's pushing the minion wave up.
ults Carbon for stealing it.
Ults Carbon for stealing it.
Don't question me.
I didn't question you, Rusty.
I actually have no idea which one he was going for. I'm going to go with the former.
Anyways, looks like Raid just getting bothered here. As Cuden queuing that one to avoid the quick recall here. Choose just being such a presence this entire game long.
Yeah, this lead probably going to snowball somewhere outrageous if this continues. Luch is a good gangplank, but nothing compares to Swain.
Does get hit by that Never move. Citrus is his way out. But already Minky Whale getting a nice push developing in that top lane. This tower should fall, and no one from Abyss can answer.
Yeah, now they need to hold the fort. Pac-Man is actually not that tanky unless he has his ultimate as well at this stage. This is a cool, calm, collected Carbon
Oh no, Carbon does get interrupted. He's got 2 of his teammates nearby. That is Braum and Ezreal, but he's in Italy, right? It's a little bit.
Well, Minky teleported bottom lane also, very aggressive,
Sure.
because there was like 30 minions just chilling out. He doesn't want to overpush it, but he has no choice. He has a Sunfire cape and an Iceborne gauntlet. But really, Legacy just playing this as cool, calm, and collectors as they'd like.
Playing a very immaculate game right now, Swain. He's got his fully stacked Rod of Ages. Another Blasting Wand on top of that Hourglass, where, of course, on the side of Luch, finish that Trinity Force, has the makings of an Infinity Edge. Going to feel real good when he finishes that one off. Raid picked up that Phantom Dancer. You mentioned he does need that little bit of extra crit in order to be relevant, but comparing it to King right now, it's not a lot.
No, like comparing AD carries, it's not too great. Naturally, King's going to have more items, so we'll say the Executioner's Calling is going to be very handy
Ah, there it is.
in reducing some of the damage that can be dealt by Choo-Choos, which means item build has a choice. Very good style choice here from Raid.
It's good to see them acknowledging that.
Also the Infinity Edge for Luch. They've got items, it's just not comparable. We'll see how they make it work.
1,000 damage barrels coming out. T-Gun having to book it out of that one. Luch instantly has to use the Citrus, but look at this overwhelming presence at Legacy are 5 members strong. They found T-Gun as Minky Whale in the fight. The Braum ulti being used. Seb on the back of that one. Choose. He's finally popped his ultimate. No one's going to die just in the first inhibitor falls, but members falling left, right, and center. That's a kill for Swain. That's a kill for King. And Legacy back off.
25 minutes into this game and 14-3 is the scoreline. A commanding Game 2 Legacy bite back hard. And they drain Abyss for everything that they are worth right now. This Dragon will be a very easy pickup to follow. No steal threats, no team fight threats. Abyss just have no choice but to sit there and take the onslaught.
25 minutes in the game and already 7,000 gold in the lead are Legacy. 3 Dragons, 2 Infernals, and a Mountain. They're feeling really good about the pace of this game.
Yeah, pretty good Dragon choices,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
RNG Jesus. RNGesus.
That's it, man.
That guy. That's pretty good. They can take those objectives quicker. They've got a lot of scaling team fighting in the way of AD and EP. Legacy, honestly, nothing should slow them down from this point. They should just be able to pick a lane and win that lane.
Carbon's got himself a Rylai's now, so every spear that hits is going to be chase potential. Combine that with King, there is not a lot that Abyss can do to escape.
No, and there's also going to be very few opportunities for Pac-Man to be in a side lane by himself now.
Oh, the big flash from Minky while locking him down. The Q does connect. Where is the backup though? Kuden and King coming round to the right side. Looks like Carbon just going to let this trio of damage deal with it. The ulti goes down, not going to matter as he gets stunned up. One more attack from King should do it, and that's an unstoppable Ezreal.
Yeah, King does fantastic amounts of damage. Minky's got enough crowd control to keep him locked down, and Pac-Man just mentioned that he's going to have a hard time looking to split push.
Yep.
Well, that's all Abyss really have. And now that is completely out the window. Legacy picked top lane as their weapon of choice. See if they can make this one work.
Finding lands onto Choose, but oh my lord, the heals on top of the Swain ult. It's impressive. Gangplank throwing down the cannon barrage. Doesn't really do much as they've got their sights set on this inhibitor. 5 members of Legacy all gathered round. Pac-Man still dead, but now Legacy can back away. Heads held high if they choose to.
They definitely should choose to. I know Abyss are going to try and chase him out. Pac-Man's got the flank.
He's in the flank. Where is the binding? It goes wide. Look at Juice in the middle of the fight. Doesn't care at all. Zonya's that one up. There, his health bar just ticking higher and higher. His team now there to back him up. He's got 2 members on the run. Takes out Luch. Takes out Seb. Reverse rather. Luch still running away. It's not going to matter as here comes King.
Choose and King, the dynamic damage dealers
Insanity.
of Legacy, should be enough, I think, at 27 minutes to finish this one off. Raid, the last
Raid just
bastion.
going to get demolished here with a great spear. Pac-Man, the last hope that Abyss have, but it's not going to matter as they want to pad their stats here, taking him out. That is the ace. And 3 members of Legacy rocking a perfect score.
That's right. 28-minute win, 20-3 in kills, 3-0 in Dragons. Pretty much a well-covered victory from Legacy, and that's just a complete turnaround from that first game. There was no rise, there was no real way for Abyss to get back into it. But what Abyss did was actually start on the right foot T-Gun getting a cheesy kill, Carbon getting over-aggressive, and then throw that all away back into the hands of Legacy.
Well, this ban phase is going to be so mid-focused. Every single mage going to be banned away from the side of Legacy, and they have to get rid of this Swain now that they know what it can do.
Feels like the same thing as the first series, to be fair. Swain just should not be on the Rift.
Yep, all right, we're going to send it back to Spawn and the guys to break down that game for us.
Thanks so much, Rogi. And with that, Legacy will send us into game number 6 of the night because they hit back strong. But I kind of want to echo the sentiment of what the casters were just talking about. You start on a greedy side of the map, you get killed level 1. How does it feel as a jungler, Spooks, you know?
It's pretty rough, to be honest, and especially falling behind on Nidalee. I actually thought he was going to struggle for the rest of the game. He actually managed to turn it around really well. But I think that was a very greedy start by Carbon, knowing it was a lane swap. You'd pretty much, the majority of the time, you'd expect a jungler to start on the buff or Wraith, for example, because you have an easy out. But starting Krogs was pretty risky, in my opinion.
Yeah, it certainly was. So he dies. And I guess from there, we were like, I think it was 4 minutes into the game. It was 1,400 gold or something like that. Okay, cool. Yep.
Nope. Good handoff. No, so Carbon goes down, and then Choo Choo's has some troubles in the mid lane, and we're like, oh, crap. You know, this is going terribly wrong for Legacy. But then they get the replay, and Swain, I'm sorry, Spawn. Swain gets ahead, Maokai gets ahead, and it's the solo laner. So that's really what helps Carbon catch back up is this idea that Maokai and Swain start just dominating their lanes.
All right, cool. So let's talk about the draft one more time because, you know, all the control mages go away. Luch goes back to an old faithful in the Gangplank, but they pick 480 into what is pretty much the unkillable team comp.
Yeah, so basically you have, obviously, as you said, the 480, and the options you have, first of all, you can't fall behind. If you fall behind, the game's pretty much over. Secondly, you want your Lucian to build Black Cleaver, which is going to shred down the tanks, and you want Executioners against what is the Nidalee heal, the Maokai heal, and what heal am I missing? Swain heal.
Yep.
So, you know, obviously the win conditions are pretty rough, but it could have happened.
Could it have happened? All right, cool. So
could have happened.
we look at that because, like, a lot of those things were going in that direction. I mean, they did get the early lead. They were able to get a better swap because of how far behind Carbon was. But I think it was inexperienced players, or maybe greedy, because Seb continually invaded. I mean, you know, they just weren't able to get Luch the farm he needed. They weren't able to send enough people mid lane. So in the end, it did snowball. And it's what you were talking about one more time for us, like the idea of get an easy to execute team composition. Get a comp that just walks forward and be able to take over late game.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, I don't want to call it the wall comp a gimmick, but they pretty much just like threw that out, went back to basics, put Minky on a tank, an initiator tank. Minky's always been good in 5v5s. Maokai's obviously incredibly powerful for that. And like literally that last team fight, Choo Choo did exactly what you said. He just walked into 3 people and there was nothing anyone could do.
Yeah, and in the end it was actually Legacy able to pick up the team fight with that walk, so they will send us to game number 6. Don't go anywhere, guys. In the end of 3.5 minutes, we will have the resolution of tonight as Abyss take on Legacy one more time. Welcome back to the OPL, where it is currently 1-1 between Abyss Esports and Legacy. I am Spawn, still with Spooks and Frosker, and rounding out the rest of the night. And want to crack this one wide open before we get into the game. We've seen two drafts, one go heavily in favor in Abyss. Consistent Mage in the mid lane, Maokai top lane. Then the next game, they go with Consistent Mage in the mid lane, this time in the version of Swain, not Rise. Maokai in the top lane. Do we get rid of Maokai? Like, is that Minky and Pac-Man clearly very good at what champion?
Yeah, I think Maokai gives both teams obviously a really good win condition, especially with Legacy not having their normal top laner there. I would actually put my eyes to Ezreal. It seems like Ezreal has been on fire all night, actually, so maybe they'll take that off the board.
I agree that both Ezreal and Maokai are really strong champions. I think Maokai is empowered because dragon fights are empowered, team fighting is empowered in general. It's very easy to execute with that champion. Point, click, twist, advance. Got it.
All right, cool. And now we're finally seeing Swain. I guess we'd seen him a little bit in the top lane, but now he rears his head as a mid laner. Is there another champion that does similar things to Swain, or is that something you can ban away and not have to worry about going into the next game?
It seems like Swain is a pretty strong flex pick at the moment. Well, obviously we've seen tonight he just tanks everyone, does a lot of damage, and that's what you look for in a champion.
I would not have guessed that, Samuel.
Uh-huh.
If you had told me a week ago, I would not have believed it myself. But we haven't seen the Vladimir yet, Frosker.
I don't know where Vlad is. The thing is when you pick Swain and you're using him as a flex pick, it used to be like way back when that you couldn't pick Vladimir into Swain because of how his birds.
Yeah.
Does his ultimate still interact with his W that way?
I have no idea.
I'd have to
not.
check.
I really hope not. You'd still lifesteal off him, so yeah.
Yeah, it used to be that when Vladimir was in his pool that Swain would continue to caw and lifesteal off of him, so it was considered like a counter pick. I'm actually really curious if we should test that.
Yeah, we should have a look at it. But yeah, Vlad just hasn't seen any pro play. It's been pretty much first pick elsewhere. We'll see whether that does pop up, because we said if anyone, I could see Luch playing a Vladimir.
Yeah.
Just walk around the map, collect as much farm as possible.
He'd be amazing at Vladimir.
Yeah. Suits his playstyle, right? Like you just keep above 10 CS per minute and then you're unkillable 1v5. So
You get to hit people while you farm.
exactly, perfect. I don't know why he hasn't opted for it so far.
Well, there you go, Luch. If you're going to listen to the desk, just pick up the Vladimir. But it seems that the 3 control mage ban actually affected the Abyss lineup much more than it did the Legacy lineup. Is that an experience thing? Is it just because Choo-Choo's been around for so long? Does Luch play other things apart from those 3 control mages?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I actually haven't seen Luch on Gangplank, and I haven't seen Gangplank at all for quite a while, so I'm not really sure what he was thinking with that pick. I guess they played it or in scrims or something like that.
It farms.
Yeah, I've seen Luch play Vlad in solo queue, and we were just talking about it, so I don't see why he's hesitating on the Vlad pick.
Yeah, I just feel like Gangplank isn't, I can understand where he's viable. He's fighting around Dragon, fighting around Baron, he farms really well, but I think he takes too long to scale up because he has such an expensive build right now, and other wave control mages are just superior in terms of S tier, and he's maybe B tier.
All right, cool. And, last area I do want to go is into the jungle matchup, because I feel like Seb's had one good game. Carbon hit back quite hard in that game. Surprised me a little bit after falling behind. What have you made of this jungle matchup? Are they being impactful enough? You were very critical of, I guess, the first 2 junglers of the night. What have you thought about Seb versus Carbon?
Well, I guess the one big thing and the one thing I get flamed because of on our team is that solo invading, right? I think Carbon did it in the first game, got caught at blue buff, and then Seb did it last game and threw their early lead. So they need to be a little bit more careful of the solo invades from both players. So.
All right, we'll see which jungler can get it under control, guys. The players are ready to get onto the rift. So for one last time tonight, here's Rogi and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you so much for that one, Spawn. And Legacy answer back hard. After what looked like a very shaky start on the back of Carbon's Nidalee, we can see why the champion is a permaban.
Yeah, absolutely. Nidalee, strong champion. Swain, pretty good champion. And this is a conversation where we just keep touching on the drafts that both of these teams have gotten. Game 1 was Abyss, Game 2 was Legacy, and now we come into the 3rd drafting phase between both of these teams. The question is now going to be, what's the focus? Legacy was always in that mid lane. This time around, Swain's going to be there, and Abyss are probably going to have to react, and we'll see how they actually go.
Yeah, that's the thing when you consider best of 3s. You've got to be able to adapt and maintain still that high level of play whilst also having deep pockets when it comes to the champions here. So there's so many champions just to ban right now that eventually one of them are going to get let through, but Abyss, they have to know this Swain is out.
But they're also first pick, so we don't know if they can play it. I still agree with the desk, and I have said it every single draft today, where is this damn Vladimir?
You have Rusty.
Just put him in there.
No one's listening, I'm afraid.
But maybe they're just not used to it, because the LCS was one of the first, I think, with the LPL to actually just throw it in, very high priority. There's not been a lot of time to learn, understand, reproduce, practice, and then do it yourself.
We've already seen a Talia. How much more crazy? And a Corki. How much more crazy can a Vladimir be here, Rusty?
Well, it's less crazy. That's the problem.
That's the weird part, right? But it looks like Twitch and Rise will be getting banned away immediately. Don't want a repeat of game number 1, of course, where Luch just solo killed a majority of the players on Legacy.
And probably a Nazir to follow it. He did ban Victor last time around here, though, on the side of Legacy. They banned Nazir with Victor, and then kind of forced into a Rise awkward situation. But now they're on the red side of the map. You would imagine Rise is here. They look towards Victor as a presence.
Okay.
I don't know if they'll ban it, though. And this is the assumption right now where Abyss, if they don't ban Swain, Legacy probably have to respect it and do it themselves.
There's not a lot of champions that can really answer what Swain brings to the table at the moment. So either ban that one away or pick it yourself, Abyss, but
Well, I
deliberating.
mean, like, if Abyss can play it, they should threaten it. If
There
they
it
can't,
is.
they should ban it. Legacy should now look towards perhaps the Maokai, because Abyss have the first pick.
Be interesting to see what Luch decides to pick himself up after all these bans have come through very focused at him. Expecting maybe the Victor ban here out of Legacy, putting him onto one of those B-tier champions, as Frost said before.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. It's completely up to them as to which they'd prefer, though. If it's mid, if it's jungle,
There you go.
if it's top.
Carbon does not want Seb getting his hands on that Nidalee, so banning that one away. We'll see what Pac-Man and the squad of Abyss Esports Red decide to pick here.
And realistically, Abyss should still be prioritizing the Kindred. And it's a very strong jungle option because they can default to the Elise. They probably won't. I mean, Maokai or Victor, probably.
So this time as well, Luch has the correct Keystone Mastery as well. So last
Yeah,
game...
well, Strike of the Ages, Gangplank, revolutionizing the meta and losing the game, unfortunately. I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, to be fair.
Legacy was just steamrolling that game from after the get-go, after that little hiccup. But you're right, it is going to be the Kindred being picked up here for Seb. Did some great early pressure, did get greedy and caught out. So hopefully he learns from his mistakes coming into game number 3.
So the other thing to take from this series, whilst I'm assuming it's going to be like Victor and perhaps the Maokai, is that Lucian and Ezreal still going to be up. We've seen a lot less success, though, from the Lucian so far. Perhaps Legacy recognize that Ezreal might be a higher priority and perhaps bait Abyss into going to Lucian with it.
Sure.
Given that the Ezreal has won. And this first draft from Legacy is just unbelievable.
Yeah, 2 of some of the highest impact champions in the game right now. Maokai, Minky Whale looked very adept at playing him.
Yeah. A good response from Abyss, however, would be the Karma with that Lucian.
Okay.
Something that was taken away from them in the second game is now going to be up. T-Gun quite good on that Karma.
The desk mentioned that right now Ezreal is on fire tonight, so Raid had a very standout performance in game number 1. Looking to emulate that in game number 3 here.
Yeah, it feels
Should
like
he
they
lock
have
that in?
recognized that fact. Absolutely. It's a strong sign in terms of drafting reactiveness.
No Soraka
Yes.
ban either.
That's true.
So Kuden might get his hands on the little hoof lady. A pop.
That's a little bit more unusual.
Haven't seen a poppy in quite some time, but should be for Pac-Man, I assume.
Yeah, I would assume so. It may go support. Who
Yeah.
honestly knows? I'm a bit curious about that one. Of course, there is still an Echo on the board. Still a Trundle if you really wanted it.
Trundle's been banned.
And
On
there
the
you go.
side of Abyss. They've been taking that away every single game, so
Yeah, they banned away basically their own champion.
not sure about that one.
Maokai's a higher priority than Trundle, let's be honest.
Questionable ban to say the least, but ban nonetheless. Now we see Legacy though looking at maybe picking up that Lucian and taking the Karma away from T-Gun. Gets locked in here for Kuden, so no Raka, no problem.
And also go for that Lee Sin, which is quite good into Kindred. Think about kicking out of the Lamb's Respite, something that Lee Sin will always do. Good early into Kindred, good late game into anybody, because you can kick anybody on the team, surprisingly. Out of a Lamb's Respite, who'd have thought? Voodoo magic there. The Karma with it as well, I definitely am a big fan of. I even said the Lucian Karma draft as a second rotation from Abyss would have been better. That Poppy just threw me completely off with their decision making.
What strange picks tonight, Russ.
Just generally confused with that one. I would imagine they were probably going to round that out with a Karma that's now been taken from them. It's time for T-Gun to bring out something new.
Got his sights set on the Thresh right now. Of course, Luch going to have to pick up the mid lane for himself here. Gonna have to show what he wants to pick into this Victor.
Also kind of believe that the Siva is a decent option here for Legacy to empower the rest of his team.
Makes sense. Ooh. Has Luch heard the call? He has Rusty locking in that Vladimir, and T-Gun says, you take my Karma, I take your Soraka. Answers with those two. Not surprising, but good to see lock-ins.
All I can really say is it's about time, but I'm happy that we're seeing it.
Yep.
I don't know the rest of the team that Legacy's put together that's going to be enough, but I do like the Vladimir as an option. I'm a very big fan of its damage, and it's effectively that it's a Swain. Like, it is basically Swain, but it's not Swain because it's Vladimir. They heal a lot, they sustain a lot, they kill your backline, whilst also doing a lot of damage to everybody, and you can't kill them.
Seems like he's got it all and then some here. As we're just waiting on Kuden to lock in King's 80 carry, and it is going to be the Lucian Karma.
Now, a lot of burst now coming out of this Legacy lineup. Look at the entire completed team composition. Carbon, Minky probably going to be the big engaged tools. The Siva not necessary, as mentioned, because Karma is there. But they also still put King and a hyper carry in the Lucian, something that is definitely a personal preference of this Legacy team. In Tally's absence, I don't blame them. Whereas on the flip side, we are looking at a Soraka Vladimir Kindred with a very hard to kill Ezreal and a difficult to
deal with
Poppy.
so.
Yeah.
Still kind of got question marks surrounding that character, but
It's not like it's just
it's not
not
terrible.
S tier. Again,
Yeah.
this is the same thing as watching the Orianna Corki before.
Yeah.
It's like they're good champions if you can use them well, but why not be Echo or something like to that
that's
extent?
exactly right. So we'll see if Pac-Man can make something happen here. Looking forward to getting a little bit of Poppy action. Her ult is always humorous to watch when she sends members just flying across the screen away. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
but it is good to see the Vladimir. Good to see Luch realizing the potential of that champion. Should fit right up his alley of his playstyle.
And I said it was played in solo queue from Spooks on the desk as well, so I do hope to see him being capable on this mid pick.
Alrighty, guys, we are going into game number 3. Remember to hashtag AE win or hashtag LGC win. Which team you want to take out this massive best of 3?
That's right. It's gone all the way tonight. We've had 3 games in every single series. The first thing we need to note about this one is that they've got very defined purposes that we'll probably see as the game progresses. Legacy want to go forward. Abyss want to go backwards.
That's pretty much it. So really looking forward to seeing how they can facilitate this. We know there's the Karma. We know there's the Poppy. So they've got the disengage on the side of Red, and they have the engage on the side of Legacy. But please tell me that's not Strength of Ages again.
No, it's good for Vladimir.
It is?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
not for Gangplank.
Never mind. I take that back.
The Strength of Ages is actually the standard Keystone Mastery for Vladimir.
I guess it makes a lot of sense with his passive, but
Yeah.
used to seeing it on junglers more than anything else, so
Yeah.
did throw me through a little bit of a loop, but like I said, I haven't played too much Vladimir since the rework.
Further battle as well, the Mastery of Choice, as Carbon's about to see all of the non-impactful members of Abyss as they don't have crowd control.
Yep. Uses Raid as a little bit of a getaway here.
Yeah, look, they have no crowd control. That's also something that I guess we can touch on, is that a level 1 team whilst having not crowd control, that's great, but they really just lack it in general because it is a Soraka Vladimir. Poppy is going to be the primary source of CC, so I would prefer that to a Trundle as an example if they didn't ban that one. I am okay with what Abyss are putting down. I am picking it up.
They just want to really stand their ground and fight by the look of this team composition.
But they also need the Poppy there to me. That's the big thing. Like, Vladimir is quite self-sustaining. He'll be able to do a lot of damage in skirmishes, but to all-in and to actually fight for that all-in, the best case scenario for Abyss, and this does reiterate the fact that I was mentioning earlier, Legacy need to be going at them. But that's a risk because it's a Maokai Victor, which is like perfectly okay with that.
We'll be seeing standard lanes here, but of course the bot lane of Abyss are going to get spied out by King here. He's not going to get his own camp, so instead of just wasting time in the bot lane, is able to deny Raid and T-Gun.
Yeah, it's a
Small
single creep
experience lead.
that's been gifted over to Abyss. The health value shouldn't mean too much once they get 2. Until such a stage, T-Gun doesn't actually have any heals. Just that annoying Star Call.
Raid trying to sneak a few CS out here.
Very oppressive bottom lane as well when you think about a Karma and a Lucian. The poke they have can be unbearable at times, which is why Soraka is going to be quite valuable, honestly.
Yeah, they're just going to sit around, wait for level 2, and then The rest of the lane should be hunky-dory. As they both hit level 2 on the side of Legacy. You can hear the empowered Q coming through. He's going to take both procs of that, but now that T-Gun does have that in Astral Infusion, we'll be able to keep him topped up and ready to fight.
So he can afford to take a couple of bursts like that. Kuden as well, target selection's actually pretty cool. They're going for T-Gun, not Raid.
Smart.
T-Gun can only heal other people, not himself. But the problem with that is that T-Gun can heal himself with the Q and has the potions in this lane. So there really is no winning scenario unless you kill them.
Got himself the coin as well. Going to be getting a little bit of health back upon every minion death. Carbon did a good job of denying the early mark on the Scuttle Crab there. Went straight for that one, and Seb was a little bit too late to the party. In the mid lane though, Luch taking some damage, but it doesn't really matter as he is Vladimir. When he gets a full stack of that resource bar, that's where the real heal comes through.
Yeah, the Crimson Rush giving health and ability power means that he will get a lot of health back when it is stacked up. Of course, stacks up reasonably slowly.
Ooh, hello. Pac-Man doing some very favorable trading against Minky Whale in his top lane.
Yeah, straight to the face on that Maokai. Not having the best time. Might even recall for a Dark Seal to help out that sustain, and doing the right thing by not committing to any fights just yet.
King with the early recall. Got himself a cull. Big minion wave as well, so going to feel really good about that purchase.
Yeah, it was actually timed well. They pushed it in, got back to base, got the slight item edge. And it's a bit of sustain against the Soraka lane that'll come in handy. Bit of extra damage also. And it'll stack up quicker. So
Always great to see. Big minion wave for him to get as well. Getting most of them, if not all. But shouldn't see too many exciting things coming out of this bot lane as there is a Soraka, so kind of just negates aggression in both parties here. That move looks so cool. Did a great job. But Seb actually gets caught out by Carbon here. Has the flash available. Flashes in a straight line, but Carbon chooses not to chase.
yeah, so junglers meeting each other. And the 4-minute mark in our third game between these teams. Choo Choo's the first to roam, however.
Denies another mark.
Yeah, not bad. He's now top lane also.
Should be easy to get some of this damage down, but there is quite a large minion wave. Minky just calling, no, thank you. Let me just get these minions. Don't really want them focusing down anyone on the side of Legacy here.
No, but Pac-Man felt quite threatened in that situation, so didn't commit to a fight over the minions. Carbon was, of course, there. They just watched the junglers have a biff and realized it might not be okay to commit to any kind of push.
Truth getting a bit low on mana here. Does have good mana regen though. Forcing the Arcane Shift out of Raid. Now it's Luch's turn to be oppressive in this lane as Choose is going to run out of mana eventually, but Vladimir doesn't have those problems.
Yeah, Choose will be good for the moment. As much as he can actually last here without using spells, you'll find that the Victor will be okay. But whenever you trade with the Vladimir that you run amok, as you can see, it's not too fun to trade with the Vladimir with his Crimson Rush bar actually stacked up. Formerly known as Blood Bank as of this moment. Thank you, Proskeren.
On this bot lane though, not a lot really going on as we can see, but CS quite even across the board, but Legacy eking themselves out a small 500 gold lead, so every advantage counts, especially in game number 3. Seb making the first roam gank of the game for himself. In the top lane though, Pac-Man making very low, forced to ulti Minky Whale away.
Yeah, and that was level 5 to 6, so if Minky had his ultimate, that actually could have been a potential kill. Come against another mark. He's keeping tabs on where these marks are and where Seb is now for the most part.
Pac-Man being denied a massive minion wave in the top, so Minky Whale playing that very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stopping the recall is the most important part as the teleport was there. The Drake hasn't been looked at just yet from the side of Legacy, but impressed with Minky so far in terms of his top laning, given how that early stage looked.
Minky Whale does have the teleport available with Pac-Man just using his. There should be a free dragon to the side of Legacy. No trouble securing that one.
No, and this is a team composition based thing as well. Not only is top lane going well, but Legacy, they have that Lee Sin. They have the Lucian Karma, most importantly.
I'm really excited to watch those guys start going off towards that mid game as Lucian is going for the Ghost Blade build. We'll have his mobility increased by the likes of Kuden. Does have that ignite as well to deal with the Vlad, so smart pickup. So that gets line of sight essentially, right? In terms of it won't hit people behind the minions, the Vladimir E?
It shouldn't.
Yeah.
From what I've observed, but sometimes it does, and I'm not sold on why. It's default to no, but if it does, don't be surprised.
No worries. We see Kuden coming up to the mid lane just to show his presence, but both supports kind of doing the same thing here, getting their wards down around the same areas, but
The vision battling, but realistically, I will say the King is actually the most content in this position.
yeah, he's doing a great job here. With no Soraka in the lane, is allowed to be a little bit of a bully here, but in the top lane, we see the two tanks just fighting each other. Poppy and Maokai, I'm sure a matchup they're both versed in. Maybe not Mickey Whale as much, but Pac-Man definitely.
Everyone's versed in the way of a Maokai. As a long-standing former top laner Minky Well, I'm sure I'll understand that the champion's just a giant tree. It's meant to be immovable, but see how he goes.
Tegan taking a little bit of poke here in the bot lane. Kuden constantly getting those second procs onto raid, but he's got Soraka, so he doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's kind of a settled early game from the side of Abyss. They don't want to commit to anything too hard just yet. Just scale a little bit further.
Gold lead about even here. Couple hundred gold in favor of Abyss now, so being able to get themselves back up. And here comes the gank from Carbon. A well-placed ulti from Pac-Man sends them both flying.
Yeah, the forcible ejection from the fight. Oh, wow.
Here comes Luch. The ultimate has been popped by Choose, but he's not fast enough to catch up to him, considering he has Ghost. So,
Yeah, he doesn't catch up to him. Luch still wins every trade that goes even.
oh yeah.
Because he's a Vladimir, and we'll press Q on the wave and get like 200 health back or something silly. 150 that time. Only gets worse.
Very difficult for the likes of Choose to build, to itemize against as well, considering that Luch going for very early magic resistance here. Wants that Spirit Visage to just enable him to heal even more and more whilst taking less damage. So great build path as well for Vlad.
Well, he just does too much damage given the build path. That's the real quarrel that I have with it. Like, Swain at least builds damage. He has a Rod of Ages and then goes up zone using.
Yeah.
Vladimir can just go Spirit Visage into Proto Belt if he really wanted to. And just do silly damage. It's like if Swain was broken, he would be Vladimir. You know?
I do know, Russ. You've been telling me all night.
I know.
But
And we're finally seeing it. It's great.
yeah, I want to see just how well Luch can do on this champion. It perfectly fits his playstyle: farm and then team fight. What more do you want as a Vladimir player?
Not much.
Yep.
Maybe win lane. Depends how, you know.
He's doing a damn fine job of it.
Lots of damage.
Yeah, wow, just taking out the backline.
Yeah,
Relative
and still, it's a tier build from the Ezreal to Soraka in the bottom lane, so push comes to shove, you know, Soraka's going to heal people.
Yep.
We shouldn't be seeing fighting from Abyss, not until perhaps they want to contest the next Drake if it really comes to it. But even then, they just want to have completed full first items, and maybe even the second items before they actually look for a team fight.
Most amount of fighting actually going on in this top lane. We've seen both junglers try to make their presence known, but it's always difficult to gank a Poppy and a Maokai, of course, respectively. These guys, there's not a lot Choose can do, because if he wastes his mana on trying to damage Luch, it's a waste of mana, right? He just has to stay in the lane, get the farm, level up his E.
Yeah, well, it's all Victor really wants as well, to be fair. So, whilst we're talking about the strength of a Vladimir, we also have to recognize that... Oh, hang on.
Carbon looking to make a play onto T-Gun, gets him. The heal is there from the ultimate. Silence goes down. Raid, Arcane shoots very aggressively. Here is Pac-Man. Flashes. The stun not going to land. Very unfortunate.
I can't believe that didn't actually stun him against the wall. Carbon gets out. And that was also a teleport force where Minky has his available. Seb's kind of keeping the top lane warm. And holding the minion wave for him.
Yep.
Whilst Poppy was on the bottom side of the map. And that's the unfortunate thing. There are very few situations where I would say Seb being top's the right call. But he was there to try and gank. He's now just kind of hanging out.
Never say no to farm when you're playing Kindred, I'll say that much.
But it's because the teleport was reactive that it's caused this situation as well. Now, he won't say no to the farm. It'll be a fantastic series of events, but the way that it actually happened is he walks top lane, as Poppy needs to teleport bottom lane to counter gank because they just straight towered over Soraka, which I will say very impressively lived through.
Yeah, Tigon doing a great job of surviving that. Did cost himself the exhaust and the flash. Kuden just going to speed himself up and walk away. The downside to having no forms of crowd control in your bot lane.
Yeah, that's all of Abyss in general. The idea is live through the crowd control and the engage, come back harder, actually fight them for it.
Okay, so Pac-Man is now in the mid lane. We see Luch making his way up top.
Minky, Spawn's going to be a big fan of you, but that's a Rod of Ages.
So these two just trading blows in the top, but what's going to happen here?
And if you had a Spirit Visage, this wouldn't be an issue. But again, I'll say Spawn will be a fan of him simply because Rod of Ages is his thing. Minky's being aggressive. He has ability power in his back pocket. We should go tank items after this.
Any reason why Luch swapped with Pac-Man for this one?
So potentially that is why. That's one of the first thoughts about this. I think actually about to die.
No, he gets snared up. We say no CC, but Tigon showing us that there is a little bit if your opposition stands still for 3 seconds.
Yeah, King really just wanted to die and decided he didn't at the last second, so
Had to
flashed
flash,
over
yep.
the wall.
Infernal Dragon is going to be up.
King.
King forced to recall here. Pac-Man might be in trouble. Does get ulti kicked back into the fight. The ulti only going to land, but he gets stunned up at the gravity field. This could be first blood. Choo Choos gets it.
A lot of damage comes out of that Victor burst in a prolonged period of time. Seb now.
It's not done yet. It looks like Carbon's found his way onto Seb Raid, stuck in the Dragon Pit. Cheeky by Kuden. Going to answer that one. Does Carbon want anything more?
He always does when he plays
Yeah.
the Lee Sin. Legacy have actually found themselves now in a position of power on the back of Choose and Carbon working in tandem. Top lane still got that Vladimir with teleport. Minky's not going to have a great time though because he's gone for the Rod of Ages build and doesn't have any resistances. So now you're waiting for the next item spike from Minky to be content.
Looks like a fight coming out in the bot lane, but after the dragon has been taken, the second dragon for Legacy here, they're feeling really good, especially it being Infernal.
Yeah, and they're happy to play this game slow anyway. They will scale, they'll have team fighting. Carbon still doing his job relatively well. This will be a dive very shortly if Minky stays.
Wisely's going to back out of this one. Carbon is making his way top, and we see the makings of a Morellonomicon in the pocket of Choose, so knows that eventually he is going to have to deal with his Vladimir.
Yeah, someone's going to have to. Victor, one of the better equipped champions that are currently control mages seeing in the middle lane to go for that Morellos. So it's not a bad choice by any means.
Gooden getting taken a little bit low here with every Q, but a teleport coming through.
They want to
Not
trade.
Minky well. Want to go for this tower, making the best of a bad situation. They are going to lose that top one. You see Legacy pinging that one, demanding that it be defended.
Yeah. Seb playing the turret pusher at the moment for his team. Pretty much zeros across the board for all of these teams, but looking for neutral objectives, looking to still get gold wherever possible. Teleport was simply to secure that exact thing.
Carbon going to be trying to steal away this blue buff, but Pac-Man and Seb are on the way. A nice stun coming through the ultimate. Going to be knocking Poppy into a shield, but Luch teleports right onto that blue buff. Pac-Man, he's not done yet.
He's
Nah,
definitely done.
He's done.
He's super done.
There's no way he's catching up to that Lee Sin.
Blue buff was defended though, so I guess if you don't get that one, Abyss hold it.
Luch not taking that?
No, not yet. Luch doesn't need it.
Yeah.
This is the best thing. They can just chill out. Get it whenever it's accessible. I think Ezreal is probably the best recipient of that. So if they choose to lane swap now, they can get him that blue buff. The rendezvous point on the way to the top lane.
We see Vladimir once again just kind of trying to find his position on this map. Goes over, taking every single camp that's available for him. Going back to the mid lane now after a small bout in the top. As I say, that makes his way bot, as a matter of fact. Now they've got the Ezreal in the mid.
So they hold with Ezreal in the middle lane, which means Poppy can actually fight the Lucian.
Sure.
They're okay with that. Does have a bit of armor in his back pocket, not too far from that Sunfire as well. And a 1-3-1 seems to be the best plan of attack that Abyss wish to put forward.
Ezreal about to finish his cull here. Maybe getting the bonus gold from that one. There it is. We see T-Gun actually coming to assist Pac-Man in that
This is the
top lane.
weirdest lane assignments that I have seen. There's a Maokai mid lane and a Soraka with a Poppy top lane. They've just decided this is what it's going to be.
It's a bizarre game, Rusty.
To be fair, like some of the reasoning behind it is that there is now the Morello's done for the Victor, can potentially fight.
Ooh, here comes Carbon. Maybe looking to go for a steal here. Raid does secure that one. Carbon gets the ward down, but only to see the blue buff fall.
Yeah, and whilst I'm saying that Choose can fight, I'm not sold that he 100% can. I think that he can win a fight if he kills him, which he's pretty much about to do right now.
Yeah, just flashing in. One more auto protection do it, Luch. He's turned his attention back around. A massive E does get hit up by the power transfer.
Yeah, and you can see what Luch can do if the fight is prolonged and sustained, but Choose doesn't let that happen. Has a lot of sustained bursts with the Morello's done, and as mentioned, as if on cue, Choose recognizes when he has a point of power and goes for it and gets it.
Great job recognizing that. As we jump about getting into that mid-game now. 18 minutes, everyone's starting on the second items here. Pac-Man looking to go on to Kuden, but now he's got 3 players barreling down inside. T-Gun going to be the next point to fight. Does force the ultimate. Finally, Carbon does get stunned by this one. Here comes Seb. Carbon, he's trying to make something happen. He's going for T-Gun. T-Gun's still alive by the skin of his teeth, but so is Carbon.
Carbon should have probably got that kill with the auto attack afterwards. I think that's mechanically a little bit unfortunate. Summoner's still burnt. Everyone kind of just hangs out, I guess. Just is what it is.
So that was looking like definitely a kill onto T-Gun, but very unfortunate surviving on surely single digits. But back to what I was saying, about 19 minutes into the game, Legacy, they've eked out a little bit of a gold lead, about 800, 700 or so to be exact. Luch really has to be the carry that his team needs right now, Seb. Forces a flash out of Minky Whale.
Yeah, and I'm just generally confused as to why Minky Whale's decided that he is the mid lane. I understand that he has a Rod of Ages, but it doesn't make you the AP carry of the team. Lucian and Karma can probably hang around this middle lane. But instead, they've put the tree, and they put King into a side lane, and perhaps that's because they want King to fight the Poppy?
Alright.
I just don't see the value in that in comparison to having him mid lane, to then have Minky capable with a teleport to work around other lanes, given the fact that Victor doesn't have one himself and Luch is about to have it available.
Rift Herald not going to be taking it all this game. Does go back to the Void at the Baron is now live. 2 members of Legacy making their way top. This tower is very, very low here. So even though Pac-Man is trying his best to dissuade that, a lot of damage onto King, but King answers back with damage of his own. Here comes T-Gun. The heal well and truly there. They defend the tower for now.
Now, plenty of damage from that Lucian with his almost 2 big items, but of course Soraka is a Soraka. And now Ezreal's 1v1ing the Maokai in the middle lane.
This is a very bizarre game, Rusty. A lot of odd lane assignments, as you said.
Luch is in a position where he may not want to stay, but that's simply because the Drake's available.
Legacy's Dragon Control has been impeccable all series long, constantly finding advantages in the lanes closest.
We've just been unlucky to get all of the Cloud Drakes instead.
Yeah, 2 Cloud Drakes. Ocean Drake going to be the next one to spawn. Luckily for them, they do have the Infernal under their belt for now. Lucci's picked himself up that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, while, of course, Choo-Choo's wants to finish his Hex Core first. Did go out of the way for that Morello Nomicon, but it's very necessary against the Vladimir.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question, I guess, from this point onwards is what does Choose build? Committing to a little bit more burst would be ideal. I would say Void Staff, actually, the 3rd item, probably more valued than anything else. Abyss kind of just petering about, just doing their thing, having a great time trying to steal everything that they can from Legacy. But it's a risky game that they play with a Lee Sin on the map and Carbon playing that Lee Sin. He's not afraid to go in.
Luch has got himself those 2 out-item power spikes we see the Lucians been building these days. So look for maybe Legacy to play around that. Take every advantage they can. He's got himself a red buff and he's got Pac-Man in his sights. Rocking that red buff, but the minions worth oh so more.
Yeah. They just need to find opportunities to engage here, Legacy. King being in a side lane is not exactly a win condition for this team. It's just a bridging factor towards a point of power. And granted that he's just now completed his 2 items.
Oh no, Raid in a little bit of trouble here. Force the Arcane Shift defensively, but now T-Gun, he's getting the ult popped on top of him. The silence, not going to be able to keep him safe. 2 more ticks should do it. 1 actually. That's a kill for Choose.
Choose is everything for this team right now.
He is doing a very good job. T-Gun not respecting that. Went for a heal over onto Raid, ended up costing him his own life. But here is Carbon in the side, does hit the Q. The Lamb's respite being forced, getting knocked out of the fight by Pac-Man. Meanwhile, Luch in the bot lane.
And Pac actually wasting his ultimate a little bit. Luch still hasn't teleported. They just don't want to fight.
They just want to get that tower, trade them in the end as Luch does pick that one up.
Look at top lane.
Yeah, King doing just the exact same thing. So 2 towers for Legacy. Should King be able to finish this one off?
It even has Ghostblade if you really wanted to pop it and get the turret.
Oh, the fight is taking place right now. Pac-Man being the main focal point. He's going to get taken down, but here comes Luke. Teleports in. Got his sight set onto King. The Hemo Plage has been used. The pop should be there. There it is. A kill coming off cross to Luke.
And Abyss get their first kill of the game on the board. They defend the top lane turret, if not barely, but still, they're staring across at a 3-0 Victor that is about to probably spend a fair chunk of money. And that's not going to slow down anytime soon. They just have a massive Victor, and that doesn't change a thing.
And they really need Luch to start being a little bit more proactive in this game. He did get the bottom tower and defended the top. Like to see him continue that trend as we take a look at Abyss Esports.
I don't even think it is even Luch doing something. I just think that they can't.
Oh, wow. Seb just getting bursted down. Luckily, he does have T-Gun there to keep him alive. Everyone just flashing away. But Juice, he gives absolutely none. Just goes all in, takes out the kill, and 3 members just turn tail and run away from this Victor. Here comes Luch in the top. He killed King last time. Looking to kill him again. He does have that Crimson Pact available. One more proc should do it. Gets himself the 1v1 under tower, but now 3 members barreling down.
Good luck, Luch. See how he goes.
Let's see how OP Vladimir actually is. Is going to get snared up as a tether. Can't be escaped by the pool. Carbon gets himself that one.
Yeah, it gives him the kick before the Crimson Rush actually stacked. He didn't get all of that health back, so we find another pick here on the side of Legacy. They pick off Luch, but King's already dead for it. At the moment, it's still the Choo-Choo Show. I'm a big fan of Choos at the moment. Every time we talk about him, he does something good.
Yeah, he's being the linchpin for his team right now, really holding everyone together. And once he finishes that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, it's going to spell disaster for the squad of AE.
Yeah, it definitely is. He's a force to be reckoned with. And game number 3, it just makes so much sense that the mid laner steps up and starts to perform for his team. In Tally's absence, it was important that he did.
Being very aggressive here, always keeping Raid on his toes, not allowing him any comfort in this game at the moment. As we see 25 minutes in, Legacy starting to widen that gold lead up about 3,000 now. 6 kills to 2, of course. They do have that 1 tower advantage, but of course 3 dragons as well. And T-Gun was a little bit ambitious going for that one, but miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's true. If there's one thing that we need to know, it's that Abyss can definitely still farm the map well. But Choos is holding his own in that department, and he is 4-0. This is a scary Victor, but Vladimir doesn't mean that he is not scary.
Crystal Scepter has now been finished by Choos, and speaking of finished items, Carbon has got himself a Guardian Angel here. So he's going to be even more difficult than he was to kill.
Yeah, something that he's done both times we've seen him play the Victor thus far. Means that he can go into that back line, he can kick the target towards the team and not just die for it. He actually has a second option in life, not death.
It's always so annoying seeing that Guardian Angel. The last thing you want to do is focus any attention on that, but Seb and T-Gun have to play very defensively here. They know what Choos can do, given his current items and the way he's playing this Victor. Once again, Pac-Man and King looking at each other across the lane. This time it is the bot one. So King's going to be farming up that one. 264 CS at the moment. Doing a great job. Getting himself his Zeal item here. In the top though, Minky Whale, not afraid of Luch at all. He should be.
Yeah, like he doesn't have to be that afraid, but Luch is just going to out-sustain him, out-damage him. Minky just probably should respect and not fight it.
Oh no, here comes Choos. He's found T-Gun again. He should die any second now. Forced to flash. One more tick of the ulti. There it is. The Lambs by keeping him safe, but it's not going to matter as King picks that one up now. Pac-Man in full retreat, and AE just giving up the map inch by inch.
Dying.
Minky, he is going to go down here, you'd think, depending on how Luch plays this. He's still alive. He's able to get the heal off the minions, gets slowed by the sapling.
Run!
Luch trying to come in, but here comes Carbon, and Luch's hard work is all for naught as Choose picks him up.
Yeah, actually completely misplayed by Luch. He knew he did a lot of damage, but he overestimated the amount he did and walked away after doing it. Doesn't get a trade. Abyss do still get a turret though, which is very handy. Legacy aren't done.
Yeah, there is the ghost being popped for Choose. He just needs to hit one of the lasers and slowed from Raid. One auto attack should be enough. Look at the damage coming out of Choose. He is dominating right now. Pac-Man, he's stuck between a wall and a hard place. Forced to use his slam to get over the wall, but it's not going to matter if he gets picked up immediately.
An unbelievably large Victor and Legacy backing him up. Very strong team so far in game number 3 and 28 minutes in. Abyss have finally found themselves a single Drake, but maybe this Baron is what they pay for it with.
The 2 members with 20-second plus death timers on the side of Abyss. Luch, he is got teleport available, just spawned. Let's see if they go for this one. 4k health left on the Baron. He's gone. Yep. No one in position to answer for this one, and Legacy come out swinging in game number 3.
6k in the lead right now, 2 to 10 in kills. Legacy looking fantastic. With this Baron buff, should only be stronger. This is a matter of picking the lane that they wish to attack once again and just aggressively going towards it. We discussed what these team compositions can do. Legacy go forward, Abyss go back. But when the team going forward is winning, it just makes it that much better.
It's very, very difficult for Abyss to even survive just the Chaos Storm that's coming out of Choose. We've seen how much damage every time it gets put down onto Tegan, so his healing just gets mitigated. But we see 6-0-2 for Choose. Doing work, has the flash available, has the ulti available. Got himself a blasting wand on top of all that ability power. Luch, though, on the other hand, did pick himself up that Void Staff here, so maybe starting to do some damage.
Yeah, he's had that for a little while now. He's been able to 1v1 Minkuale with that. That doesn't mean that he's going to be able to team fight too successfully at the moment. I'm still confused as to what this Poppy pick was meant to do.
To go 0-3 at the moment, unfortunately.
King's just a top laner at the moment anyway, which is part of the problem with this Poppy. Is that with the tank shredding build that the Lucian has, you're not really a tank.
Both King and Choose getting that 300 CS
Oh my God, he's level
by
7.
30 minutes. Level 17. Minkuale, though. Level 16. Luch on the back foot. The teleport is coming through from Pac-Man, but do they have enough to take this fight? The stun comes through onto Minkuale, but ultimate from Pac-Man might be having to use defensively here. Tegan, he gets stunned up there. Is Carbon in the fight. Lands respite being used. Hemoplage on the backline. The first person to fall is Seb, followed by T-Gun. It is an absolute slaughter right now, but Luch, he's trying to answer here. Here comes Raid, but there's a Guardian Angel on Carbon.
Yeah, they should still be able to get this turret and push their advantage further. Luch and Pac-Man aren't enough.
Oh no, Pac-Man, he's just going to go down to the damage that Choose is outputting. Another one bites the dust here as all 4 members of Legacy are barreling down this top lane, looking to get themselves the tower, looking to get themselves the inhibitor.
This definitely should be the inhib. At what cost is the only question. Luch and Raid still do a lot of damage, but Choose is just undeniably
unstoppable.
large. Still has his summoners as well, so he could very easily turn around on a dime and blow up Raid. That's the easy inhib pickup.
King, the only one falling on the side of Legacy here. 13 kills to 3. 7,500 gold in the lead are Legacy, looking to end this series 2-1.
All starts now. 1 inhib taken. It's reset a clock on the League of Legends clock. See how they actually execute around this reset. They've got the Baron buff for a little while longer. They are now further empowered since their last shopping trip that they would have had a lot of items on. It was a spree. Do they actually just hold off, get that Drake for free? There's another free objective on the board.
Dragon in a minute, Seb is able to smite away that. Small victories here, small victories.
Who's level 18, man? Like, Choose can take on... Like, Pac-Man is the top laner who's meant to be split pushing this whole game.
He's same level as the jungler
He's
right
4
now.
levels behind, yeah.
Look at the damage. He's got himself that Void Staff now. Might get punted away here. Doesn't land. A few minions do go flying here, but this tower is in dire straits. Here comes Carbon. He finds T-Gun. He gets T-Gun. One more attack should do it. The culling. Gonna cull him to death. Carbon does fall, but
Luch has got in, though.
Luch is in the fight. The W doing all the damage he needs. The stun is there. He gets kicked into the middle of it. He does have his zones available. He's still going. He's still alive. The Lambs Respite keeping him safe, but Minky Whale being the tank they need. Everyone on the retreat. Here comes Choose. 1Q auto should do it. Seb gets taken very low.
They don't get kills. Most surprisingly, Abyss's team composition actually reigns true. But they are not going to be able to defend this base, as another tower just gets destroyed. They can follow this one up with the Drake. Reset once again. And that was probably the best single team fight that you are going to see from Abyss this game. You understand what they're capable of doing now. I don't know if Legacy will fall for the same trick twice.
It might be too little too late at this stage. Legacy realize that there's no reason to fight for this dragon if it puts him in any risk.
Well, with no health and mana to speak of, I definitely wouldn't be fighting for it either. King.
Ooh, King.
He honestly just deserved almost to die there.
Very greedy recall here. But still, God chooses strong. 6-0-5 right now. Carbon 3-0-6. He did die in that last fight, but of course a Guardian Angel purchase very early on allowed him to be able to tank that turret without any fear.
But again, he still did his job. He kicked the Soraka into the team. It's just unfortunate that Soraka also used her own summoner spells to get out safely. Silence Field actually quite valuable.
She died.
Oh, well. Same thing.
Yep.
Got most of the way out for at least a little bit. I saw a flash. Just assumed she lived.
She's having a very rough time in this game. Everyone on Legacy know if you leave a Soraka alive, the fight can just go from bad to worse. So doing a great job of target selection, making sure that she's a complete non-factor. Once again, T-Gun. He's just getting bullied by Carbon. Meteor teleporting into that mid lane. This tower will fall. Where is Choosy? Over in the right side. Very aggressive dash from King.
Also unnecessarily deep from T-Gun. If he's in a position to be kicked and nobody is near him, probably not somewhere he's meant to be. As now they can work towards the open inhibitor on this bottom lane.
20 seconds on T-Gun now. 5 members from Legacy making their way, getting this in-hit. That's 2 inhibitors down. Abyss Esports, they're on their last legs right now. They need a miracle in hope to win this game. All 5 members making their way back to mid. Pac-Man doing what he can to hold it, but don't know how much longer for.
There's not really an opportunity for him to hold anything. Baron in 20 seconds can be the easy objective take. With 2 inhibitors down, only 1 remaining.
MVP pink ward. Maybe. Choose able to get himself that blue buff here, so feeling good now. All 5 members poised and ready to take this Baron on the respawn. Kuden actually going to recall here.
Yeah, they don't
Make
have
his
to
way
take
back.
it.
He's got a lot of movement speed.
You can just kind of chill out. Play it as it is. Remember that with the 2 inhibitors being down, minions will always win for them.
Oh yeah.
Until they choose to pull that trigger on the Baron.
Time is definitely an ally for this Legacy squad. See Minky well, just standing around in the pit. All the members of Red, Abyss Esports Red, they're trying their darndest to get in here, get some wards immediately. Pink ward does get taken out. The Baron has now been started. Poppy on the bot side does have teleport available.
It's getting completely destroyed. Abyss are in.
They try their best, but look at the ulti already from Choose, just chunking out majority of them. It does get taken by Seb, actually. So Baron going in favor by Abyss. Look at Luch in the middle of the fight, doing so much damage. He needs to get over that wall, but he can't, unfortunately. Now Choose does get shut down. Minky Whale on the back of that, looking to get T-Gun, who's trying to get his way out of this, but Abyss Esports answer back.
Yeah, they get the Baron as well, most impressively from Seb. Right place, right time. Legacy, they just pull the trigger and actually fall for it. The gold is still heavily in their favor, but that Baron could actually swing a little bit back to the side of Abyss simply because the top lane inhibitor is already back up. And so they can get done. The Vladimir is disgusting.
He's so strong. Look at the cooldown on that E. An absolute
cooldown?
nuisance.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
see
a
cooldown. Hey,
using that as if it were Earth mode here.
God,
damage
Vlad
as
in Earth
well.
mode. Why would... Maybe like a persistent E.
Never get him out of pool form either.
Yeah, but again, that was actually really well executed on team fight from Abyss. Very poor from Legacy, something that I will actually attest towards is simply the fact that Choose did not use the Chaos Storm at all.
He
actually
just,
just-
use it at the start of the
No,
fight.
no, he just did not move it.
Oh, yeah.
He watched it, like he was sitting still, they were tunneling on the Baron, and they still lost the Baron that they were tunneling on. So the one objective that they were focused on securing actually went completely missing. No excuse for a Victor with his current state ultimate to not utilize it after
Exactly
he's popped
right.
it.
Tried to take out T-Gun with one tick, but obviously wasn't enough. Soraka did stay for the majority of the fight. Was eventually taken out by Minky Whale.
Yeah.
Job's done by that stage.
Yep. Elder Dragon rather, up in a minute 20 could be the next point of contention for both of these teams, simply because Legacy would want it. Abyss don't want them to have it.
Pac-Man getting stunned up. He does have the GA available to him. A lot of damage though. Choose is still no laughing matter. Getting himself another needlessly large rod item. Probably the hat.
Should be the death cap, absolutely. And once he gets that, the damage increases exponentially. Merit definitely valid here for the side of Abyss if they can get the team fight that they want, which is Vladimir in the back line working with Poppy.
He's got teleport.
He can dismantle King. He can take out the Victor. He just needs to actually get that execution in place. If there's one person in the OPL that could absolutely do that reliably, it would be late game Luch.
The other ward to teleport here. Minky Whale is in the fight, does get booted out. Raid already so low, having to stay in the Landers fight. There is Luch in the middle of the fight, hitting 5 members with his ultimate. King has fallen. Luch, he's not taking any damage right now, continuously slowing the members. Carbon, the GA has been procced. And what is going on, Rusty? Legacy are in full retreat.
Abyss just looks so powerful right now. Luch gets a sick ultimate off. Seb with the Lamb's Respite actually counters a lot of what Legacy are trying to do. And this honestly strikes a position in this game where you would not imagine Abyss to be in 10 minutes ago.
It is impressive to say the least. Luch, we talked about just how well he can do on a champion like Vladimir, is showing us that. Going in the backline already, Kuden might actually fall here.
Minky's teleporting to end the game.
Oh, he is. He's doing it. He's got no towers left, but the inhibitor spawns. He doesn't have a way of dealing with the
Nexus.
Nexus.
Abyss are gonna end now.
No, Abyss, they're coming through. Shoot, he's going to go down. Ray takes him out. What is going on? He dies to the remnants of the Chaos Storm, but the first tower goes down. Here comes King, trying to keep his team alive, trying to keep their hopes of winning this best of 3. Minky Whale's coming through. They got their side set up to Luch. Look at the heal, about 800 damage. He's still alive. He's still taking up. He finally goes down to Minky Whale, and now the squad of Abyss are in full retreat. Pac-Man surely going to fall here, but Rusty, this game is on a nice edge right now.
Yeah, Pac-Man's absolutely going to die here. That is 4 people dead now on the side of Abyss. They made an aggressive decision on the back of Minky's teleport, and that decision was to end the game. But with all of this time on the clock, with Legacy now barreling down the middle lane towards bottom,
This could be it.
they have the open Nexus to take.
Yeah, there is no way that Seb is going to be able to 1v4 this one. A very aggressive play from Abyss to try and steal the win out from Legacy's hand. There is the kick out of the Lamb's Respite, but it doesn't matter because the Nexus is open. The Nexus is taking damage. The Nexus falls, and Legacy come up huge, winning that best of 3.
In a situation where Legacy were actually staring defeat in the face,
wow.
where 5 minutes earlier they were just absolutely winning, is firstly confusing, but they still pull it back in the end. It just makes sense in a Legacy game that Minky Whale would have the most random teleport that almost works out but doesn't in history.
He got the inhib though, before he was able to come back and defend the base.
Got the inhib, really. He was going for the Nexus. The inhib just spawned on him.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him, but look at Luch on that Vladimir just doing an absolute monstrosity of a performance, where we are going to send it back to the analyst desk. Of course, that's it for me and Rusty tonight. Back to you, Spawn.
Thank you so much, Rogi. Good cast of the night. And, I think that pretty much sums it up. There was a monstrous plan running around Summoner's Rift for quite some time then. But the team of Legacy came through with a win.
Hate to say we called it, but getting Luch on Vlad was obviously a good idea from us, so we'll claim responsibility for that.
Yeah, that was all us. Quality League of Legends.
But this is a cool thing because I think that there were some really nice things in this game. I want to go back to, I guess, the earlier stages of the game and talk about how active Carbon was, because if you're going to take Lee Sin, you at least have to get around Summoner's Rift to make it work. And the jungler for Legacy
Mobies.
were at least able to get that done.
Yeah, Carbon was Usain Bolt that game running around. Got the double Air Drake and Mobies. It's a bit of an innovation, but certainly interesting, and he certainly was everywhere.
Oh, yeah, and particularly on Tegan. I think that guy was caught out either 3 or 4 times. That was pretty much like Operation Kill Soraka.
That was the one I was looking for. Like a couple of good kicks in the top lane. Choose was the other player that really stepped up. I think that, someone that we'd maybe criticized a little bit coming into this game needed to step up with James not being in the lineup, and certainly did that.
No, I'll definitely take this one because I fired shots at Choose saying, I think he's going to be exposed. Tally, obviously, I think is the primary carry, and so it was really up to Choose to step up and to say, I can still be this elite mid laner in the OPL, and he definitely proved that on his Victor performance. Was amazing.
And I think across the other side of that rift, even though in a losing team, Luch has certainly shown that, this guy, not just the 3 control mages, has more to his kit and certainly has arrived into the Oceanic scene.
Yep, I'd agree with that. I've played with Luch before, actually, quite a while ago. But yeah, I think he's definitely got potential to be one of the better mid laners in OC, for sure.
And even though it was a weird end to the game, guys, Legacy do end up taking it as we actually have a look at the results so far this week. Of course, earlier tonight, Tainted Minds were able to pick up the 2-1 victory over Sin Gaming, whilst Legacy then picked up the 2-1 victory over Abyss. Both games going the distance, though, and very close. Tomorrow night, we have Hellions taking on the Direwolves before our OPL Legend match as Avantgarde take to the Rift against Samuel's Chiefs Esports Club. Of course, that is at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Of course, guys, everyone is battling towards their spot at the Oceanic Pro League Grand Finals in Queensland later on this year, August 13. Tickets are now on sale, so jump online and pick those up for yourself. Of course, if you can't travel up to Queensland, no problem there, because we've got you covered. Hoyts are also throwing some viewing parties that you and your mates can get along to and tune in. However, that is all we have in store for us tonight. On behalf of myself, the analyst, desk casters, and the entire production crew, thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow.